Good morning, councilors.
Morning.
Before we get started on our budget study session, the mayor has asked me if I could make a couple of announcements. To Fitchburg residents, there's a water main break in the city, and a large area of the city does not have water. It has been found it's near Oak Hill Road and River Street, and pressure should be restored by noontime. Residents in the Water Street area, West Fitchburg, and Cleghorn are asked to reduce water usage until noontime. And there may be some discoloration of water for 24 hours. The Water Department number is 978-345-9614. That's 345-9614. But I guess we should suggest not to call them unless you have a real emergency, because they are out straight. Also, there has been some question about why the flags in the city are at half-staff. Per order of Governor Patrick, the American and Commonwealth flags will be lowered to half-staff in honor of the passing of Sergeant Shane Patrick Duffy on June 14th. And the flags are down from sunrise to sunset. He was a victim in the Iraqi war. With those out of the way, we shall begin our discussion on the budget. For those of you who need coffee or a little refreshment, brought some coffee and donuts in over to the side, because I don't want anybody to get weak. We got a long day ahead of us. First up would be the auditing division, and we will discuss pages 20, 21, employee benefits, page 68, and miscellaneous, page 69. We have with us City Treasurer and Collector Brian Doheny, Assessor Thomas Caputi, and Dick Saracen, our City Auditor. Gentlemen, good morning. You're on.
I guess I'll go first.
Just before we get into the individual departments, we just put together a short overview.
Fine.
Just want to explain what our function was as a finance team collectively. The finance management team is not intended to function in a policy-making role. The function of the finance team is to act as an advisory board to the mayor, city council, and department heads by providing information and resources so that joint solutions, strategies for financial management, and policy making can be developed and successfully implemented. The need for cooperation between city officials and finance members is essential to the financial well-being and fiscal stability of the city. Our goals and accomplishments collectively for this year were the development of a 5-year revenue and expense budget forecast to assist in projecting future revenue and expenses and surplus and shortfalls. Also, to assist the mayor in developing and restructuring the reorganization of city government and personnel, and to provide the new mayor with historic financial documentation and assist the mayor in developing a balanced budget. Like all other Massachusetts communities, we are faced with the challenges of minimum growth in state aid, over-reliance on the property tax, an increase in health care costs, pension costs, and energy costs, and the limited ability to fund infrastructure projects. Our fiscal challenges this year and next year are to work for increase in state aid. We have seen little increase in state aid in the past few years. State aid accounts for 53% of this year's budget. The tax levy accounts for 36% of our revenue. Level funding in state aid and the restraints of Prop 2.5 means we have to rely on other sources of revenue such as increases in local receipts, permits, and fees. We are challenged to find new revenue sources to meet the increase in cost and demands for services. One of the things we're looking at are payment in lieu of tax for nonprofits that use public services without costs. We are challenged also to find ways to minimize the increases in healthcare costs, pension costs, increase in employee benefits, and energy costs. Employee benefits alone make up 22% of the budget. We need to work towards controlling budget growth, manage our debt burden, improve our bond rating, increase our stabilization fund, and work towards a capital improvement program. We need to encourage commercial and industrial development. The slowdown in the economy has affected new growth. We will continue to have residential growth in fiscal year 2010. The projected growth includes the completion of a 44-lot subdivision in West Fitchburg with a projected tax revenue of $125,000 and the completion of 4 smaller subdivisions with a projected tax revenue of approximately $150,000. We are encouraged by the growth development of the water park and the anticipated development of the Lower Main Street area. The recent Supreme Court decision regarding the telephone companies could provide the city with additional tax revenue of $120,000 for fiscal 2010. We have made improvements to the issue of tax delinquency. We are acting quicker to put property in tax title and to file in land court for quicker foreclosure takings. We are being more aggressive in the initial stages of tax title to collect taxes before going to land court. Continued aggressiveness in the collection of tax delinquency has resulted in a collection of over $400,000 in back taxes in the past couple months. We will use the report, the DOR report, as a guideline and references to accomplish our goals and objectives for the next fiscal year.
Going into the DOR report, there were recommendations that we wanted to highlight. And some of these, most of these are actually on the last page of the mayor's cover letter on the budget. I think it's like page 4 or 5, which I'd like to just briefly summarize. Financial strategies and good management practices. One of the first items was restaff the finance team. It included hiring of an assistant to the auditor, perform long-range approach to forecasting, formalize our finance team, frequent and permanent financial updates, presentations to the council that have occurred, increased analysis and planning. Some of this has occurred, some of it we would like to be more frequent. Establish citywide goals and objectives as part of a strategic planning process. Reinstate the Capital Improvement Commission. Earlier and longer budget reviews in a process for the public and the council. Formalize the debt and reserve policy. Quarterly budget projections. Sustainable rate enterprise, so we have enterprises that are in the black. Expand on the purchasing functions and expand or further utilize more of the munis financial system in the city. And the other item that Tom touched on was resolve tax title backlog and through payment or foreclosure.
And I'd just like to address that. We are a financial team. The 3 of us, the mayor, get together regularly, and we formulate a plan to keep the city's finances in order. I have been informed by the mayor that I will be the administrative oversight and control of the financial body, which directs the city. This direction will be to stabilize the city's financial position. I'll be stressing how important it is to have a healthy stabilization account, which will help the city during difficult times in the future. This, in turn, should move the city's bond rating up, which will lower our risk, which in turn would lower our bond borrowing expenses.
Thank you. Councilor Caddy.
This question is for Mr. Caputi. I heard you say you're exploring payment in lieu of taxes. Could you explain that a little further?
Payment in lieu of tax would have to be a voluntary program that we would have to try to initiate with the nonprofit organizations that don't pay taxes but use services.
Last week, I forget which council it was, but asked to have the fire calls, a list of the fire calls at Fitchburg State College, and it came back. My memory was there was
It was him.
230-something, I
Yeah.
believe.
Over 18 months.
Yeah.
And I think they're an entity who doesn't pay taxes.
Right.
And also, they're buying more and more property in that part of the city and taking those properties off the tax rolls. They also tax our police department. Have you, is there going to be, are you going to work them into this?
Well, as you know, Commonwealth of Massachusetts is a tax-exempt organization, just like the city of Fitchburg. They don't pay taxes. We do get some sort of payment in lieu of tax through the cherry sheet, which amounts to about $33,000 a year. That's payment based on a formula of all, the total value of all state-owned land, and then there's a percentage allocated to each city and town that has state property. That's based on property that they take and take off the tax rolls. It's a formula that's just been developed through, in recent years, so the old campus, there's no payment in lieu of tax for the property that they took many years. It's more recent taking of property. One of the problems is that the college is using a tax-exempt foundation to purchase property prior to taking title to it themselves, to try to expedite the taking process, because DCAM takes too long to go through that process. So it goes from a taxable property to a nonprofit foundation, and then from the nonprofit to the college. So the state sees that as the second transaction that goes from one tax exempt to another tax exempt. We don't collect that. We're not allowed to get a reimbursement of that.
So on the cherry sheet, we get $33,000 from, that doesn't even pay for one half of a fireman today,
Right.
let alone the gas
And
diesel
what they
fuel.
reimburse us for is their version. Actually, it's a formula that is, we are now responsible for establishing value for the college. Before, it used to be the state. The value, the tax dollars are based on a value of land only, not buildings. And it's not based on the services that the city provides. It's just a formula it's a statewide formula.
But we're lucky enough to have a college in the city, but unlucky enough to be losing tax dollars every time they buy a piece of property. That just, and the services that we provide to them. I see that as a very serious situation with our taxes.
If I may, Councilor Caddy, Councilor DiMartino brought this up at one of our budget sessions, and I provided her
Yes.
through the assessor's office with a list I did not have an opportunity to make a copy of, but that breakdown that Councilor DiMartino requested has the properties that were sold and their values and how much came off the tax rolls. So I'm sure that the councilor would be willing to share that.
Yeah.
And-
Here it is. Right there. Manna from
There's
heaven.
22 properties that were transferred since
Yeah.
2003. The equivalent tax dollars to those 22 properties is $50,000.
$50,000?
Right, and that's just what they've taken since 2003. Some of those we won't get reimbursed because they went from the foundation directly to the college.
I know this is a question. Doesn't the state realize the ramifications of what's happening in a city? And if it's been $50,000 with just recent takings, don't they understand we're only getting 33? I mean, that doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
I've spoken to Representative DiNatale about this, and we've discussed trying to find ways to submit some type of petition to try to at least get the law changed regarding the transfer of property from the exempt nonprofit entity to the college. That would increase the cherry sheet somewhat, but overall, the college, in my view, is worth a lot more than $33,000 in taxes.
Any other questions on the opening statements? Councilor Di Natale.
It was property tax delinquency. The last time I asked this question, it was $700,000 or a little less maybe that hasn't been collected yet. What is the total number that is owed to this city beyond 2007 and 2006 that I'm being told by many people will never get back? What is the total price tag that we, on top of the $700,000, there's money beyond that, I assume, right? That we are having difficulty getting, or because of legal issues, I don't think, when people call me and they ask, why is this number so high? And when I tell them that there are some issues, I don't really understand what those issues are.
Sure. For instance, it's about $250,000 prior to 2000. So 1999 to 1982 is one record that I do have an outstanding tax. And the tax portion is around $250,000. What we've done, because of the situation and lack of enforcement, we'll say, in the prior treasurer's office, that we've started with the current years because there's such big numbers, and we're hitting those, and then we're hitting the top 50, and we're attacking those, and we're also attacking off the old ones. You'll see in my budget I have some expense items that have been increased because we want to aggressively pursue back taxes and implement new procedures and policies to do that. There are a lot of tools with Mike Ciota, myself, and Tom Caputi addressed that can go after these taxes.
What, do we know what the number is? What we
Are
are
all
owed
taxes total out there?
from '07 all the way to past beyond 2000? I mean, what,
I think it's around tax title. One second.
Brian, I only asked because I remember watching a meeting last year where the former mayor stated that there was over $3 million.
Okay.
And then you stated a few weeks ago that it was $700,000, and I got calls from people saying, we didn't collect $2.5 million in a year and a half.
Right.
So
Sure.
I'm trying to get an understanding of what the number is.
The difference, the $3 million is the amount that's the tax title amount that's actually owed, but won't be collected, because some of that is, when somebody stops paying taxes, the tax account continues to incur interest and taxes for subsequent fiscal years until it goes into tax title. Once it goes into tax title and in the city's name, then it stops generating tax revenue. But we know that's not going to be collected because in most cases, most of that is the demolition lien on a piece of property that may only be 4,000 square feet. The house was torn down. The lien is attached to that tax title. Now, the property, the taxes are worth more than the vacant lot itself. People just let it go. We need to go to land court to get the title to it. Those taxes will never be collected. So that's going to be written off. Eventually, we'll go to auction and sell that piece of property for whatever we can get for it, and it'll go back on the tax rolls. The collectible amount is about $700,000?
About $800,000.
$800,000. That's viable property that the city has been negligent in being aggressive towards going after those tax dollars. Most of those are improved properties.
So if I can sum it up a little bit, Marcus, if you have $3 million, $1 million roughly interest, $1 million of demo liens, and just under $1 million of true tax.
You said $1 million in interest, $1 million in demo, and then the $800,000?
Roughly.
That's around-
And there are also some fees. There's $75 recording fees that are in there that comprise of that. Each filing for tax title is a $75 fee.
So what is collectible is $800,000 and not collectible is around $2.2 million?
Well, we're not saying it's not collectible, but it's not truly taxed. The demo liens, obviously, we only know what's uncollectible is when we actually take possession of the property and then sell it.
When it goes to auction, we have an obligation to try to get what's owed on that property. But in most cases, because of demo liens, the property is, the tax dollars owed is worth more than what the property is worth. So we lose that. We'll never collect it.
And the problem with that is because of lack of enforcement. You know, if you stay on top of these timely, that's why I'm staying with the real current years and then working kind of backwards, because the tax amount isn't beyond what the value of the property is.
So the
we can
failure,
collect those.
failure to go after these people and entities in the past when they occurred at that current year, and we've let it slip, that's why we're in this situation? So that situation may be lessened because of what we're doing in the current year to go after things right now and not let them sit for years until they get to that point.
That is correct.
Okay.
That is correct. But we are actively going after those also. You know, if the property changes hands, things of that nature, you know, we can collect it. As I mentioned, well, Tom kind of mentioned, and you and I corresponded in an email, that from 2006 and prior, we've collected over $416,000 of that. The 2007 amounts that were delinquent, well, late at one point in time, we collected $760,000 of that, and that's only through May 23rd. I didn't
You're
update
doing a
that.
very good job, there's no
Thank you.
question about that. People need to understand what's going on, because all they stop when they hear is the 3 million number.
Correct.
And I wanted you to indicate how that happened and what the process is and why some of it may or may not be, we may not get back. It's not just because we're sitting there and we're saying, oh, they get a pass. There's a lot of things involved with it, but thank you for clearing it up.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
I have to second your comments that this financial team, especially our treasurer, is doing a very aggressive collection process on taxes, and what happened in the past is past. He's working on that, but as we go forward, I think you will see that this will become more beneficial to the city of Fitchburg. Councilor Clark?
Thank you, Mr. President. One of you guys had mentioned, I think it was Brian, that you've collected $400,000 in the last few months, and that $800,000 is collectible. Is that $800,000 mark after the $400,000 that you've already collected, or
That's what I believe is outstanding at this point in time.
At this
That's
point.
After the 400,000.
after the $400,000? So there's still...
1.2 million at one point in time, we collected 400,000.
Okay. Thank you, Brian. We've talked about this before at other budget sessions, and going to the MMA convention, we see vendors out there who go out and collect money for cities and work on a percentage basis, and I know we talked about it, but given the amount of time that it takes our team to collect some of this money, you still feel that that's the best way to go about it, instead of a collection agency? I mean, only in that it would free up time for you folks.
I understand the freedom of time, and I appreciate that. However, I was at the Treasurers Conference this past week and talked to several of these tax collection agencies. They really deal with towns that have just a few parcels out there. They don't really deal with cities of our magnitude. But I believe with the help of Mike Ciota, Tom Caputi, and the rest of the financial team, that the procedures we're putting in place and the aggressive tax approach we're going, I think it's the best way the city can go. We have a lot more resources as treasurer than they will as a collection agency. Municipalities aren't handcuffed like businesses that can't, such as publish names, really go to your door, go to your business. You know, we have those abilities, and we're going to go that route. Mike Ciota has brought up some other avenues that we can try for some of the commercial properties, which are big tax dollars, and we believe we can handle it in-house and get all the money without going to the outside source and paying someone else to do that service for us at this point in time.
Thank you, Brian.
Councilors, can we move to page 21? Under Finance and Administration, the Auditing Department. Questions on that particular page? I would like to ask a question, if I may. The assistant to the auditor / analyst has been removed. Either Dick or the mayor, could you answer why that was removed from the budget?
I believe it, first of all, we'll point out that the amount up top on the summary of the count of people, it does continue to show there at 55,000. The request down below shows a request of the prior year amount, 67,000. That, what happened was it was initially decided to lower the amount of the compensation, and then later, I believe the mayor, in trying to balance the budget, contingent on a supplemental, decided to remove it contingent upon a supplemental budget, which is shown in the front of her summary. So right now, there is no assistant. It's just myself and the clerk.
What are the future plans? Is there anything going to happen in the FY09 budget with that position, Mayor?
Only contingent upon a supplemental budget, if monies are found and it is a priority.
I believe that was mentioned in the DOR report, correct?
Yes.
I only have a concern myself because the auditing department or your financial department does produce revenue for the city, and hopefully we can find some money somewhere to restore that position.
Right. If I could, I had a little overview before we got into the numbers.
Yes.
Briefly, I'll try to keep it brief. As we stated, the department is presently myself and a head clerk. We have proposed to reinstate the assistant. This was a position that was cut a year ago. The mission of the department is to protect the fiduciary interests of the city. We provide timely oversight of city finances and ensure that the financial transactions are executed legally, efficiently, and effectively. We provide a controllership or a coordination. We do audit functions, the financial accounting, and we also help to serve as a barrier to protect from fraud or misuse of city resources. The function of the department, auditing, and I would add to auditing financial accounting, because a lot of what we do is financial accounting, is provide input. We also provide input on various committees, groups to help maximize the city's potential. We encourage efficiencies, benefits from management decisions involving operations and finances. Budgeting analysis, an area that we really need some help here, provides timely budget schedules, analysis. That's something we're looking to enhance. And then down below, accomplishments. Despite minimum staffing, we continue to provide timely and accurate financials and other statements. I believe we provide a professional product. We enhanced our internal controls over cash receipts, part of the mayor's financial team, also part of the school, if you will, financial management team. We did, as Tom mentioned, and Brian in the past, we worked to prepare five-year budget projections. And also, every year we try to come up with better ways to track things, to simplify. A couple things we did this year was tracking health and life insurance in those accounts, and also transfers between block grant, CDBG, home, HIP, on the weekly warrants. Going forward, there are, every year there's new things that come up, and in my department, the auditors, the 07 audit, they have a new statement of auditing standards, and it requires that not only do we prepare a financial report that complies with the state, the DOR, it's based on a uniform municipal accounting system in the state, which the DOR mentions. That satisfies their request, but GAAP, or generally accepted accounting principles, requires us to go to another level in-house that I hope to do either this year or next year once I have more time, and in training. And also they encourage policies and procedures that we haven't formalized on how do we do things. So those are some of the things we're working on. Just there are 3 functions in the department that I see that I may have mentioned, but I want to reiterate: auditing and financial accounting, budgeting analysis, and financial management. Right now, these are done based on priorities set daily or weekly. Whatever has to get done that day, we have to go to that. The reasons for reinstatement of the assistant, the Department of Revenue mentions it, the mayor's mentioned it. Need for a professional degreed position to assist with some vital functions. We would be able to expand on monthly formalized budgeting and analysis of all accounts. These are revenues and expenses. Then you can check trends and research fluctuations. You have time to, right now we don't have time to get into something and go to a department. If you see something looks strange or needs to be researched, we try to get to it, but it isn't easy. We assist and expand on the day-to-day functions. This person would assist as backup, provide needed support and backup. We do weekly warrants, journal entries, grant monitoring. There are hundreds of grants in the city. Review and check all cash receipts. Assist departments, many new departments. They want assistance, training, research, investigate, spot checks, and even site audits. This is something we'd like to do, but it's limited in our time. It'll also allow time for myself to focus on high-level issues in the area of financial management. Some areas are capital planning and budgeting, expanded financial reporting, and work with administration to facilitate accomplishment of our goals. Very briefly, just a few stats. The clerk, we have one head clerk. She maintains a vendor file of 20,000 vendors. This is where you have to make sure that they're done properly, so the 1099s are accurate. And if they're city employees, they're not 1099s. If it's reimbursements, there's a lot to it. Weekly warrant, we do about 400 checks a week. Payroll, we have 1,200 plus employees. We check compliance with contracts. These are reviewed and input. The payroll is mostly input by decentralized by departments, but it is reviewed in-house, mostly by the clerk. The auditor, the general ledger, I pretty much oversee the general ledger. You've not besides the general fund, you're dealing with 17 other funds. It's a $120 million annual operation. Fixed assets are done in-house, and there's a lot of coordination with every department that I handle. Coordinate most response to the outside auditors, Department of Revenue, Department of Education, Bond Counsel, and financial rating agencies. Also, I'm the liaison to Maya, the insurance provider, on financial matters. The other liaison to Maya on legal or claims is Attorney Barrett. So we do that. And I serve on a number of committees, Insurance Commission, Capital Improvement, whenever it's reinstated, Clerk of the Finance Committee for the City Council, and the Retirement Board.
So what do you do in your spare time?
I don't have much. It's been a tough year. I'm here to answer questions.
On page 21, the auditor's budget, questions from any of the councilors? Councilor DiMartino?
Dick, when was the money for the assistant auditor taken out of the budget?
I believe it was towards the end of the process.
Was it in,
You mean last year or
Yeah.
this year? It was taken out last year, fiscal year '08. But I haven't had, the former assistant was ill, so he had been out since November of '06.
Yeah.
So I haven't had an assistant for a year and a half.
but when he was out ill, the money was in the budget because he was still on the payroll,
He
right?
was on payroll, he got sick time that he earned, and he did retire at the end of June last year.
So that money was taken out just after he left?
Oh, well, it was cut in the budget. When the '08 budget was submitted, it was cut.
So in other words, hindsight is always good. If that money had been left in there, then we could have hired somebody else, but that money was taken out. We
Yes.
could have hired, okay, thank you.
Yep.
Counselor Hay.
Part of my question was the answer. I wanted to know how long Mr. Saracen had been without the assistant.
Yeah.
I wanted to make sure that everybody was clear that this wasn't a new position they were looking to add. This was a position that had been vacant for quite a while, that we're looking to find a way to fund it again so that we can get the appropriate staffing in that department. Thank you.
Counselor Joseph.
The retirement board, that's the back office over there, where does that person show up?
I'm also the chairman of the retirement board and a member of the board. We have one board administrator. That is a separate entity, separate from the city. She works for the board, and that's, her position is in the, you would see that in the budget that we do submit to the council every year. It was probably submitted probably around February, but it's a separate, it's part of the assessment that you see that we pay. So it's a separate organization, I guess.
So that person that sits in the back office is a city employee?
No, it's retirement.
Okay, so it's not in this budget.
Great employee. I think she opens the doors every day before 7. She's helped me with other city matters, too.
And now the type of person that would be a city auditor analyst is not a type of person that would be within the treasurer's department or within the auditor's, assessor's department. That has to be, that would be a separate type of training or a separate type of specific field-related person. Wouldn't be able to get help from another department?
Yeah, it's more of a strictly, pretty much an accounting auditing position and analyst. I'm looking for a degreed accountant. It would be good if they had municipal experience, but there's enough there for one whole person. And there are areas that we know what we need to do. It's not having the time to do it. More work needs to be done with cash, accounts receivable. I've been working closely with Brian and his assistant on both of those when I have time. And then you want to go forward. You see opportunity, like the mayor has stressed, budgeting analysis. I'm 100% behind that, and it's good that you have someone keeping an eye on everything and investigating trends, because trends can lead to more research, and it could resolve a problem. And it isn't only doing the job, but during the day-to-day, things come up that are a problem, and we had problems this week it took a good half a day to solve two problems that now we resolved it, and there's a lot of coordination, meeting with departments, meeting with the mayor, meeting with legal, so that's the day-to-day activities.
So an assistant treasurer wouldn't have the qualifications to assist as an assistant auditor?
The assistant treasurer could have the similar qualifications. It's having that other person. If there was a clone, it could be a clone like that, a similar. I think that type of person would fit the job well.
But is there any chance that that resource could be shared?
It already is.
Okay, thank you.
Counselor Caddy.
Mr. Saracen, you spoke about cash and accounts receivable, and that they're not addressed in a timely fashion, and you don't have a lot of time to do those. I'd also question if you're turning out 400 checks a week, if by not having the assistant to the auditor, is it costing us money? In other words, is the cash not making it to the bank to accrue interest? Are you not getting money in on your accounts receivable? And if you don't make your payments in a timely fashion, you're getting charged interest. So by not having that person, or having that person, there has to be a savings.
Let me, there is a good, let me back up that we are not, the cash has been reconciled. I mean, we are in pretty good shape in that regard.
Well, I don't mean it to put you
Okay.
on the spot with that. Actually, with my question, sometimes when you don't fill a position, it costs you money.
I agree with that, yeah. Yeah, it would be.
And that's really my question, is it costing us money because we don't have that person?
Well, the other thing is, it's so vital, the functions are so vital, and there's limited time that you run the risk of oversights or omissions or an error that could be costly down the road. It is a fast-paced office, it's intense, and you're trying to keep everything going. You kind of orchestrate the general ledger and the activity. So, yeah, you run the risk. There's some risk here. We don't have backup in my area. My clerk, she was out 2 days. No, she was out Friday, and I was in a meeting, and I got a call from someone that was in my office saying, "Where were you?" You know. So, that happens often, but I think that happens with many departments now. There are departments of one or two. It's the way it is. But you're right, though. You do, especially in receivables, and that's a big item for internal control. And we have been working. Actually, I was with the assistant yesterday. We were, and there has been a good effort going forward. So that, but the old way, the way it happened when we had both assistants, they were both together often doing the reconciliations monthly. It's now back up and happening, but there's no one enough from my side to help out.
Any other questions on page 21? Let's move to page 68.
Mr. President.
Excuse me, Councilor Clark.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just to double check the salary that you requested, Dick. 67,077 was the old salary. You're requesting 55 now?
No, I put in for the 67. I
Okay.
just left it level funding from the previous. I just hope, I still need to talk to the mayor and the team on getting a range that's appropriate. I just want to make sure we get if we fill the position, we get a good qualified person that's going to have the background, and it may be a little higher than that, but it's yet to be determined.
And Counselor, I reduced that to a more junior level person from what Mr. Saracen recommended as an attempt to try and balance the budget, but then we realized that we couldn't even put that position in at all.
So it may be in the range of between 55 and 67?
Yes, I would hope so.
Thank you.
Councilor DiMartino.
The outside audit is that do we have the same outside firm doing it that we've had for the past 6 years?
We do for fiscal year '08.
Yeah.
This actually goes forward to fiscal year '09, but for fiscal year '08, we're under contract for the outside auditors. And this was an estimate. I do talk to them about how much to budget, and it's a small increase on that.
And they've been doing our books for how long?
I would say about 9 years.
Is it
That,
time?
that, that was a joint bid that we did with Leominster. They also do Leominster's, but
Well, you know, with the finance problem that we have now, and 5 million short, did they not notice anything that something wasn't quite right if they were coming in and doing our books?
I guess they come in at the end of the year.
Yeah.
So we balance the budget. They're not as involved unless requested by the city in the budget process. We might have had a budget shortfall this year, but Last year, in '08, we came out of it in the black. We appear as though we will come out of it in the black, so they're going to be auditing the completed financials. Upon request, they're not involved until they review the year-end activity.
So at the end of the activity, it looked like we were in the black for the past 6 years.
Right.
And in actual fact, we weren't, because then we couldn't be owned 5 million if we were in the black.
Right.
I just disappointed. I was just wondering, when is our contract up next year?
Yes.
Okay, good. Thank you very much.
Is there a plan regarding bringing back personnel or hiring new people that we're going to be able to financially sustain these people? Because if we bring back an assistant auditor, there's health insurance, there's pension, there's retirement, and those things are skyrocketing. And I understand that you need this position. It even makes me hesitant to say about police and fire as well, but, for every person we bring back or we keep, financially, to me, that's a loss, because we're paying all of these things that are going up 12, 15, 20% a year. If we were to bring back this position, if the mayor were to bring back this position, and this goes for anywhere else in the city budget, is there any analysis being done that once we bring them back, we're going to keep them? Or are we going to lay them off in 2 years again? Or are we going to lay them off next year? It's kind of the same issue with, like, the police. You bring a lot of cops on board, and then we got to lay them off in a couple of years because we can't sustain it. So I'm concerned in general all over the place about bringing new people on or restoring older positions, because there's a cost to that as well. And if the auditor were to have an assistant, where's the guarantee that it's going to stay there for at least 5 years?
If I may, actually, one of the first things that Mr. Caputi said as an overview is that we're doing 5-year projections, and the 5-year projections are shown in this budget. And you could see that there is a gap next year and the year after that and the year after that. That assumes level funding. So if we did put and restore any positions in here, we would have to look at the impact in the next 4 years. That's why we need to do things like find operating revenue or sustainable revenue for operating sources, and if it's a one-time revenue, those are things that are used towards one-time expenses, because we're looking at these things from a multi-year standpoint.
I see that, and that emphasizes my earlier point about the health insurance and whatnot, because you have it projected into 2013 as going up $5 million from now. So it's a big chunk. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Saracen,
Yes.
page 68. Anybody have any questions on 68? It's employee benefits. Councilor Joseph.
Is the difference between the request and from the department and the request from the mayor strictly budget? You, as the person that's running that or overseeing this, feeling that we're going to be $300,000 short, or did you come to an agreement between the two that your request and the mayor's request would be appropriate for managing that number?
I think these numbers are manageable. You submit your budget, and then as time goes on, you get to see if there is an opportunity to reduce. The one account that should be okay in my discussions with the mayor and the finance team is health insurance. Towards a couple months ago, we saw that we had money in that account, so we recalculated based on the lower 11.2. Remember, the 11.4 was dropped to 11.2. So, and this 12.5 assumes that we're going to lose people through layoffs or people getting jobs elsewhere, cutbacks. So it appears to be in line.
And do you think with the current state of the market and how that affects your pensions, that we won't be in trouble with the pension accounts?
The pension, we know it, it's an assessment based on an actuary, and the city got the bill, a letter in November of that amount. So we know that's a hard number.
Okay, so that is like that's a previous year as opposed to the following year?
It's actually the actuary that was done, but it gives us a bill in advance. It gives the city a heads up and the right number to use for the 09. So that's a good number.
And the unemployment, is that a number that is conservative or liberal?
I would think it is. I think we're going to spend close to I think we just got 440 this year, or we're budgeting for that. And we try to. It's not easy, as you would witness with the school department. They don't know till the end who's coming, who's going. So you try to gauge it based on best guess and history. And based on that, and if people that leave retire, many people retired, so they won't affect our unemployment. Many people got jobs elsewhere, so that will benefit us in that regard. And the rest would be people that are laid off. But if they find a job elsewhere, then they'll come off those rolls. On the other hand, one thing to be cognizant of is if someone retires, it doesn't save on our health insurance because they get that $25.75 for the rest of their life.
In the case of the library, where we're asking people to go from a full-time status to a part-time status, if they choose not to go to the part-time status, does that mean that they're choosing not to have a job, or are we laying them off?
Question.
It probably would be maybe considered a layoff. I think it depends on how the city responds to the Division of Unemployment.
Yeah.
That would maybe a legal or an HR issue. Sometimes they'll negotiate that with the union.
Is that factored in here?
Yeah, I think the 500,000, it isn't factored. It's a projection, but we will have to monitor that once we see how many people are actually collecting.
And Counselor, the labor attorney is going to be here with us in executive session on Tuesday, because some of these things aren't set in stone because they have to be impact bargain or negotiated. So these budget numbers reflect our best guess of where we'd like to be, but things may change. So I'm going to make sure the labor attorney addresses that question on Tuesday.
And the majority, just out of curiosity, the majority of this number, 430 or whatever we've spent in the past year, was from the school department? And moving forward, is it going to be more on the city side?
Last year's close to 300,000 was school. I actually have a schedule. And I think we're projecting about the same. It may be lower on their end, but we'll see.
Higher on the city end?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Di Natale.
How is the PRIT system, since we have moved? I know you've been giving us some updates every now and then, but how has that been has that been a favorable transfer or an unfavorable transfer since we did it last year because the state mandated it? I know the market's going down right now, but would it have been worse if we didn't do that?
Well, last year our performance was better. We were above the average. It was just under 10%. And if you may not recall, but we were actually already in PRIT, half of our assets. So in October, we moved the other half. So we did fairly well last year. We were above the average. And this year, though, one thing with PRIT is they they're more volatile, they get into higher risk investments, and when the market goes down, when everything goes down, they usually take the hit greater than we may, but they seem to be bouncing back. They compare themselves with their peers, not with, well, always with the systems on their monthly reports that you get. But they do very well when it's a good market, and usually it is. But right now, they're probably in the middle of the pack, I would think.
And what constitutes the line item other benefits?
That is the buybacks, personal and vacation buybacks.
So we spent $700,000 next year.
Actually, we went in for more money. We spent more like $760 this year. But it was mostly because you had a lot of retirements, and these people got cashed in their time. We anticipate, one, you get these veteran employees, they accrue so many benefits, but now they are no longer with the city, so it should drop that payoff.
So our health insurance has gone up 15%, did you say, 12.5?
Well, what I did was we took a 12% from 11.2 to get to the 12.5,
So
and some of the rates went up from 10 to 18%. So but there was shifting, which will help also. Besides fewer people, there was shifting.
all right, so workers' compensation,
Yep.
we just recently did a transfer out of that account because it was underrunning. I don't recall the specific number we transferred. It was a while back. We transferred it into the unemployment compensation. Could you say that this account is volatile, meaning one year it could be really low and the next year it could be really high?
Yeah.
So that 380 is not a set-in-stone number?
Right, you're right. We did cut from 400 to 340. We cut 60,000, as you mentioned. What happens is you want to have monies available if you have a major injury, and the other thing it does is around this time of year, if there's money available, the cities can be in a position to maybe settle a long-term case. So it gives you that opportunity. This year, we foresaw that we did have money in this account as well as other accounts, but we knew we had shortages to be taken care of with the snow and ice and with the revenue deficit. So that's a strategy we didn't really mention last finance meeting, but the mayor and I were talking, and if you know your revenues are going to be short at $500,000, then you're looking for expenses to maybe offset that, and you just leave, you just hope that they'll offset. So there's that type of budgeting that goes on during the year too. So this account helped us.
Based on that, I would like to suggest that be reduced by 30,000 to 350. Is that, is that detrimental?
Based on what I have today, I don't see that as detrimental.
I'd like to suggest that we reduce that by 30,000. Thank you.
Counselor Caddy.
Mr. Saracen, all of these employee benefits that are on this page, they're all the city employees. What's always difficult, or what I've seen difficult in past years, is that some departments may get more benefits than others. There's never really a breakdown. And I know you have enough to do, and I wouldn't ask you to do this, but maybe in next year's budgets, we could have that breakdown by department and see where the largest amount of monies are going.
If I could actually address that, that's one of the great things about having a budget analyst, because it's extremely, extremely time-consuming. I know that a lot of us have worked 24 hours for a number of weeks on end to put this together, in addition to the day-to-day jobs, but there are, in terms of the true performance-based budget that I want to see be implemented, and we may just do it step by step each year, is that with each goal that the city has, there is that breakdown of all these benefits within each department. And there's also, what I'd like to see eventually too, is that for each department, you have the expenses, and then you have where the revenue is going to come from for those particular departments. So it becomes just a lot more sophisticated, and we can track why things go up and down, because if we have, if we're relying on local receipts or fees, let's say, from a particular department to offset something, and then we find out that those fees go up and down, then we can look at the corresponding expenses to see where we need to make some adjustments.
Thanks. Councilor Tran.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dick, on the other benefits line item, FY07, we spent $530,000. Last year, we spent $700,000. You stated to Councilor Di Natale that you expect a decrease in usage because of the veteran workers who no longer will need that account. But yet, we still allocate $700,000 for next year.
Right. Well, we're going to spend about $760, okay? And the reason why it went from $530 to $700 was the contract items that now we're at now at a higher base.
And specifically, the fire contract allowed for the selling back of that additional week vacation. That's why that was that big jump, because that was when that contract was ratified by the council.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions on page 68? Councilor Clark.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dick, about unemployment, there has to be a better way, I know, because of negotiations and contracts, that, for instance, someone in the school department can get laid off, collect, and then get called back. It seems like it's almost the best of both worlds, that you can keep your job and get something over the summer. I know that contractually, and you have to do that, you have to let people know by a certain date that they're being pink slipped, but it's an awful lot of money that goes out the door that way.
Yeah, on that, there is a system in place that's been in place for years where the superintendent's notice is worded in a way that many times if they are called back, they don't collect in the summer.
But if they've already collected...
Yep, but I mean, it depends. I don't know the specifics, but there may be two types of letters. One, you may be called back, then you don't collect, but if it looks like you won't, then you do.
Right.
It's so that if you got 35 people getting letters, maybe 15 of those may be able to collect, as you say. But they do have a control in place that limits it. Years ago, we used to have to pay. Everybody got the best of both worlds, but I think they've reduced that occurrence.
Okay. In health insurance, I know that's another negotiated thing with the, you know, we've gone to meetings and heard stories about the Group Insurance Commission and how certain towns, I think Athol mentioned, that they've saved between $700,000 and $900,000 just by moving their insurance around. Are we still investigating that? And I had asked this question the other night, and I didn't get the answer that I didn't get an answer that I understood. It had to do with Master Medical. Is there anything that says that the city of Fitchburg just will not offer Master Medical anymore?
Brian, you want?
If I may answer that, it is, Mass Medical is defined in some of the contracts that it has to be offered. We did have about 25% of the people move off of Mass Medical through this enrollment period, right around what we had anticipated. I did meet at the Treasurers Conference this past week. One of the seminars was with GIC, and they are more geared towards cities and towns that were not 75-25 like we are. They also have a lot of requirements. When I came back, I mentioned my staff, we might start getting ready just in case we do proceed down that avenue. We do talk to them, and we still do consider it. However, Blue Cross Blue Shield has kind of combat the GIC with the new products. Therefore, they don't want to get into it. And on Friday, the doctors have brought suit against GIC regarding how they're handling their cheer wells. So GIC has some issues at this point in time.
I noticed that at a meeting a couple of weeks ago. It's not going as well as they thought. But I still think that the state is going to try to, and the speaker has mentioned it, that he'd like every city in town to get on this plan. I wonder now if they're planning to go ahead with that or not. But with the Master Medical, I just find it surprising that that would be on certain contracts with no boundaries. I mean, they could go up outlandishly on their rate, and you're saying that the city would still have to pick up the tab?
That is correct, because it doesn't say Master Medical or equivalent. It says Master Medical.
You might want to do something in negotiations about that. Thank you.
Before I move on, the mayor has asked me to make this announcement a couple of times. We said earlier that Fitchburg residents should be aware that there is a water main break. It has been found near Oak Hill Road and River Street, and pressure is expected to be restored to the entire city by noontime, but residents of the Water Street area, West Fitchburg, and Cleghorn area are asked to reduce water usage until noontime, and there also may be some discoloration of water for 24 hours. Several homes and businesses throughout the city have been without water this morning, so if people are watching, just waking up, you'll have to shower tonight. Councilor Hay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Not a question for Dick, just a comment, I guess. I want everybody to pay attention that on page 68, the request is for $22,120,000.
If we go back to page 3 and you look at the chart under budget expenses of where your tax dollars go, employee benefits, $22,220,000 equals 22%. If you take all those departments, Human Services, Board of Health, Public Works, Fire, Police, Community Development, Finance Management, and City Management, both the dollar amount and the percentage is just about equal. Benefits cost us as much as it does for the personnel and the expenses to run all those departments. Everybody needs to understand that, and hopefully the mayor and the finance team can work on that so that we can make some separation there and in the long run save the city some money. But, you know, this page, it's one of those pages that we just sort of go over, and it's automatic, but everybody's got to see the significance of this page in this budget. Thank you.
Councilor Di Natale.
The voluntary move of employees to this lower cost plan in Blue Cross Blue Shield, is it also, can they also volunteer to go back into their old plan?
We have not removed Master Medical, so next enrollment period, Master Medical will be an option to them at this point in time unless it is negotiated.
So it's not, they can go back if they'd like to. So we're giving them that option.
That's correct.
I'd like to see the city give them no option. Just like
that and talking any future people out, but that would have to go through negotiations
Yes.
with them.
Because that's a luxury, that they get to choose all that stuff, because that's good to know, that's good to know, but that was my concern a long time when you mentioned it, because they can also opt back in, and then we're gonna get hit even more.
That's right. We
So-
think through the education of the new programs, that the benefits they have, hopefully will be good.
Thank you.
It is a negotiated item, however, and it is in the contract, so in order to make a change, there has to be some bargaining there. Councilor Caddy?
I'd just like to remind everybody that if you're unlucky enough to have a problem in your family, I don't think we should be, I'll get through this. If you're unlucky enough to have a medical problem in your family, I don't think we should be taking away this from those people. Thank you.
Councilor?
I totally agree with it. I totally agree. It takes one very bad illness to wipe a family out, and if they have an option and it is contracted and it's in a contract, I think we have to respect that. It is costing money for anybody who has had sickness in their family and has not been able to have the best insurance, they could lose their home. Thank you.
If I could just
Yes, Mayor.
point out, what we'd like to see is the "or equivalent" added, because Master Medical has stopped being offered in the private sector, because there are plans out there that are just as good or better, and they're cheaper, which means it saves the employee money and it saves the city money. It's just when you name something specific and time moves on and better products are developed, we want to have the flexibility to move towards that. So if we could, in our bargaining process, we're trying to do things like add the word "or equivalent." And that's one of the reasons why we've added plans to give people choice, because that's something that we can easily, we can easily get the support in time for this budget, is we'll give you the choice. We will show you and educate you about the plan that is equal or better and also more affordable.
Councilor Clark?
Mr. President, just to piggyback on a couple of things that were mentioned, the "and equivalent" is the way that we want to go. There are plenty of great programs out there. I got calls from people who work in a hospital, work for Health Alliance, and programs like Master Medical aren't offered to their employees, hospital employees. And yet, here the city of Fitchburg, I mean, their profits are going pretty good, and here the city of Fitchburg is offering all this kind of stuff. So I think the "and equivalent" is something to be negotiated, and I would hope that they would work hard on that. Thank you.
Mr. Auditor, let's go to 69, I'm sorry. Questions on page 69, miscellaneous expenses. May I lead off here and ask why the 100% increase in the Johnny Appleseed Center?
That account may run short. I'm trying to monitor it before the year ends, so it could be a little more than that. But mainly because of the water park, in anticipation of more activity, we're anticipating more revenue to be taken in. That was the reason.
We get billed as a percentage of our hotel fees, so it's an automatic equation. We did cut that last year, but because it is part of an equation, we'll probably fall short when we receive our assessment for that fund.
So is there some type of contract that we have with the Johnny Appleseed Center if we are getting that large billing?
I don't know if there's a written contract. I don't know if you know if there is, but there's...
I think it's more of a gentleman's agreement that we would give them 25% of the room tax collected. And that's what we've been doing every quarter when we get the quarterly bill. Right away, we do a check through Brian's office and we send them their share. So it's related to the revenue.
Seems very strange.
Mr. President?
Floundering financially, and we're paying 100% more. Councilor Hay.
Mr. President, we should be delighted that we're paying more. Okay? Because as that number goes up, the city's number goes up. Our take goes up on that room tax. Okay? We only give them 25%. We retain the other 75%. So if our number doubles, the number that we've collected in that room tax also doubles.
Yeah.
So that's a good thing.
It triples.
Triples, yes.
Triples?
That's a good thing for the city.
Pardon me. Councilor Joseph.
I guess I'll start at the first line for general insurance. Have we had a conversation with the insurance company based on the fact that maybe 80% of our fleet will be parked and secured overnight, that that number shouldn't stay the same?
We haven't, but I don't think I will raise that question with them. But the fleet that you're talking about is a fleet that we only have coverage for liability. We don't have collision on the smaller vehicles. So it's only for liability, but it could affect that. I will check with that.
And my other request on is for the last item, for the reserve for snow and ice to the mayor. If there is a plan to put $400,000 into a reserve for snow and ice, if that money could be put in the stabilization account and not in an account that says reserve for snow and ice. That way, if that money is not expended, it's where it belongs. And if the money is expended, we'll know where we can get it from. But for the time being, if you're going to classify that as money, classify that as stabilization money as opposed to snow and ice reserve money.
We can consider that. If it's not expended, it becomes free cash. My concern about putting things in stabilization funds is that we forget that it's set aside for expenses that we may expend, and we begin to spend those things down.
That's what we're hoping, that you'll forget, and it'll stay in the stabilization account.
I mean, forget and spend it on something else.
Yeah, and money will come from somewhere else, but if it's within the general fund, and it isn't under the 2/3 majority vote, then at the end of the year, you can say, well, I think I've underspent my fuel oil, and so I'll take it out of snow and ice because it's in there as a reserve account. But if you put it in stabilization, it's a little bit more, it's less attractive to go after because it takes more votes to get to.
Councilor Hay.
Yeah, I concur with Councilor Joseph. I think it's a good idea, and to follow up on that, if I could ask Mr. Saracen, the larger the number is in the stabilization account, does that help us with our bond ratings and our borrowing?
I would think it could. It's a positive. But when we talked to Moody's, they recently reviewed our rating. We did point out that we did set aside $400,000 in the reserve. So I think stabilization, it may be good to associate the stabilization to capital or multi-year issues, and maybe this is more of an annual, like a free cash. But I mean, you could do it either way.
I think it's something we should look at least and give some consideration to. Thank you.
Follow up on that, we do find money at the end of the year within different departments. We found $500,000 this year to finish the year off for snow and ice. So if that $500,000 is found elsewhere, that can stay in stabilization.
If I can comment on
Yes.
my intent for this line item for the long run, because this is for an average, there are some years that this means that we're spending about $730,000 on snow and ice. We certainly spent more than that this year, and then some years we spent less. So if we underspend this by $200,000, I'd actually like to see it $600,000 the next year. So what we're doing is we're basically contributing $400,000 as line item every year, and sometimes there's more and sometimes there's less. But the intent is to never have it be zero. So if we assume that there's an average of $800,000 a year, and one year it's $600,000, the next year we set aside that $400,000 plus the $200,000, because we might have over $1 million in snow and ice the following year.
Any further questions on page 69? Thank you, Mr. Saracen. We'll move to the Assessor's Division on pages 18, 19. Mr. Caputi, Mr. Wilson.
I want to pass out a correction corrected version of page 19. It's more of a clarification. It's not a numbers change, it's just a clarification of some of the language.
Thank you.
Tom, is this the only change, the one you marked?
No. If you see under General Fund, Assessors, Personal Services, the last 4 line items, it had Assessor written down.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
So it's actually it's clarifying that that's the head clerk's job, the regular clerk, the longevity, and the clothing.
Thank you.
Makes it look like I have a big staff of people in there, and we don't.
And the change in the percentage under the data collectors, the 6% is correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
6%?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm just going to give a brief overview. I'm not going to repeat everything that's on page 18. Our purpose and function in the assessor's office are that the assessors are the local administrators of the property tax. It's the assessor's responsibility to develop a reasonable and realistic assessment program to achieve full and fair cash value of all taxable property in order to maintain an equitable distribution of the tax burden, which will provide a sound base for fiscal planning and financial well-being of the city. We are staffed with 2 clerks, 1 head clerk that also serves as one of the assessors. The other clerk is a principal clerk, and the makeup of the board is myself as chairman and Ken Wilson as the 3rd assessor. Workload includes the administration, assessment administration, the annual valuation of property, and providing support to other city departments. So therefore, our budget is based on the assessment, administration, valuation of property, and support help to other departments. Our workload includes the administration of the abatement program, the annual evaluation of city property. It's not only a revaluation every 3 years now. The state mandates that we do an interim year adjustment, and we've actually been doing that for the past 15 years. And also includes the administration of the motor vehicle excise program, the updating of property record cards through ownership and deed transactions. So, have any questions?
Questions, councilors? Councilor Caddy.
Tom, current, I believe that city properties values are going down. How is this going to affect us this year?
The valuation of the property is going to go down, which means our taxable base is going to be less. We're still going to raise 2.5% more than we raised last year, which means that that's going to have an effect on the tax rate. So a reduction in value doesn't mean a reduction in taxes, because we're going to raise the same amount we raised last year, plus 2.5% more.
Thank you.
That increase in the 2.5% increase is going to be spread out over a lesser value, which means a higher tax rate.
Councilor Joseph?
The data collector, that's not a city per position, is that correct? Is that an outside contract
No, it's a part-time person that we hired.
with no benefits?
It's not, no benefits. He just gets an hourly salary. It's not a contracted position.
But and are they considered a city employee?
Oh, well, I don't know, Dick, is he?
The part-time? The city, he's on payroll, right?
He's on a city payroll, he doesn't collect any benefits, he
Right.
just gets an hourly rate.
Okay,
He
and
works
what-
less than 19 hours a week, so he's considered part-time.
I would just suggest, or as a suggestion, if there is somebody with the same expertise, because that's kind of like a real estate expertise that is within the city's employment, that is reducing a job or somehow making, going from full-time to part-time, or you're looking for a half clerk here in, one department or something, that person, if you could find somebody that has that expertise, could be offered that position to help them with their income so that it's not going to an outside person. It would help a current city employee.
Well, we actually have hired, we've had problems in the past hiring people that came from the real estate sector. They don't seem to work out. They want to work when real estate is slow, and they want to leave when things are going good. We've hired Jim Manette, who was a retired employee, and there was no need to train him. He had the proper training, and so far he's worked out. So far he's the best that we've had over the years. And we're only paying him an annual, a hourly wage.
And just a suggestion, if there's somebody that we're losing hours or losing money through this year that have that within, it's still within working age, I guess I'd ask them to offer them that position. Thank you.
Counselor Hay.
Yeah, just a question to follow up on that. I know you're saying that not getting any benefits, but with it being a retired city employee, will this add to the benefit costs for the city of Fitchburg to that employee?
No, he can only work a minimum amount of hours anyways. It's more like seasonal work.
Mm-hmm.
So he works when the weather's good, he doesn't work in the winter.
But this doesn't add to his time as an employee, how they calculate using time and...
No, he's completely retired, it's got nothing to do with the retirement or the pension system.
Thank you.
Councilor DiMartino.
Getting back to the question that was asked about our tax base, we have over 200 foreclosures in Fitchburg, I believe, at this point. And the problem I've asked many times in your office is how will that affect us? But it won't affect us basically because the 2.5 is going to cover, you're going to get the same money. How it affects people is their property values have gone down, and they're going to pay more because of other people's behavior around them. Am I correct?
That's possible, yes.
Yeah. And that's not fair, is it really? I mean, everyone here pays their taxes, we all do good, and now we're going to pay more because we have a problem with people who got loans that shouldn't have gotten, banks that shouldn't have given them. And now, if I came into you and I said, well, my house is not worth what it is, and I asked you for a reevaluation of my house. But think of many people thinking of doing that, what would happen at that point?
The adjustments that we make, we're always behind the market. So, for example, fiscal year 2008 values are based on calendar year 2006 values. That's when the market was strong. So you're looking at an assessment base that's based on a strong market in 2006, but you're looking at it in 2008, which you would think that those values should be lowered. Well, they'll be lowered next year based on 2007 sales.
Okay.
But the 2008 market is even worse. So people anticipate a big drop based on 2008, but we're looking at 2007. 2008 valuation won't show up until fiscal year 2010. And what creates a dilemma is, and I think I pointed this out the last time before the council, that we have two distinct markets now. We have a market that is still stabilized and getting fair market value for the property, and we have a foreclosure market, which is, there's a big gap in between the two markets. So it's a dilemma as to what market really indicates, what sales really indicate what the market really is.
Okay.
And where we land,
Nobody knows.
I haven't figured that out yet.
No, the reason I asked that question is that I'm asked that question a lot, and now that we're on television and people who are watching may understand it. Thank you very much.
Councilor Di Natale.
Thank you. The data collector's been increased by 20%.
But 6.
Data collector was increased by 6%.
Look at the new sheet,
Oh,
Marcus.
new sheet, I'm sorry, it's 6%. With the spending freeze, we've only spent $3,000 for the data collector so far out of,
The reason for the, because we went all last year without being able to find a data collector. That was, that met our qualifications and expectations. This new person didn't come on till April, so that's why you see the gap.
so we spent $2,000 in 1 month for that one person. We spent about $3,000 so far through April. So if he came on in April, that I'm looking at the status sheet from April.
Yeah,
So
we spent $3,700.
in just 1 month.
So but that's because he started working in, I forget, April or May.
Okay.
We went last year we had nothing, we turned it all back because we couldn't find anybody that,
And contracted services, $450 spent
contracted
against
services
$15,000.
is the personal property vendor that we use. We didn't sign the contract this year until about March, and he was unable to get here because of other contract obligations, so he didn't start until April.
Would $10,000 not be enough to fund that line item instead of 15?
I'm contracted for $12,000
Oh, okay,
just for the personal property vendor.
okay. Thank you.
Anyone else have questions for the assessor?
And incidentally, speaking of personal property, that's something that's one of the areas that not only Fitchburg, but all cities and towns don't aggressively pursue because there's not a lot of tax dollars there. But I think we need to be a little more aggressive in trying to get personal property because $12,000 is a minimum amount of money in regards to what that could return if we find businesses that aren't being taxed that should be taxed. But because it's such a small item, it's 4% of our tax base, we don't have the time to go out there and do that work because the majority of our value comes from real estate. So the return on that $12,000 is a lot greater in tax dollars.
Thank you, gentlemen. Councilors, we'll now move to Information Technology Division, page 22 through 24. Mr. Doheny, like to give us an opening statement and an overview of this new department. Please do so.
Hi, I'm Trevor Roney. I'm the acting IT manager for the city. I've been with the city for 9 years now. Creating this department was a recommendation of the Department of Revenue, and also, frankly, it's a long time coming. I think we're going to save a lot of money for the city and manage IT needs much better with a centralized department. So I guess we can cut right into the questions if you guys want to, unless you have something to say, Brian, or something to add.
No, I'm here because the IT, some of that budget comes through Munis, and some of the big ticket items came from mine, and also as overseer of the finance department, IT falls into this department. So Trevor will kind of pretty much fall under my realm of expertise.
And by the way, I'm a longtime listener, first-time caller, so take it easy on you guys.
I'd like to open it up. Mr. Bonilla, you indicated that you've been an employee of the city for 9 years. Could you give the council your qualifications to become head of this IT department?
Yeah, I guess so. I didn't really prepare with a resume, but I've been working for the city for 9 years. My background's in GIS and soil science, actually, but the geographic computer mapping was my background, so that's how I got into the city. I've been doing IT ever since I've been here. I've been taking on more responsibility every year with managing the servers and the network. I've done all the contracting and all the advanced planning for the network for the last 7 years now. So I think that's my qualifications. I mean, unless you want to ask more specific questions.
Councilor Hay.
Yeah, just I guess I'm not sure, Trevor or Brian. Brian, you mentioned that you're here because of the Munis component of it.
Combined with that, I'll oversee.
Right, the whole thing. Is Munis still separated out?
Munis is separated out. If you would turn to page 24 and you see down treasurer, data processing, that would pretty much be the Munis component in that section for the Munis contract.
So it's not separated out of this budget. It's just a separate process. There's going to be a couple of mission critical servers and databases that we're going to focus on. I mean, we're going to attack the entire issue, but Munis the Munis server does reside with the other servers in this building.
Okay.
So they're all together in under one account.
And who's responsible for the work done through the Munis system?
Ken Wilson has a stipend, and he pretty much oversees Munis. Obviously, I'm involved with Munis, but he pretty much does the managing of it. However, like any department, that is critical.
Where is that stipend in here?
I believe that's in the assessors.
Line 411.
In the assessors?
System.
No.
The stipend is in this budget.
Oh, okay.
The system administrator, 52.2. Just under the red line.
It says assessors in parentheses.
Oh, got it.
Yeah, we've kept all the department names. This was a consolidation of technology accounts. So what we did for the first year, to be clear with you guys, is we left the department that it came from so that you guys would know exactly where each line item was from.
Thank you.
Councilor Joseph.
If you were in your professional opinion, the technology has changed quite a bit over the last few years. Would you say the city's IT is in the 70s, the 90s, or in the 2000s? What level of sophistication do we have in the city when it comes to IT?
That's a good question. It depends on which part of technology you're looking at. I think that we've done an incredible job to keep up with our networking and our servers. We're up to date. We're up to date. Obviously, there's always something that needs to be changed. As far as telephones are concerned, we are behind the times. We're on an old analog, on old Centrix lines. They're expensive for the city, but without consolidating a department and putting all that money into one pool to make a fundamental change, there's no way to do it. Everybody in the last 8, 10, 15 years have been paying individually for their phone lines. I think we've done a great job keeping it running, but you can't make a change without having that money together under one pool. So that's basically what it is. The phones are out of date, horribly out of date in this building and all over the city. As far as our networking, our servers, I think we're in pretty good shape. A couple of our servers are getting to the end of their life, and we're going to have to address that in the next year or two. But I think that, we're not paying more than, I think, extended warranty on 2 or 3 servers out of the 8 or 9 we have.
That's kind of a hardware.
That's a hardware issue. Yeah, well, that's fundamentally, that's a lot of times a big cost, like PC cost. A lot of cities and communities or businesses replace 1/3 of their machines. Obviously, we don't have that flexibility. So we have some employees in this environment that are running Windows 98 machines still. Very few, but that's much more time. Since there's a lot more work that needs to be done to maintain that machine.
And with the contracts that we have with the cable companies, what role do they play in helping fund some of the things that this department needs?
That's a tough question. We're currently in negotiations with Verizon, Fios, but we're doing research now onto what part that plays with the city. I think there's a general feeling that it's for television, for cable television only. I haven't seen anything to tell me that for sure, but I want to be sensitive to that group. I'm sitting on that committee, on that negotiating committee. So I can bring you updates on that as it goes if I'm allowed to, but I think I wouldn't put a lot of weight on making money with that, from that avenue.
Our current provider?
From our current provider is Comcast, and we're under contract with them. The city got a one-time gift from them that we've managed, and what we've been doing with that money is building out our fiber network so that we won't have to pay monthly costs to T1s. So we're actually having fiber run in our conduits. It's the answer for our future networking because we can run voice over it, we can run phones, we can run video. It's the way to go. It's expensive though. So we've been very creative how we've contracted that work for the city. I think you guys will be really happy with how much we have for the price we paid in the last 2 or 3 years.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Hay?
One-time gift?
There was a one-time gift. I wasn't on that negotiation group, but it was through Comcast several years ago, and there was a gift given to the city of a certain amount of money.
Any idea what that amount of money was?
I believe it was $200,000.
And did that money go into general fund, or did the planning department assume that money?
Yeah, we assumed that money for technology, and we've been chipping away at it, buying technology needs.
Thank you.
Other questions, councilors?
Oh, by the way, I wasn't managing that account, so I can't speak on that. We're going to run into some problems like this. This is the first time I've been managing these accounts, so if I misspoke on that, I don't think I did, but I apologize if I did.
Not a problem.
Mr. Bonilla, the telephone bills for the city, 65% of those bills are police and fire. This may be somewhat of a loaded question, but do you anticipate that you're going to be able to bring that number down over the next year or two?
I'm going to have to. As you know, I think you guys noticed that every line item has been cut in this budget by at least 5%, or almost every line has been cut. I know for a fact the phone accounts that I've seen in the city and City Hall are already over, and then they've been cut by 5% for next year. So I'm anticipating that by consolidating that we can pay all the bills and still come out with a little money. I don't know for sure, but it's a serious concern on my part.
And if I may add to that, I mean, this is a serious challenge that I've put on Mr. Bonilla. The whole intent of creating this department is to find savings. Those savings have yet to be found because we have never had anybody in charge. And I'll just speak to where we are in terms of the IT management position. This is one of those positions that's currently in negotiations because it has to be bargained, so there's nothing definitive. But in terms of what Mr. Bonilla has been doing, he has not been in charge of anything. He was a GIS, MIS analyst, but he has actually voluntarily put himself in charge. We have not had anybody in charge and who has been actually now legally empowered to take on these things, take over these accounts. And they have been within the control of each department. So it's hard for a kind of a manager within a department to take control of all these accounts in many separate departments. So by consolidating it, I put a really huge challenge on him to figure out ways to reduce it, even before, we even created his position. So that's the intent. We don't have any solid answers, but this is going to be a huge priority over the next year. Another challenge that I do want to point out is we had 4 major people by default who have taken over IT components in the past, just because we haven't had anybody to go to. So usually go with who knows the most, because things break down, and then the last thing you want to do is hire somebody, a consultant from the outside who you're going to pay big dollars to, and then you don't exactly know what happened. Two of those four, one is within the police and one is within the fire department. Those two individuals are no longer going to be part of the city because due to retirement, and I don't know where Roger's going. I don't know if he's been laid off or so. We only have two out of the remaining four that have been in control of IT. So my strategy is with the two that we have remaining, they have been empowered through the creation of this division to control all of these accounts. So they're going to not only do the work of 4 people, but they're going to have to take on additional managerial roles and reduce the size of the IT expenses while updating at the same time. So this is really an enormous task for the city, and I ask for all of your support and your suggestions in terms of this budget and this task. And that I also would hope that as you look through this budget, that nothing is slashed anymore, because I am hoping and tasking Mr. Bonilla with further finding further savings in this, but he already has a big task before him, and we will have a better idea of where we are, because I mean, he's been acting in this role in addition to his previous role for, I believe, just a few weeks. So we should have a better idea come the end of this calendar year where we are, and we can provide a more comprehensive presentation to the council on a update of where IT is.
Following along those lines, Mayor, when are we going to see the internal, external advisory board that you referred to in your letter with the budget? How many people will be on that board? And how often will they meet? And basically, have you decided what their charge will be?
Because I don't have IT expertise, so the last thing I want to do is to charge a board with tasks that I don't even know exist yet. And I also don't know exactly what expertise we need to bring together. So we brought together about a dozen people who have volunteered their expertise. And I'll be honest, I mean, 15 minutes into the meeting and they're throwing around all these acronyms. I had no idea what they were talking about. But I did work with Mr. Bonilla with dividing up IT into 7 sections. One section's on telecommunications, one section on security, and so on and so forth. And one of those 7 sections was administration and implementation. One of the members of this, it's just currently a volunteer board, but one of those 7 sections is, what does this look like? So what does this tech team look like? How do they best serve as an advisory committee? And how do we best staff this tech department? So right now we are in the middle of having a lot of volunteers come together and help me figure out exactly what that means. So I don't know that yet.
Thank you. Councilor Clark.
Thank you, Mr. President. You guys touched upon it a little bit about contract negotiations with Verizon possibly coming in. I've mentioned this to the airport folks when they were here, and being a member of the Fitchburg Access TV Board of Directors, I mentioned it to them as well. But just to remember in these contract negotiations that we had Comcast in front of us a year and a half ago. We were looking for a small favor to have high-speed internet put down at the airport. I think that's something that is needed badly. I can't believe that our airport doesn't have high-speed internet. And they sat there and gave us, and this council, no cooperation at all. So hold that in the back of your mind.
Yes, sir, absolutely. In fact, the industrial park in West Fitchburg is in the same situation. It is the city's priority, if nothing else. And I want to, there's a lot of research I'm going to have to do on this committee to see what the city can have. But one for sure is that we have to have internet and cable access to every resident and every business in the city. We have to demand it through this contract. So that is absolutely a priority.
The airport is a matter of security.
It's absolutely a priority.
And we're talking about not a heck of a lot of money, and they sat there and said that they couldn't do anything, and
It's bad for business not to offer.
very uncooperative, and I will remember it until it gets fixed. Thanks.
Cheers.
Counselor Starr.
Thank you, Mr. President. Trevor, how much longer is that contract with Comcast?
I didn't sit on that. I don't have an answer for you. I can get that for you. I believe it's. Dick, do you know how long we have that contract for with Comcast?
No, I'm not sure. I think David Streb.
Yeah, it's several more years.
4 more years? I know that Verizon has been kicking around for a few years now the thought of fiber optics coming to the Twin City area, and it was going to begin first in Leominster and then be brought to Fitchburg. Then it got delayed. The contracts went down to Jersey. Now I guess they're coming back up here.
Yeah.
I think it would be very advantageous for us to follow through with that. I wasn't aware of the issues that Councilor Clark brought up. Obviously, we need all the help and support we can get from outside.
And we need to pay attention before they start climbing up the poles, because the cost in running fiber is in the man hours, not necessarily in the fiber itself. So we need to be studious and pay attention to the fact that if they're climbing up these poles to build out that fiber, we've already negotiated with them at that point. And we know exactly what they're doing. We need access to those poles also as a city.
I just think that, I mean, that's going to make things easier for residents also, because everybody will probably be able to follow through with one subscriber as opposed to 2 or 3, or depending on what they carry at home. One more, well, I guess I was going to add, as far as I'm looking at the copier leases and stuff like that, were some of the contracts with that, were they given like discounts right off the bat, and then there's gradual increases in regards to the lease of those machines?
I am just starting to take over the management of these contracts. It's been an issue for me for many years that I've been in the city, that there's so many copiers around and the leases are all independent. I don't know how we can fix that. I know the first step is to consolidate those accounts, and it's something we are going to be working on. We've just recently let one lease go upstairs on the 4th floor because there was another one close enough that they could share, and I think that'll be our policy in the next several years, is to try to reduce the number of copiers in the environment. But before I get my hands on it and get control of it, it's not sure. And I wanted to be, just clarify something. I've had oversight of technology purchases for under the last administration, actually, so the last several years, but there's been no authority I've given my opinion on whether it should be bought or not, but there was no authority to stop that purchase. So I think this is where things are going to fundamentally change in the next year.
Well, I guess you kind of answered my next question. Does it make sense to buy these copiers, or does it make sense to lease them?
That is something we're going to look at very closely in the next year.
Yeah, I mean, he's already helped us reduce 1 copier, and I'm tasking him with reducing 2 more this next year. But, I mean, we've run into this issue in the past where I remember in a different hat, we were looking at purchasing a copier where the return on investment would have been in about a little over 2 years. And then, you know, you could have had the copier a lot longer than that. So that's one of the things that I'm trying to instill with this department. Every department is looking at things that have a return on investment over a multi-year period. So, and those are things that will come up as a theme over and over again, is sometimes we may actually have to pay a little bit more this year, and I may be asking the council for a little bit more in expenses, but I would show that we would have a return on investment within, 2, 3, 4, 5 years, and that in the long run, the city would be better off.
So that's your an example of spending money to save money?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks,
Councilor Clark?
I'm all set.
You're all set, Councilor Tran.
Thank you, Mr. President. Trevor, do you have a timetable for the consolidation of the phone system?
We applied for a grant through Homeland Security to pay for a fundamental switch and the servers of the new, we want to go to voice over IP, not completely, some hybrid phone system. And we applied for a grant, and I think we might get it. If we do, that would pay for the fundamental change to the unit. We'll start that in a beta maybe 1 or 2 departments, and then what we'll do is we'll just buy phones to add to that equipment, but the equipment are already being expanded enough to handle the entire city. So that's what we're hoping to do. That's what we've been doing in the past 6 years under the planning department to try to keep up with technologies. We've been writing grants and receiving grants to do that.
Are you planning to do this hands-on?
I'm sorry?
Are you planning to do this hands-on?
Hands-on, yes, absolutely. And in fact, we've already talked to 3 or 4 phone companies. We've gotten quotes. They've expired since then, but we're ready to move on those quotes and have them reissued. We're hoping to have I would like to have these phones changed out by the end of this year. By the end of, the end of this next fiscal year.
Any of those quotes allow you to do a beta trial?
I'm sorry?
Any of those quotes allow you to do a beta trial?
Absolutely. Yes, it would.
Okay.
Absolutely. Yeah, we're not going to, and there's always going to be redundancy. There will always be analog lines coming into the building because of fire alarms. So we wouldn't go completely into a new system without having some redundancy in place. And we'll always have some analog lines and some digital lines as a backup.
It baffles me to know that each department has its own account. You know, that should be just one account, one telephone number to call,
Absolutely.
and then you get routed to all the departments.
It's amazing that we've been able to maintain it for this long, to be honest. It's really behind the times.
The city's website, is that still going to fall under planning or your department taking over?
I think it's going to be under this department. I think we're going to utilize the people who have been maintaining it. Dave's been an absolute asset to that webpage so far. We've had a redesign done now through the college that we'd like to implement at some time in the near future, but it hasn't been finalized yet, and there's a lot more data that needs to be added. The problem with our webpage, I think everybody knows, is it's not a beautiful webpage, but it's got a lot of content. So it's very difficult to move to a modern webpage.
And also a lot of the data are outdated.
On the city's webpage?
Yes.
Oh,
And need to be updated
Okay.
as well. That's another thing too. Why don't you guys, have you considered giving Leominster a call and see how they managed to manage their website so well?
Yeah, we've talked to several communities about web pages, and we've gotten samples of their pages, and we've utilized those.
If I may respond to that, the Treasurer's Office over in Leominster actually kind of runs their website and runs their IT information system. I have talked to him, and I have a meeting scheduled with him next week regarding that and several other issues. And they, I believe, were named the top website in the state. And I've talked to him about it when I first took over this job, when I saw him out in Amherst. And I talked to him again when I came back from the Treasurer's Conference this week regarding that issue. And I'd like to use the web page for tax collection. What council has brought it up, and we'll address that. And that's why it's nice to see the IT department fall into the finance area. And also, I'd just like to thank Ken Wilson, who does Munis. We'll need to correspond Munis with Trevor and get those guys together so we can get files and data out there, and so customers and people can look out there and see, do they have a tax bill, don't they have a tax bill? Because some people forget, the mail doesn't go through. So we'd like to use that as a resource for tax collection also.
Keep in mind, the creation of a web page is very expensive. We have no budget for that right now, so everything we've done in the past has always been on our time,
And to add on that, some of these things are really, really time consuming. So that's one of the 7 tasks for that volunteer team. Is looking at the website. And I actually have, and I haven't even updated you, Trevor, but because I just got the email late last night, 2 of our volunteers have put together a scope of work that they're willing to do. So we have all these great people who are saying, we'll do this piece. So one of the things that they're going to move forward with is putting out surveys and questionnaires to all the departments to help us do the inventory of everything that we want to do for our web page, and then recommend how that all is going to come together. And then on the physical piece side, we have a wonderful intern who just started a week ago, who is going around individually looking at how many telephones we have and laptops we have, and so all that inventory had never been done before in terms of the physical things that we have, and also the internet, online needs that we have. So those are being done right now.
I think last year when I spoke to Mayor Mazzarella, who told me that it cost his city, about $1,800 a year to have that website maintained and host.
That wasn't the cost of the creation, though. I'm sure they paid substantially more
So
for the...
that's something that we can find, and that's not a lot of money to provide the service that, the services to the residents of the city.
No, I agree completely.
Leominster also has the one-line phone call. If you dial in, you can go to any
Correct.
department from that one line.
Yes.
So not to compare us with them, but like I said, we're very fortunate that their treasurer department and their comptroller have been very accommodating regarding any questions I've had with them.
Good luck. Thank you.
Comment made by the mayor on telephones. I'm wondering, Trevor, could you provide this council with a listing of how many cell phones that the city has and is paying for by department? This question came up, I believe, last year, and we really never got an answer from anyone.
I am attempting to do that now.
If you could provide this council with that, we would appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Councilor Di Natale?
Back to the Comcast issue, because I wasn't aware of it like Councilor Starr, how much do we know did it cost for the airport, and what would it have cost for them to do the high-speed internet at the airport? I wasn't...
I think the
What were those
cost was
discussions?
$29,000.
So they're fighting us for $29,000?
That's correct.
I don't think they're fighting us at all. I think they're ignoring the situation, to be honest.
That's a drop in the bucket for that corporation. The computers, just curious, are they all, like the one that Brian uses, a DIG, all the major departments, are they all XP professional?
XP is our preferred operating system.
So our operating systems are up to date?
There's a couple of 2000s, and there's a couple of old 98 machines still floating around here and there, but very few. Majority is XP, and we're going to continue to stay on XP for the long term.
And do we have, this might be a capital issue again, but is there work plans in place to do some rolling replacements of computers throughout the city as time goes on, so we don't...
I would hope by the next budget year, you'll see a much different budget. It'll be an IT budget, and you'll see those exact line items. 10% of the computer is going to be replaced this year, that type of thing.
Okay.
This year, the first attempt is just to grab every technical budget from every department and start to figure out how they're maintained, what the contract... There's a lot of fixed cost in this budget. Cell phones. I couldn't tell you how many individual contracts we have in the city, but I can tell you there's several in single departments. So to consolidate all of that is going to be a huge undertaking, but it's going to make it a better budget.
How about Wi-Fi for City Hall?
We have Wi-Fi hotspots now at the library. We haven't gone wireless in this building. You need a firewall for that at every point. There's a lot of initial cost to that, but
It could be another capital issue, probably.
absolutely another grant or some funding line in the near future. It's not a problem. We just have to protect our data behind it.
Okay. Thank you.
We do that at the library, though. That's our hotspot.
Okay.
Councilor Joseph?
Not to belabor the high-speed issue, but we just got a $1,100,000 grant to help the infrastructure on the airport business center, which is right off of Airport Road, and I think we're looking for additional monies. We're going to build out that area into a business park. So I would hope in that whole infrastructure build-out that we could find, or Verizon would find it beneficial to provide that high speed further down the line with more people sharing it and bring it closer to the airport, or hopefully bring it into the airport, or at least build that into what we plan on doing to build the infrastructure to the airport business park, is to maintain a component there for the airport in that. So, future need with the build-out would be a guarantee that the airport gets high-speed internet access from that.
I would like to see the airport itself, the municipal building, on my network. So as part of this next contract, I'd like to have fiber run to that building for us, and then go through us for their internet and their access to the network. That obviously wouldn't include any business park, but I like to see every government building on the network.
And just to add to that, I believe the airport is investigating monies for a new terminal. I believe that would be at least 90% paid for by outside sources. I'm not sure what the city commitment would be. I think they're just initial discussions whether that would be possible as part of that project, that they could bring that technology in too.
Councilor Clark.
Thank you, Mr. President. Has there been any kind of outreach to Fitchburg State College as far as computer students up there who might want to create a website for Fitchburg or help out in the city's website for use of their own resume? I've seen some very professional things come out of that department up there from students, and they may be willing to help us out.
Yeah, Fitchburg State has partnered with us on several issues. In the last, actually, under the mayor's administration, we have a very good line of communication with them. They have actually built us a new webpage that we have to test it. We have to run it for a while as a beta site, and it's just the first several pages. A web page is much deeper than that, with every department having the same type of interface. So it's a lot of work. But Mayor, I think you could speak on this because you've been speaking to the school. But yes, we are partnering with them, and they are building us a web page. Good.
Yeah, we do have several professors who are assisting us with various components, and they have had things done as class projects. And the professors, I won't be specific, but they've had to fix some of those things because what comes out is not necessarily 100% perfect or usable. So we want to make sure that even though we include them, we want to make sure that we have a product that is befitting of a $120 million organization. We also have, Joe Turner has been extremely helpful, and he was, I know, really key in really getting the college's whole IT department to a next level. And he's one of those individuals that is helping us and advising us on how to create a administrative structure in the city, because that's what he's directly responsible for at the college. So from a number of standpoints, the college has been very helpful.
And I hope that, I mentioned this when the schools were here the other night, that where the city and the schools are in conjunction with how they handle IT in the city.
Absolutely. We've been assisting the schools for several years now, but it's always been just communication. They're starting to ramp up on their technology, which they were pretty far behind. And I think this year we were focusing on the government buildings. I think next year we'll start working more closely with the schools also. So I think that's our long-term plan in the next several years.
Thank you, Trevor.
Cheers.
Trevor, I have a couple of a comment and a question. When we look at this budget submitted for this proposed department, and this probably is a no-no, but there is no provision in here for somebody to do a secretary devoted to the IT department. If there's no secretary there, has there been any resolution as to who's going to do the billing, who's going to answer the telephones, et cetera? You know, how are we going to process these things?
I'm going to rely on help from my friends.
It looks that way, and you know, we've had a couple of other city departments over the years who have been sharing resources, and we're paying high-priced executives to answer the telephones. And I don't think that's the high-priced executive's job.
I think Brian will answer this question.
Brian?
I'm changing kind of pretty much how my staff does, depending how the budget session goes. And we support a lot of departments in the city. When I do my presentation, I can mention the departments there. But IT falling under finance, I will definitely use my resources in my department and accommodate the payroll, the clerical positions, and some of the information billing and processing of the AP vouchers and stuff for IT until he can get a good grasp of really what he has in his department. Because there's a new structure.
And keep in mind, Counselor, that there's no cost here for travel cost or training cost or anything else.
I understand.
It's a brand new department, and there was no money at the time. It was just taking existing technology, line items out of other departments. So it's going to be some growing pains in this department in the next year, as you can see.
If I may continue with that,
yes.
Also certification costs to get certified in different areas of servers and networking would be a vital part of that department. We will do our best to see how we can accommodate that to make sure he is up to date in that department. Because as the mayor said, we have $120 million organization, and we should have that bestowed and have that appearance.
Don't get me wrong, these questions or suggestions or comments that I've made, I'm 100% in support of the creation of this type of a department. It's long overdue for the city, and we will support you any way we can.
Thank you.
Other questions from councilors? Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Purchasing, please. Pages 25 and 26. Good morning, Ms. Wilson. Thank you for patiently sitting in the back and listening to all these discussions. Could we just have you give an overview, and then councilors may have some questions, I'm sure.
I tried to keep my mission statement and the functions general, but we do get into more specialized areas. But in general, the overall mission is to support all city divisions by obtaining products, services, and construction and professional consultants that they use in their daily activities. And we try to get them at the best value and follow the parameters of the public procurement statutes and local ordinance, which sometimes can be a challenge. I employ professional procurement practices to ensure taxpayer money is spent wisely and in a cost-effective manner. My division also includes a city print shop, which has just undergone a type of a revision with a new person starting approximately 2 years ago. She produces professional quality printed materials in a cost-effective manner for use by all city divisions. As far as functions, we facilitate and manage municipal procurement activities for the city in a centralized environment, and we procure goods and services utilized by each division in their daily activities. In addition to goods and services, we acquire professional design services and specialty consultants, and we contract for public construction projects, public works and building construction, building maintenance and repair. I develop bid specifications, evaluation criteria, contract terms and conditions, and that's to promote open competition and maximum cost savings. I also negotiate the city's regulated utility contracts, and at that point I'd just like to stop and maybe mention a few things about the FY08 accomplishments and my 09 budget priorities. As far as utilities are concerned, when deregulation came into place in 02, the city had the option to stay with Mass Electric and Unitil or go to a third-party system. And I investigated purchasing utilities, the regulated utilities, which is gas and electricity, through the third-party system. And it seemed that we could get a tremendous benefit by using this system. I talked to a few other communities, wanted to see what the feel was for what other places were doing, and settled on working with HEFA Power Options, which is a nonprofit that's set up specifically to help cities, towns, and the state college system and hospitals procure electricity and natural gas. So we settled into the first contract with them. We got some excellent rates. We were off default from the local utility. That was a short-term contract. It was kind of a trial basis. It lasted approximately 2 years. And the last contract I negotiated for electricity was a 5-year contract. We're locked in until 2011. We have a fixed price. There's no penalties. There's virtually no risk for us. We just enjoy a cost savings. And to date, the total savings on the electricity contract alone is just shy of $1 million, which is which I think is very good. On the gas side, the first contract that I negotiated, we got a flat rate for all the departments. It was a blended rate, and it included transportation and the commodity. It was a very good rate, and that contract has been in effect for 3 years. It ends this October. I don't know if we're going to be able to enjoy the cost savings we have with this contract. I think we're going to see some pretty hefty increases because of what the market's doing. But I was able to lock in the transportation costs for the city, which brings the gas from the Henry Hub to the city gate. So that's locked for 3 years. We don't have to worry about renegotiating that. We'll never see a cost increase on that. The commodity for the upcoming year, I'm pretty concerned about because of what's been happening in the market. I think we may be paying at least 30% more, possibly even more, for natural gas in the future, even though we are in a position to gain some cost savings by locking in for long term. I did lock in for the 09, 10, and 10 and 11 contract years, so we do have some protection against inflation there. But the contract that ends this fall is the one that may cause us a considerable expense. Fuel is another area I've been looking at. Over the course of the past probably 10 years, I've done a fixed price contract for the city, and we've always made out very well. We've gotten some excellent prices from both local and companies out of the area for number 2 and number 4 fuel. Again, this year, because of what's happening in the market, I think that we're going to see some pretty significant increases in the fuel market too. Right now, we pay $2.49 a gallon for oil, and that's a delivered price. And the posted NYMEX price is in the high 380s now, and that doesn't include any of the delivery companies' associated costs or anything. So I'm going to try my best to get a good price for the city. I don't know how successful I'll be this time, but I'm looking at different options as far as how we can bid fuel oil, maybe do some short-term contracts in case the price fluctuates and does drop down. I don't want to lock into anything long-term if I can avoid it as far as fuel is concerned. Anybody have any questions about utilities?
Questions, councilors? Councilor Di Natale.
Last year, the then Board of Health Director was speaking about renegotiating the contract for waste management, and I remember him saying something about either we could go out and rebid or we can just renew the current contract. And by not renewing the contract and going out to rebid, we lost $150,000. Is that accurate, or?
No, that contract was it was in its last year. It was a 5-year contract, and we can't exceed a 5-year limit, and there's no provision to renegotiate. It would have to be a bid. We couldn't extend it beyond that 5-year term, so I'm not sure what.
I'm just curious to know what occurred, because I remember specifically, I forget what counselor, but they said at the budget meeting that the department head wanted to do it this way, and the mayor wanted to do it another way, and it cost the city money by not listening to the department head. I don't know if anybody here knows what I'm talking about, but I think it was Councilor Joseph that I remember saying that the Board of Health Director, by not following his advice, that cost the city $150,000 on our contract. And for you, Mr. President, to Councilor Joe,
I remember the conversation, but that wasn't my question. I remember all of that conversation, and I know, but I don't know the specifics of it, and Mr. Jerzyk is on now, so I don't know what his take on what he could have done and what he should have done and what happened was, but it's all speculation at this point.
He had asked me to bid it for 5 years, which I did. Now, maybe he was reconsidering, maybe he wanted to rebid it. I'm not sure, but he never asked
Okay, I
me to rebid it for him.
thought I recalled listening to that last year's meetings, that we lost out on some money by doing it a certain way that, I thought it was there were two options. When the contract was up, we either rebid or we renew. That's not accurate?
There was no renewal provision.
Okay.
We had reached the max at that point.
Stand corrected then. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions for Ms. Wilson? Councilor Tran.
Mr. President, there's an 86% increase in your travel and meetings line item.
That includes additional money that I'll need to get my recertification from the state. In order to get recertified, I have to take some classes sponsored by the IG and the AG. And the average cost is about $500 to $600 a class. And I'll probably have to take at least 2. There's some other resources that I can tap that may not charge for seminars, but I put that in my budget because of the recertification.
Okay, I'm just curious because the city council account doesn't have a penny in travel and expense line item. And I know that city councilors need to attend meetings in Boston and elsewhere in order to get informed about issues that are going on in the Commonwealth. So that surprises me. Thank you.
It's not so much an actual travel expense, it's a seminar meetings. But they are IG seminars, and there's a cost associated with them.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Di Natale.
Just another question. The printing supplies are being eliminated? We're keeping the printer, but we're not doing printing supplies. Am I assuming that the revenue that she takes in for her service, we're going to use that money to buy supplies and not have a separate line item account? So that's not, when I first looked at that, she's not going to have money to buy supplies.
Right, she starts out at a zero balance, and as she does jobs and charges for them, the stock and the materials are charged to the person she does the job for, so
So
there's
it's
no appropriated money involved.
Self-sustaining then. Whatever she takes in, that's what there's no separate account. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Anyone else? Thank you very much. Councilor Bovee, sorry.
Yes, Ms. Wilson, do you know if we have, well, I'm sure you do know, what kind of a contract we have with our present supplier of gasoline and diesel fuel? Are we getting a bulk rate or?
We don't get a bulk rate. There's a formula in the contract where I'll just keep it simple. There is a formula, and we can pay one of two ways. The formula-based price, which takes into account what they pay for the fuel when it's delivered, and then a variable that includes their profit and overhead, or the pump price, whichever is cheaper. Right now, they're equal. There's no discount available right now.
We're not getting any discount for the hundreds of gallons of fuel we purchase each month?
No. And that's the way it was bid. That's the way it was, the company bid it.
Seems to me if we're buying in such large quantities, there should be a discount of some sort.
Right, well, when that contract went into effect, the prices historically were a lot lower, so we weren't paying pump price. It's just we're nearing the end of the contract, and because of what's happened with the fuel market, the prices have leveled out and they're equal. But I'm going to look at options, so then when I rebid it again, we'll see if there's anything else that can be done maybe we could get a volume discount by department. I'm not quite sure how to structure it yet, but it's something I'm going to look into.
Well, I'm sure we're spending an exorbitant amount of money for fuel. I do know that like everyone else, the price of fuel is high, but if where we are spending so much and using so much fuel, there should be a discount, regardless of how old the contract is. Perhaps we ought to look into that.
Yes, it's a long-term contract, and prices, these types of prices weren't issued when that contract went out to bid, so that's one that needs restructuring.
So if I'm not mistaken, we're paying the same price as the pump price. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
That doesn't make any sense.
But see, sometimes that's what happens when you go into a long-term contract. You try and project out the best way to handle it over a long term. And in the beginning, it worked out really well. But there was no way to predict what was going to happen to the market and address those concerns in say, the 4th and 5th year of the contract. But now that it's happened, when a new contract is done, we can take those things into consideration and revamp the structure.
Well, regardless of how high the price of fuel goes up, a percentage is still a percentage.
Mm-hmm.
And we really ought to reopen those negotiations and find out if we can get a percentage discount for the amount of fuel we actually use. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming in.
Okay, thank you.
Treasurer and Collectors Division, an encore by Mr. Doheny, and that's on page 27, 28, and 29.
Thank you, councilors. I'd like to start with a little overview of my department. My name is Brian Doheny. I'm the treasurer collector of the city of Fitchburg. I have a staff of 9 people under me. They're comprised of, I have 1 assistant treasurer, I have 1 principal clerk stenographer, I have 1 payroll benefits manager, I have 1 workers' comp analyst, I have 3 principal clerks, I have 1 parking control supervisor, and I have 1 parking control officer. The functions of the treasurer's office, we receive and disperse the city's funds, negotiate borrowings, investments, and act as custodian of the city of Fitchburg as prescribed by the Commonwealth of Massachusetts and by the charter and ordinances of the city of Fitchburg. The collector's office is responsible for issuance of real estate and personal property taxes and the collection of that money. We also collect bills for excise, water, sewer, and also we handle the new ordinance requiring certificates of compliance for any of the licenses and fees that someone wants in the city. Along with that, we also handle quite a lot. I'll go through a few other things here. Obviously, tax title, making of agreements with delinquent taxpayers. We handle the payroll, benefits, health insurance. We also, under the Treasurer's Department, we control parking, the garages, the meters, and the collection of receipts for such. We also handle them and monitor and oversee the trust funds of the city of Fitchburg, those outside of the library trust funds. And that's pretty much an overview without getting into too much detail. And if there are any questions regarding my budget.
Councilor Di Natale.
Thank you. First, a comment on the parking control officer.
Sure.
He does a fantastic job, and I've learned that very quickly living on Main Street.
Thank you. I'll pass it on to him, and I tell him quite often.
Yeah, it's like he's a phantom. He's not there one minute, and then he's there the next. Parked my car out front for 5 minutes, went upstairs to put my groceries away, come back, the ticket's there, and I thought I could have. Wow.
Yes,
he's
once in a while I'll ask him to drive the truck, and he goes, "No, I'd rather walk. Doesn't matter if it's rain or shine." And
it's like he's
snow.
hiding somewhere and he's waiting. But postage, how often? Now we do quarterly billing for the taxes. Is it the last quarter of the last month of the quarter?
We do 2 annual bills for postage. They'll send the preliminary out in end of June, and we'll send out the other one at the end of December. That's just for real estate. We also send out personal property Motor vehicle, we handle outside. However, water bills are processed through us. Every department postage comes through our department. Down the road, what I'd like to do is have on the postage machine, it's set up where I can put individual department codes in it. So the department can come in, they can punch in their code, that's their postage. Therefore, we can see who's using what postage and get a better handling of it. Also regarding postage, it is a reval year, as the assessor mentioned, so he'll be sending out an additional mailings to every parcel in the city. And also, I'd like to implement better collection procedures with informing taxpayers prior to the notice of advertising that they are behind in their taxes and to get in here and pay us the bills, kind of a complimentary letter.
Well, there are several accounts that I was zeroing in on that have big increases, as you stated, for a reason earlier. But, you know, postage, we've spent 60% through April, so we're 40% under right now. Do we have any major, significant... I kind of think that postage is not set in stone. We don't know how much we're going to spend of that every year. So are we going to spend 40%? Are we going to spend another $50,000+ in the last 2 months of the year?
Sure. Well, let me comment on last year's budget allotments. I obviously wasn't here at the time. I didn't allot the balances that were there. I believe they probably took a nice conservative approach there. However, moving forward, postage has gone up, and postage could continue to go up. And like I said, the reval through the assessor's office is probably going to add, you know, $10,000, $15,000 to that postage amount. And like I mentioned a minute ago, I really don't have control over every department on what they're sending out. Basically, they bring it to my office, they put it in the box, and we mail it. So I tend to have a little, hopefully there's enough in there to cover, because I cover the clerk's office when she does her mailings and things of that nature.
And office supplies this year was $10,000. Through April, we've spent 45%, and you're getting $99,000 more next year.
That's correct. In my office, if you happen to come into my office, you'll notice there's a lot of piles, paper, there's a lot of documentation. I'm required by law to keep a fair amount of documentation, so I need to get some filing cabinets, get some secured issues in there. There's a big thing out there with ID theft. Payroll is in my office. The mailroom is in my office. I have to have better security for those types of files. Obviously, I'm bringing it out now, but I believe if there's ID theft, the city could be liable for triple damages. You could talk to Mike Scioto with that. And therefore, I think a little bit of security with locked filing cabinets and whatnot could prevent that. And there is, some of it is timing differences. I have 4 printers, a copier, and it could be the toners haven't been filled, and they'll be due up in July when they run out, and it costs about $1,200 to fill toners on one of my printers. So some of that is timing, but like I said, there's a lot of storage requirements, and obviously I'm going to notify more taxpayers, so therefore I'm going to try to send out more letters, more envelopes, more correspondence. One other thing is I'm planning, if all goes well, to bring some of our outside services in-house, which would obviously create more office supplies. There is, the treasurers have recommended to the state that the $5 demand, which the state sets that rate, be increased. The state, right now, it needs to, I believe, pass through one more department, and it would allow treasurers and collectors to move that up to $30 a demand. Therefore, right now, we outsource that demand service, but at $30 a demand, we send out $1,800 demands for real estate alone, which is $9,000 now, which would bring that to about $54,000 next year. That's possible money that could come to the city of Fitchburg.
I guess my concern with all these line items, as it's been with every other department, is that we have a spending freeze, and we're significantly underrunning a lot of these accounts, and then next year's budget calls for increases beyond what we're given this year. And, you know, office supplies, $19,000, parking, building supplies, parking equipment and repair. These are some accounts that we haven't broached the 50% barrier, and we're either level funding or giving more. It's hard for me not to touch any of these.
Okay, if I may?
Yeah, yes.
I'm, by nature, I'm pretty much a cash flow guy. Therefore, I like to hold my cash as long as I can, and at the end of the year, expense what cash I can. This year, we had a spending freeze on partway through the year. Also, it wasn't my budget, so I took a conservative approach, saying there must be something out there at the end. There must be something out there at the end. So I kind of reserved any spending, and my staff, and actually Dick Saracen could mention that. I really don't spend much money if I don't have to. And that's the approach I took. So we got to the end of the year. There's a spending freeze on. I couldn't buy, or didn't choose to buy, the things I feel are needed for that office. However, I need to operate like a $100 million company. People have to come in my office and not see files on the floor, files on the walls that are in disarray. And my big security issue is ID theft regarding all the payroll records we have, 20 years probably. And I need to lock and secure those up. The vaults we have no longer will hold any of the documentation we have. We actually have 3 vaults that we use to store our files in, and there isn't room in any of them.
And my last question is on certification costs under the debt service.
That is,
Well, my question is, again, we've spent $10,000 this year so far through April out of 50, 20%, and we're level funding. So
Sure.
My first question is, aside from the hiring freeze, I mean, I'm also looking at we're surviving the year with the hiring freeze without spending this money. So my logic is, can we do it again next year? Because it can't be that detrimental if we're surviving this year. I mean, 10,000 out of 50 and we're giving 50. Why not 30? Why not 25?
Sure. Well, the certification cost, we just did an issue to ban for a bond issuance for $8 million. We're going to take those expenses this year. So you're going to see that hit.
Okay.
I believe it's pretty much going to absorb almost all of that money.
Okay.
And therefore, we leave that certification cost moving forward to handle the same type of issues. Also with, short-term interest. That's the other issue that we've pulled from this year because I was very conservative in my approach. And we only borrowed once. We borrowed 3 times last year. But however, moving forward, rates could change in that issue. So I take a pretty much conservative approach.
But we are going to
regarding
spend that 50,000 on
that.
certification.
I believe we'll spend pretty close to that $50,000. I know there's at least one bill for $17,000. I know there's another bill to follow with that.
Yeah, that's all I want to know. Thank you.
Okay. You're welcome. I just want to make one note. You did mention some of the parking supplies and whatnot. The parking supplies, they're offset by, if you look at the less parking meter receipts, that 138. So basically, that's a wash account. As Mike and Sean go out and create garage revenue or parking ticket revenue, that offsets their expenses. And that's how that's handled. The council actually does an appropriation to fund those line items from the revenue.
Why do we have a parking control supervisor and not just have 2 parking control officers?
Sure. Well, because the hierarchy, how it works, the parking control supervisor, he manages the garages and oversees the lots, the garages, to make sure they are maintained. My parking control officer really stricts to Main Street tickets, parking garage tickets, and that's what he does.
And what happens when he goes on vacation or he's sick or something? Does the supervisor go out and ticket? Or
Yes, he does.
Okay.
And if worst case scenario, and I have written tickets in the Main Street lot, I have the authority to write tickets also. So we make sure everything is pretty much good. So
Well, we're being well served by the parking officer. I can
Yeah.
attest to that. Thank you.
you're welcome.
Counselor Hay.
Thank you. Following up on one item there, Brian, on the postage,
Yes.
are we looking at, and this would be, I guess, in conjunction with Trevor and the IT, of billing through the internet? And would there be costs saved there with postage and handling and all of that? People may need to do it voluntarily.
Sure.
But I don't know if there's a process where the city could save some money in doing that.
But right now with the big banks and whatnot, we actually notify them electronically of the tax outstanding bills, which saves in that aspect. I'm not sure if we'd be able to do it with the residents. I don't know of any other treasurers that are handling that way. But obviously, with internet moving forward, and as long as we can maintain a secure environment, that wouldn't be bad. Like I mentioned, ID theft is a real touchy subject. If you have a person's name and address and any type of account number, account information, driver's license number, social security number, obviously, it could be a breach of their ID.
Okay.
And so we're very cautious regarding that issue.
Just something I wanted to see if people think about.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Joseph?
Now, I just wanted to say, now that you know that he has the authority to issue parking tickets, he's probably the one watching your apartment. In the past, when we get to this portion of the parking garage and how we match the parking garage's revenues to the parking garage's spending, it always has been, you know, you can't touch the parking garage's money for revenues because we always just expend that back into our costs for the parking garage. But yet they never match. There's always less money that's spent on maintaining the parking garages than there is to revenue coming in from the parking or the tickets and things like that. Is there a possible way of helping to fund the facilities manager that we're looking for in this budget through the parking garage revenue, and that person somehow being overlooking the parking garages so that you save out of your department?
We could talk about that and consider that. However, if, like, for instance, parking telephone wasn't removed, that telephone wasn't removed to the other IT departments because it is used to offset those, similar to how they offset with grants and that nature. Obviously, my first year, I tend not to want to try to fund an outside person outside of what we already have at this point in time because, for instance, Fidelity Bank is no longer here. They used to handle a lot of spots out here. So therefore, that revenue is gone. I'd be afraid of maybe, you know, one of the industries that do use a lot of garage space getting in trouble and therefore not having that revenue. So I kind of used to use the revenue that we have maintained currently just to offset the expenses that we currently have.
Again, it just always appears that your revenues exceed your costs, and magically those formulas have to equal zero or something, but where the city is in need of a facilities manager, and that facilities manager can help with your facility as well, because we know that we have not enough parking in the downtown area for the expansions that are being done to the Bank North building and possibly Pritchard Street and other developments that are within the city, that there should be also a need in your area to have some facilities management done. So I just think that there's a win-win situation if you can help that situation.
Sure.
Thank you.
Councilor Solomito?
Mr. Donahue, thank you very much. An issue or a question I'd like to ask is about the parking control supervisor and the officer and the expenses. And Councilor Caddy and myself have just been going over some figures. And if they're accurate, it appears, and I'm guessing that the supervisor and the control officer are both full-time city employees. Correct?
Yes, they are.
Elected benefits.
Yes, they are.
And there was an item in your budget that has clothing allowance. Fair to say that they're uniformed officers, correct?
They,
At least one of them
union
is.
contractor, they get clothing allowances, and they do wear uniforms for us.
Right, and that's fine. The expenses, from what we can figure out, are roughly $190,995, and that includes all the parking fees of the telephone equipment, supplies, utilities, contract services, and the two payroll plus their plus their uniform, not including the benefits of health insurance and all that. Comes out to roughly $190,000 to $191,000. If the income that you have on the bottom of each section is $138,000 and the $71,745, those are two separate incomes, correct?
Correct. I can define what, on the top portion, that the $71,000.
Yes.
That's comprised of the $3,000 overtime. The
Excuse me,
1,000.
what, excuse me,
It's made up of 4 items. Okay, that's made up of the $3,000 for overtime,
Yes,
the $1,250 clothing allowance,
yes,
and then the parking control supervisor's salary of $39,829,
yes.
and the car control officer of is it 686 or 666?
Yes.
Copy. And that equals the 71,745. And down the bottom, it's comprised of if parking fines, collections, and supplies for $10,000. And then it's comprised, if you start at automobile at $4,500 even, and go all the way down continuously to the $20,000 snow and ice removal, all those items in between are included, and that equals the $138,000.
So the income from the parking, we had it originally at 209,000, but it's actually about roughly 130,000. It's the 138,000, correct?
No, it has to be the 71,000 plus the 138.
All right, that's what you bring in for income, 71,745 plus
That's
the
what
138.
we have to bring in for income to meet their expenses.
Right. So you bring in 138,000 plus 71,745, roughly $209,000. The expenses come out to minimum $191,000 if you add up their two salaries and all the expenses of the parking, the utilities, the building, the equipment, the telephone, snow and ice, and parking fine, collection supplies of
Now,
$10,000.
those two numbers actually equal. They actually balance down to zero. The expenses and the revenues would equal zero. There's the four items at the top equaling 71,745.
Right.
And then there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 1, 2, 6, 7. 8 items at the bottom. Sorry, on the bottom, there's one item which isn't included, is bank service charges. It actually has the numerical sequence is out of order. That $10,000 shouldn't be in there. That's actually an additional line item we added this year because it used to go through data processing, but it was such a large item, I wanted to classify it as a separate line item this year.
Right.
But if you look at the bottom, it'll come to $138,000. If you take the $10,000 for parking fines, $4,500, and then the $14,000, $70,000, $8,000, $10,000, $1,500, $20,000.
That's expenses?
That's expenses. It equals, the line item at the bottom, less the receipts, that's the revenue. So the revenue from those equals the expenses. We don't have any additional expenses for parking. It equals the revenue.
Is there a profit?
It's possible.
It's a restricted fund, and the money has to be appropriated from that fund. Last year, there was $56,000 that was remaining in the account, and that carries over, and it has to be appropriated by the mayor and the council. So you cannot utilize the money unless it's in the account either. It isn't money you project that you're going to bring in during the year. It's got to be in hand before it's appropriated.
I guess my question is, does the parking bring in a revenue over the expenses?
Not in, this is self-sustaining. It's got to be related to the expenses. However, they do bring in parking fines and fees that are parking fines. That does go in the general fund. And that is a line item that has gone up through their enforcement.
Right. I guess my question, bottom line, is, does the parking with all the expenses make a profit, including the money it brings in and the parking fines?
It does with the parking fines.
How much would you estimate? And I know that it's a
Well,
tough
I can
question.
tell you what we brought in parking fines in 10 months. We brought in $270,000 this year in parking fines through April.
Right.
That's you could call that profit. Now, Brian made a good point earlier that, you know, you may have 50,000 that's sitting. We got 50,000, and we may not need it to cover these two appropriations, but those monies will carry on. And if we only bring in less money because there's less utilization of the garages and the rents, then that will help sustain the funds needed in future years to cover these expenses.
I guess a follow-up is, it appears as though we make money off fines, and that's fine because the city can bring in the money. But in a way, is it not hurting businesses on Main Street? I mean, I've talked to many businesses, people in my profession, who just will not go near Main Street because their clients get a tag. And I know that's not your fault, but are we hurting Main Street with the alternative of trying to bring in parking fines?
I don't believe so. I mean, if you remove the meters, the business people will park in those spaces. If you look at Leominster, they just had free parking. They wrote after 3 weeks of trying it that, look, the employees are parking in the spaces, so we're going to extend it out and try to get the employees to move. We'd have the same situation here, because it'd be cheaper to park on the street than park in the garage. So our garage rates are actually cheaper than if you stayed at a meter all day. So technically, the employees who are here all day should be in the garages to leave all those open spaces up for their customers.
And if I could just move beyond that, that's something that is going to require further study, and that's something that we are looking at, because as you pointed out, it's not just dollars and cents about expenses and revenue, it's about the impact on private citizens, which you may never see embodied in this budget. So we are and have been looking at that. We've looked at a number of different studies, but we don't want to just move towards a different system just because we may find one benefit, because we want to make sure if it's hurting us in another area, we want to make sure there's a net benefit. So we are looking at that very closely. And second, I just want to point out that the $10,000 was inadvertently added into the 138. It should be 128. So we are going to have to add into a supplemental budget an additional $10,000.
I believe if you take the parking fines and collection fees, I think that's the 10,000 that's off. If you go up a couple line items, up to account 545420.
All right, so it is 138.
So it is in there, it's 138.
So I guess I'm asking, and I'm very happy to hear that the mayor is going to have it evaluated. Is it potentially hurting Main Street in what they're trying to do to Main Street? And I know that Mrs. DiGeronimo has been terrific of trying to bring it back and increase it. But if $270,000 of parking fines have come in, we can kind of estimate that some of those people aren't going to come back to Main Street. If it's going to cost them $25 or $30 or $35, they're not going to come back to Main Street. And tomorrow, next month, or ever. Are we hurting ourselves more in the long run? But I'm glad they're going to do an evaluation.
Just for instance, a meter violation is $10. And I mean, we see them all day long. I have looked at other cities out there. The mayor, we had talked about it, and we actually had a book on it, and we had kind of gone through. And a lot of bigger cities were actually moving towards more meters because the people were just parking there all day, and people saying, you're hurting business because my guys can't park here. So I think one of them was Savannah, Georgia, which is one of the cities I picked up, and they started their meters, I think, in 96 or something like that, and I did a review of how come they started them and why did they enforce them, and that was it, and it actually benefited their city by going to meters.
We're looking at it from every angle.
Okay, all right, thank you. All right, thank you very much.
Councilor Di Natale.
Two questions. First, on the one that Council Santamino was talking about. I understand that we pay for our expenses with the $71,000 in personal services and the $138,000 that we get for meter receipts. Those two items don't include the fines, correct? Those revenue streams don't include the fines?
They don't include the fines.
So we make $270,000 in fines, potentially $300,000 because we got 2 months left. I guess the simple question is, that $300,000 we take in parking fines, that's purely profit that we collect as revenue? I mean, it's not going to pay any expenses.
Correct, but it'll stay in that fund for future anticipated expenses.
Stay in what fund?
Correct.
The parking fines are a general fund receipt. Okay, it's in our projections, and the revenues from the garage rental and coin meters, that stays in the fund that we use for these appropriations.
Okay, so that's a yearly stream of revenue that doesn't offset any expenses in the budget. In total, it does, but it's not paying for anything in this budget.
Right, indirectly, it could be, but basically, it is a general fund receipt, the parking fines.
Okay, and my only other question is on the short-term debt interest.
Okay.
We transferred recently $170,000 from that account. How detrimental would it be if that were 400 instead of 500,000?
As I mentioned, I really wouldn't want to touch that, only because I'd be afraid rates would go up, maybe inflation. We have no control over the rates. I could have additional short-term borrowings this year because of the way the cash flow goes. Like I said, last year, I estimated well, and it worked out well, where I only had to do one borrowing versus 3 the year before. But 0.5% change in rate could absorb quite a bit of money.
Well, this year, we haven't spent anything.
We haven't expensed yet. It's all coming at the end. We pay it all in June, all that short-term debt. We have a lot due in June. I think it's going to be around $350,000, Dick, somewhere in that range.
Yeah, a little closer to 3, but Brian and I worked on, those bills are all being paid, as he says, this month. Because usually go from, they mature in June.
Right. They expense it when it's paid. So I borrowed in September, October to end and expire on June 30th.
I guess I'll ask a follow-up. What if it were 450? I mean, you can see I'm penny pinching here, but I mean, we returned 170 this year, so it's...
Because it's the cash flow of the city. You know, if I have to borrow short-term, I can't be restricted by not having enough funds for the city to borrow, to make payroll, to make insurances, to keep the city operating. I would tend to not want to move from that.
So we'd leave you the opportunity of spending $120,000 more next year, only because because you didn't need to spend 170. If we cut that by 50, and you've only spent 330, I guess, if we're transferring 170, you'd have 450. It's more than what you had to use this year.
The problem I see with any change in that is that that is based on the market. And the market is very tricky at this point in time to project. And I project a pretty conservative approach. That's pretty much the way I take my finances.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilor Caddy.
We've had this discussion last year, the year before. I'm glad to hear the mayor wants to address this at a later date, because I think it needs to be looked at. We have a lot of parking issues in Fitchburg I think we need to discuss. Something Dick said I wanted to clarify about the $270,000. Does that include the fines from the police department also, or just fines?
Anything related to parking?
Because that was almost misleading. So we were trying to talk about what he was bringing in his expenses, but you've included a figure that includes the fines from the police department.
As long as they relate to parking. The other fines...
I think that myself and other councilors didn't quite understand that. That's why I asked the question. And really, if the mayor's going to address this at a later date, I think we should get off the subjects if we could.
Any other questions? Councilor DiMartino.
Recently, I had to go before the parking, when you get a ticket. And I went in, and there was a person that I didn't recognize who was in charge, like who I went before. Could you tell me a little about him?
Sure, I can tell you a little bit about the whole situation. If you happen to watch Channel 7, they did a little report on parking in the city, and they actually came here and filmed us and taped us. And the gentleman that runs it is from an outside agency, and he comes in as a free service to the city to independently take over the hearing process. So there is a very unbiased opinion in there. He knows nobody in the city, for the most part, and he has no ties to the city, so he can independently hear those cases and take it on merit and how he wants to judge. And his judgment is pretty much final.
Oh, he's very strict.
He's pretty good.
I won't tell you the outcome, but he's very strict. I did want to know about that, because it was very good to be able to go in and he knows nobody or anything like that, and it was good. But getting back to the garages, they've always been a taboo that we don't touch them, that's it. are they paying, I mean, is it worth, are they paying for themselves? I know, I hear the numbers, but are they?
Yes, they are. Our revenues seem to be going. The garages are obviously more full in the wintertime than they do in the summer. But we aggressively try to get people into those garages. And we, with the Johnsonia having their place, I believe the Bank North building having more units up there, hopefully we're catering to the residents to get permanent parking in there.
Now, the Johnsonia, they pay a certain fee for the floor that they've got, is that correct?
They pay by space like everybody else, and if it's full, they get on a waiting list. We've implemented a waiting list if there's a case where the garage would be full.
Okay, as you know, the assisted living that was going on Pritchard Street, there was something that they were going to get so many parking spaces in there. Do you know anything about that?
I'm not familiar with that.
That was before your time. But I don't see much going on at the assisted living over there, so I was wondering if those spaces were now given back to other people.
I believe we do a listing of available spaces and pretty much keep it open at all times.
And when it comes to downtown parking and business, the man across the street in the City Hall Cafe, he has definitely lost business because of the parking.
I'm sorry to hear that. Like I said, there is meter parking out there. There's meter parking here at City Hall. There's free parking on the back of Boulder Drive. And I agree, parking garage or something, a parking lot or something up this end or over by the courthouse would be in the best interest of the city. When I take parcels through tax taking, I keep in the back of my mind parking up on the north top of Main Street.
He put a petition in, and the night he came, he was in that room, and we were in this room, so he's going to put another one in, but he has definitely lost business because of it. So I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilor Di Natale.
One more question. There was a petition put in months ago by Councilor Caddy, and I brought this up again about charging non-residential and nonprofits for trash service. Is there a legal issue that precludes us from doing that?
I wouldn't want to comment on the trash issue. That would come through the Board of Health.
I'm speaking in terms of just revenue growth here, attracting new revenues. Has that been discussed at all about going after these areas that don't pay any taxes, property taxes whatsoever?
Everything has been discussed, but I believe that would either have to go through Mike Scioto on how you'd, or the mayor's office, how you'd want to approach whether there's a divide there. From what I see, I treat everyone the same.
I'd like, well, through you, Mr. President, the mayor, is there anything that you know that precludes us from doing that, or was that ever discussed with your team about doing that as opposed to charging people who already pay tax?
Everything is being looked at. Again, actually the second thing that Mr. Caputi said is that payment in lieu of taxes. We talked about fire and police, but it's also to do with city services like that. Right now, because they're all nonprofits are tax exempt under current codes of law, which Mr. Scioto can talk more about, we can't unless it's done on a voluntary basis. And in talking to other municipalities who have been able to achieve a payment from exempt properties like hospitals or colleges, it's all been on a voluntary basis. I don't know if there's any legal way in which we can force that to happen. And to get into the trash, though, if we were to go to a system, for example, where you pay for the bags, we wouldn't pick up any bags that weren't in those green bags. So that in itself would, it wouldn't be a fee or a payment in lieu of taxes to the city, but it would be that they would purchase those bags and therefore offset their disposal costs. So that would be one way to look at that.
So I think that we're getting a little bit off the subject as far as trash is concerned. I have to agree with the treasurer. I understand your concern, and I have the same concern about picking up trash, people who are in nonprofits and who don't pay taxes, but I think that's for another day. Councilor Beauvais?
Thank you very much. I'd like to touch on the tax title foreclosure line. I noticed you have a 25% increase. Could you give us a quick synopsis of what's been happening with the tax titles?
Sure. As I mentioned before, I'm aggressively pursuing the current tax title because those are the ones who I'll get the best response of. However, I need the increase to go after the old ones that were never pursued, so I need an increase to go after those. Those are going to be a little more in-depth to go after because of the history that would have to be looked up and researched to get all the correct documentation. There are some requirements to send those to land court to perfect the city's interest to take the property. It'll take a little bit more resources to get that information, but we should be able to do that.
And have you been successful?
We've been pretty good. The tax title last year, as we mentioned earlier, we've collected over $416,000. That was just through, I believe, May 23rd. I know they've had some more come in since then. The 07s, who were just behind, I believe we collected around $650,000 on those. And I had the biggest tax delinquent on the list pay up this year, and he came with a check over $100,000, which we were pretty happy to see. That included interest, penalties, and the tax due.
And does this also include the properties of low value?
That would also contain going after the properties of low value, and we are actively pursuing those.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilor Tran?
Thank you, Mr. President. Brian, the Channel 7 newscast that you mentioned, it stated that Fitchburg dismissed close to 86% of our parking tickets, as I recall.
I'm not sure if it's that. I know it's at least 50% or better.
I
It might
think
have
they
been.
ranked us #1 in the state.
There were 3 cities that were comparable with us, and I believe Worcester and not sure
We were the top
Brockton or
city.
somebody, but there were 3 of us all in that same percentage category.
That's a distinction that I prefer not to have.
I agree.
Now, with that said, are we mistakenly writing tickets, or the independent mediator that you mentioned is not as so quote-unquote unbiased?
Let me comment on that. Other cities and towns might forgive them through maybe the mayor's office or right in the treasurer's office and not even get to the hearing. We do not do that here. We have a process, and very rare extreme circumstances will we forgive a ticket without going through that process. We pretty much send everybody in there. As council will know, we don't forgive anything. But normal people who are fighting it have some justification. You know, if they're going to get that far, they probably have some grounds to appeal it. Councilor Joseph may have even attended, and he might have even gone in there, whatever the case may be. But normally people who go in there have some documentation that why they're fighting it. Other cities and towns, like I said, I can't speak for them, but they might be removing them prior to getting to that stage where we won't do that.
Because up to 86% is quite high, and it's costing us manpower, and it's costing us the revenue not taken in.
Well, we're creating the revenue through that resource. And the manpower, like I said, the hearing gentleman, he's free of charge, independent. The only person in there with him is normally my parking control supervisor, so he can give the layout of the city. The person says, you know, I parked on Green Street, and I'm on this corner. The gentleman will go, what's that area look like? And he'll say, yeah, there's a garage here, there's this over here. So that's really the only manpower that's involved in that.
Manpower I'm referring to is the person writing the tickets.
The writing of the tickets? The person is, like I said, they're writing the tickets based on what they see. For instance, a lot of the appeals will be, I'm more than a foot from the curb. You know, the person will have to come in with a picture, a camera, or something of that nature to justify that you weren't within a foot of the curb. And it's, you know, some of it's judgment.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Doheny.
Council President, councilors, thank you very much.
Councilors, just mention once more that we are experiencing a water problem in Fitchburg, the water main break at Oak Hill Road and River Street. So if anybody is watching and has just tuned in, it's expected that probably within the hour that may be corrected. We still ask that people reduce the water usage until at least noontime in the West Fitchburg, Water Street, and Cleghorn areas. The Water Department has been working on this issue since 8 o'clock. And if I may, Commissioner and Water Sewer Commissioner, could we take a 10-minute break? I'll take 10 minutes from your time so that
Thank you very much, Councilor Conry. The Public Facilities Division is something that we talked about extensively as part of the reorganization. It's a critical department, very similar to IT, in that we have to make sure that there is somebody in charge of the public infrastructure of the city, in terms of the buildings that we own, the number of buildings, the schools, capital improvement, capital expenditures, preventive maintenance. These are things that seem to fall on the back burner, especially when we talk about operating expenses and the need for more personnel. So the creation of this division underneath the Public Works Department was extensively talked about in the financial management team in the subcommittee, and something that we identified as a priority for the city. Given the fiscal restraints of the city, we are not able to fund the public facilities manager position this year unless there is further monies that have been identified. So when I removed this position, I talked to building, police, and fire, and until further notice, they are going to continue to be in charge of their appropriate line items on page 52. But I wanted to take the moment now to go over these items to see if there's any questions from you that will arise. And just noting that these are the recommendations of those various departments: building, fire, and police.
Councilor Hay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Mr. President. To the mayor, I guess there are a few positions in this budget so far that have fallen into this category of not having funding. I would hope that this would be one that you would prioritize. I think this is an important addition to the management team. I think it's an important addition to creating a capital improvement budget, which you hope to do. And if I guess I could ask you, are you prioritizing any of those positions, and is this one that you feel is as important as I do?
I have, and those that are in red, I mean, those are just my recommendations should there be a supplemental budget. So what is in the red are my priorities to restore. I also want to make a note that we were, there's been a lot of movement in this budget due to the reorganization and due to the fiscal situation. So this is one of the areas that I will admit that I had made a mistake, which is we had looked, for example, at the whether the local building inspector had the expertise to move into this position and so on and so forth to make sure that there was coverage of this. And we determined that we're going to keep the local building inspector as is, and because she and that department already have purview over this anyway. So they've been doing a good job, and I want to make sure that we do an even better job. And so I inadvertently left the public facility manager in on the bottom line and took her out. So that's going to be corrected in a supplemental budget. So the intent is that we are keeping the local building inspector right now, and that this position is not funded in this current budget.
I guess, Madam Mayor, I understand there are the red line items are the ones that you think are important. Have you prioritized those, or if you do, would you give this council that information?
Yes, actually, in addition to the items in red, I'm going to be commenting on the cuts that the council recommends and giving explanation if I prioritize putting those back in. There may be further information in which I can show that we will need to at least set aside for those funds in this fiscal year. And I've also asked each department to provide recommendations for supplemental items under $100,000 each, so that we have that menu of services. Because I only pulled out a few. There are a lot of things that aren't even shown here in the budget at all that the council may consider to be something important, especially if you can show that there's a positive return on investment. So it is my intent to share that full menu with the council, of course, giving my recommendations and hearing feedback from the council.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Councilor Boivin.
Yeah, Ms. Mayor, there were just two line items here that I was questioning. We're under Building City Hall, it says supply other. Could you elaborate on that?
Sure, and I do want to point out a few other things, too. Supply other is a lot of the maintenance and care that goes into City Hall. I asked Reggie, and I've also gone through this with Mike Gallant, doing a survey of this structure, City Hall structure. It is not in good shape. So it's the $3,500 I'd like to set aside for exploring some things we may do to prolong the life of this building, something beyond ordinary paint. Yeah, there's a number of new cracks in this building that we've identified, so there might be things that we need to do of a more structural nature. So we did set aside that contingency, knowing that that I'd like to make sure that we do that work to preserve the life of this building as we explore what the future of the physical City Hall building will be.
And also carpet runners. Where do we need carpet runners?
I reduced that line item to $3,000. This is an item in the police department that is under a contractual basis, and my understanding is that it's used to preserve the life of the carpet and the flooring underneath, because there is so much traffic in and out of that building. That types of things like this are considered preventative maintenance items.
You say this is at the police department?
Yes, the police maintenance of building, carpet runners, the $3,000, and I did reduce that. They requested 4, I reduced that to 3.
All right, thank you.
Councilor Di Natale.
I'm just going to make the suggestion, because, again, supply City Hall and supply other, well below 50% this year, and we're giving more next year. I'd like to suggest we cut $5,000 from each of those two lines. Supply City Hall and supply other. That would level fund from last year, because we didn't even need to spend what we were given this year, and we're giving more. I'd like that both of those to be cut by $5,000 each. Thank you.
Councilor Hay.
Just in response to that, when the councilor says we didn't even need to spend, they weren't allowed to spend. I think everybody needs to understand that. A lot of these items that have been underspent because the mayor instituted a freeze. So I just want everybody to be conscious of that. Thank you.
Councilor Di Natale.
I am conscious of that, and if we can survive the year without using that money, then we can survive it this year without using it. Thank you.
Any other questions to the mayor on page 52? Thank you, Madam Mayor. Okay, let's move on to page 47. Prior to that, Mr. Munier, you may like to have an opening statement regarding your division.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd just like to take a moment just to update the council and those watching on television about the water main break this morning. The break occurred on Oak Hill Road under the bridge by the 50/50 Diner. The location of the water main is in the river, running in the same direction as the river, directly under the bridge there by the diner. It's a 12-inch water main. The break occurred approximately 3:30 a.m. this morning, according to the charts at the Water Department. Personnel responded shortly after that when the overlook tank started to go down because of the break. Because the break was in the river and not in the streets, it did take a while to find the break. We knew there was a break out there, but it took a little while to locate it. We were expecting to hear comments from some street that was being washed out, but that didn't occur. Personnel started looking in the river, found the break at about approximately 6 o'clock, 6:30. That section of the water main was isolated by about 7:10 this morning. So that piece of the water main has been isolated. The break is still there. Water service has been restored to the entire city. There will be dirty water, discolored water for the next, probably until tomorrow morning in certain sections. Some sections will clear up earlier than others. But everybody is back online. Appreciate all of the cooperation by all the water personnel, all hands on deck, and they all responded very well to the regional treatment plant. Town of Westminster responded by shutting off their pumps and running off their storage tank so that we weren't drawing so much water. Again, if things are returning back to normal. As far as the repair of the pipe, that's going to have to be evaluated as, again, a major 12-inch pipe that's in the river. We'll be looking at evaluating what type of repair and how we're going to repair that. But in the meantime, we can't keep that section isolated, and there will be no loss of service of water to the residents. Discolored water coming out of your tap is safe. There is no health concerns, we would certainly not recommend that you do white laundry today, but it is safe to bathe in and even to drink if you so choose. I just want to update everybody and that things are slowly getting back to normal, but it was a major break at 3:30 this morning. So.
Thank you very much. Councilor Clark.
If I could just follow on that, Dennis and maybe Mayor, might there be some sort of meeting to discuss? I don't know how often this happens. I can't remember this ever happening.
Well, we have had
most of the city is shut down.
Well, most of the higher elevations, not most of the city, but all of the higher elevations. John Bozzato did tell me that in his tenure here, that it was the first time some of the Cleghorn sections were without water for a short period of time. That was, he said, was highly unusual. So just spoke to the location of the break and the magnitude of the break, that we did lose water in a significant portion of the city, most of the higher elevations.
Again, my purpose is to maybe learn something from what happened this morning, and that we talked about it earlier before the meeting started. I mean, what happened? With the grace of God, there were a fire in that area and water availability.
All right, we do. The fire department was notified immediately as per protocol. They take some steps to put a pumper truck in service so that if they had to respond to a fire, they would have a pumper truck available and ready to go. Obviously, it's not an ideal situation, and we want to get those pressures restored as soon as possible. But again, we have instrumentation in place to give us advance warning. This was a major break, and again, it is certainly a after-action report and conference is certainly probably warranted about how it was handled, what the cause was, and is there anything we could do differently?
Well,
I just commend everyone, Dennis, for their hard work in getting us back online.
And if I could respond to kind of three issues that this highlights. The first is how important it is for capital improvements, such as replacing water mains. These are things that sometimes only we find out about when there's an emergency. So, for example, not to respond to you in particular, but the recent example of $3,500 being a very, very small amount to try and make some changes here at City Hall to prevent anything from happening. We really need to figure out ways to set aside monies to ensure that larger issues don't arise. The second thing that this highlights is the teamwork that went into this, even the school department, because we as a city we're exploring ways to get information out to the public as quickly as possible, calling the radio stations, getting this on FATV, but also trying to get this out to the residents. And we utilized the school system, so we called Andre first thing this morning, and at 8 o'clock, he sent out a Connect Ed message to at least get the message out, and a phone call to all the parents who are part of that system to try and get that information out. And the third, well, actually, that's the third. The third is communication, the need for communication, and also the great teamwork that took place.
Councilor DiMartino?
Weren't we lucky it was Saturday and not Friday? Because the schools would have been affected. I just thought I'd be more positive. Thank you.
And just on that one last note, I would like, again, to thank the water personnel, and even we had clerical people coming in to answer the dozens of phone calls that we received coming in, and responded immediately to answer the phones and to respond to resident inquiries and explain what was happening. So we appreciate that.
Thank you, Dennis. We move on now to the engineering division.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd just like to read again, as you said, an overview of the Department of Public Works. The mission of the Department of Public Works in all of its facets is to provide efficient, cost-effective, high-quality service relative to the operation, maintenance, planning, review, and construction of public works infrastructure. Department of Public Works consists of administration and clerical personnel, three positions. The Engineering Division, as of this budget, 2 positions. Highway and Sewer Division, we are in this budget asking for 24 positions. Parks and Cemetery Division, a combination of 7 positions. Water and Wastewater Enterprise Funds, which you'll hear about separately. I believe the function of the department to provide safe travel over city streets and walkways, environmental stewardship through the treatment and distribution of high-quality potable water, the efficient conveyance and treatment of wastewater, and the management of stormwater to meet environmental standards. The department assists and provides economic development and sustainable growth of the city through maintenance of city assets, the plan review process, mapping and related engineering services. The department promotes quality of life in Fitchburg by providing varied and numerous leisure and recreational opportunities through the maintenance and improvement of public lands and parks and the operation and maintenance of public burial grounds. Major accomplishments in FY08 is the repair of severe erosion along Baker Brook, identified and eliminate illicit sewer connections to drain line on Blossom Street, dry weather sampling of all known stormwater outlets to the river, reconstruction, improved drainage, replace sidewalks, reset curbs, and repaved approximately 5,500 linear feet of road under the Chapter 90 program, plan, purchase, and install the columbarium at the Forest Hill Cemetery, and work with Mass Highway to survey and plan replacements for the damaged Scott Road Bridge. Priorities for FY09 are development and improvement of an improved pavement management system, which I might mention is well on its way, probably 90% complete, which will allow us to categorize every street in the city as to its current condition and use it as a priority list to do repairs, categorized by use, by traffic count, and by condition. And the engineering department and other city departments have cooperated, and we're set again about 90% complete with that priority as we sit here today. We're going to review and analyze snow and ice removal procedures, replacement of the Scott Road Bridge, which has been a cooperative project between the city. Representative Dean Talley's office has helped us immeasurably in obtaining help from the Mass Highway Department, which has also done the design for the replacement of that bridge. And I believe we just heard that we may have funds to purchase the materials to replace it. And the plan is for in-house personnel to actually do the work, DPW personnel to do the work. We are still looking at problems on the Putnam Street Bridge. As many of you know, that bridge was derated to a 3-ton limit because of scouring problems identified in the piers of the bridge. Again, we're working with Mass Highway to come up with technologies that will help us repair those piers on that bridge. We're still working with Mass Highway to finish the design and then eventually the construction of a roundabout at Ashby State Road. We hope to prioritize, I put it on the list to repair the drainage problems on Brittany Lane. Finally, Councilor Tran. And we want to pay particular attention to the drainage culverts in many of the country sections of the city to improve drainage, to stop the erosion along the country roads. Those need some desperate attention, and again, we need personnel to get out there and clear existing culverts so to stop water runoff in the wintertime and stop erosion. And we try to maximize completion of past DPW petitions and work with the planning department to maximize use of grant money earmarked for infrastructure improvements, primarily through grants that are obtained, and if possible, we're able to use DPW personnel to actually do the work and maximize the effectiveness of those grants. As an example, the steam line trail, which the DPW workers did a couple of years ago. Thank you, Mr. President.
Councilors, before we get into the line items, do you have any questions? Let's move to page 40, what's 46 and 47?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Clark.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dennis, just about under your budget priorities, as a ward councilor, it can sometimes be frustrating when you get a call from someone who has a petition passed for a berm, a new berm, and the petition is 5 years old. You wonder why that petition wasn't acted on, and is this something that you're really going to look forward to? I'm just wondering how things are prioritized and how something like that, which does happen, slips through the cracks.
Berms and other repairs have been prioritized through the years, and it's a matter of how much funds we have and how much time we have during the construction season to do. I will admit that some petitions do get put back on the bottom of the list for many years, and that's why I put that in as a priority, to try to come up with a way that would be equitable and get things done in a more timely manner and not let things slip through the cracks. Sometimes if they get put on the bottom of the pile for 1 year, then they get forgot about the next year, and that's kind of my only reasoning behind that. But that's why I put that on there as a priority, to try to come up with a better way, keep it in front of us, computerize it, make sure everybody's aware of it, and come up with a plan to actually complete the past petitions.
Is it computerized now, or is it prioritized now?
We do have a list of all repairs in computerized, whether it's berms or sidewalk repair, and again, it's a bit arbitrary as far as where we choose in the summertime, where we think the biggest need is, and we don't get through them all every year.
I understand. I mean, there are just some of those areas that people request berms and so forth that really don't need berms.
Right.
And I understand those kind of slipping down to the bottom of the list.
I would commend the Public Works Committee over the last 5 years. I think yourself and Councilor Bovair and the other members of the committee have done when I first started 5 years ago, we had many pages of lists of petitions that were kept being held because we didn't want to offend anybody, and the council has done a great job of either passing them and getting them done, or taking them off the list. We cleaned up a lot in the last 5 years, and I think you've done a great job.
Thank you, Dennis.
Councilors, 46 is a summary, and then you have the lines on 47. Does anyone have any questions on on those pages. Councilor Tran.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dennis, I see there's a, excuse me, there's an increase in line painting. Do we contract that out?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
We do, let me back up. We do some of it ourselves. We do crosswalks ourselves. We do some of the more minor, but the center lines and fog lines, we do contract out. And due to budget constraints last year, was one of the last cuts made at the budget last year to actually remove that line item from the budget in order to save personnel, basically, is to tell you the truth, and certainly asked to have it put back in the budget. The result of not doing it last year, has surfaced as far as safety concerns. Police department has mentioned that some of the lines really do need to be put back in.
I don't mind the increase at all. My concern is the quality or lack of the paint that we're using. I've seen the lines put in, and 5 months later, they're gone, just like chalk. That's my concern. I've had phone calls regarding there's no lines at all. One major concern is when on Water Street, when you make that turn and get on Bemis Road, there's no lines. When I came home, coming from Bemis Road, there was a car in front of me, and apparently he was on the other side of the lane and blocking the traffic coming from John Fitch Highway, and people were honking at him.
You're not talking about the new section, right?
New section.
That's being reconstructed now?
No.
Route 12?
No,
okay.
not Route 12, but at John Fitch Highway going to Bemis Road.
Bemis, okay.
And when I looked down, there was absolutely no lines at all. So I didn't blame that person for being on the wrong side of the street. So that's my concern, is that the quality of paint. So if you can do some investigating and make sure that the paint lasts at least a year. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Is that, Mr. Meunier, is that project isn't completed yet? Do they have to put another top coat on that bituminous?
Again, I don't think the councilor was speaking in the new construction area. He was talking about further down at the lights. And certainly at the new construction, we'll have all the appropriate lines put in.
Councilor Hay? You all set? Councilor Starr?
Thank you, Mr. President. I noticed that you requested $50,000 for tree removal and you only received $25,000. How far will $25,000 with tree removal go? And throughout Ward 4, I've been contacted, and I haven't put in any petitions yet because I'm really kind of waiting for this. There are dead trees everywhere. With a recent storm the other night, just in my little section of Highland Ave, there were branches down everywhere, and you can just see the deterioration of these trees. How far will $25,000 go?
As a rule of thumb, I can give you a very quick answer. It will probably be about 30 trees.
30 trees? And that's not very many.
It's not very many. But we did make a good dent in it last year. We had some funds. In previous years had been cut to almost nothing, and we were getting way behind in the number of trees that needed to be removed in the city. And that's over a number of years that we've underfunded this line item, or had no funding in some years. So we're behind significantly. We did make a pretty good dent in it last year. We had almost $50,000 that we spent on that item, and it is, again, a matter of prioritizing all of the needs of the city, and we were going to try to stretch this as far as we can and get as many prioritize the trees that need to be taken down. Again, a rough rule of thumb is probably $700, $800 per tree.
Wow. I was actually thinking it'd be even more. Just, it concerns me because of the liability. These trees are all on the side of the road, on sidewalks, and disease has really set in many of them throughout Blossom Street, and some of the hillier sections, Longwood Ave, and whatnot. And with the children there, I think it's becoming more and more of a big safety issue, especially in the higher elevations where you might have a little bit more wind, because there are some trees that are completely and totally dead. and just waiting for a significant, something along the lines of a microburst like we had last year, that is going to cause some major damage. And liability, I think, is going to become a major issue. And I think that's something that we can't really do anything about it now. It's something that hopefully we could add to in the future.
Which I would agree, Councilor. It is very, well, just this past weekend when we had the storm, the front come through, and the microburst last year in your neighborhood, where we get very worried about some trees that are identified as being dead and the liability, but then you have a very, very healthy live tree coming down on somebody's house that you would have never taken
There's about
down.
4 or 5 of them in that,
So
on
it is
that stretch.
difficult. I remember the one that was laying on that person's house, a whole tree that just uprooted and came down on. Fortunately, we had the contractor in place to remove a very, very large tree off a person's house and right in that neighborhood. So
And if that had shifted over probably another 50 yards or so, it would have really caused more damage with the dead trees that I'm thinking of now. Well, hopefully something can be done in the future with that. I understand where we're at regarding this. Thank you.
Councilor Joseph?
A couple of things. First, I wanted to commend the mayor for making the executive decision of not repainting the crosswalks red. One, for the saving of the amount of money, and second, for the safety of the people that ride motorcycles that were sliding on those crosswalks, and it wasn't a very good idea in the first place. Next, the clerical position, it's going from 2 to 1. You went the whole year without that second position, is that?
yes, we've only had one clerical in DPW for all of this year.
So that position isn't really a drop, that's just
No.
the position's only been one for the entire...
For FY08, correct.
Thank you.
Councilor DiMartino?
I see that you've lost a junior engineering aide,
Yes, we have.
and how will that affect the department?
Well, it will have an impact on the amount of work that we can do. What we're doing now to try to adjust because of the loss of that personnel is to try to streamline that department, especially some of the clerical or administrative type duties of permit, filing and tracking. We're trying to streamline that process, working with other departments, with the planning department, to make sure we don't have redundancies of tracking and permits. And the 2 personnel that are left, we're working together to try to pick up the slack for that, that
Now,
job loss entails.
Dennis, when it says an engineer, assistant city engineer, are they engineers or do they have, are they engineers or do they have a stamp? Like, do they have an engineering stamp?
No one in the department has a stamp, has a PD stamp.
Why do we call it the engineering department?
That's the designation in the city code. Mr. Bevilacqua has extensive experience in surveying, and he has surveying experience and lots of practical experience in construction trades. Has a degree in construction trades and does a nice job in that
So
position.
maybe we should call it a surveying department rather than an engineering.
They do a lot more than surveying,
I
Council.
know, but it's very misleading when you have an engineering department, you expect there's an engineer in there. It's just me. That's all. Thank you.
Councilor Clark?
Mr. President, thank you. Dennis, significant changes from FY08, decrease in streetlight budget. We'll have to turn off approximately a third of the streetlights. How are the streetlights that are going to be turned off determined?
We have not come up with the method or what streetlights are going to be turned off. We have been in contact with Unitil. That a third of the lights, or to achieve the savings that have been identified, is approximately about 1,000 lights in the city that will need to be turned off. How we make those priorities, and we're working on. Obviously, there are many combinations of things that you could do to turn those lights off, whether it's prioritize streets or prioritize areas, or just a blanket, every other light in the city has to be turned off. That's been one solution thrown out there as for consideration. We haven't come up with exactly where that's going to happen.
Are those lights just strictly dusk to dawn lights? Is there any way that you could time them in such a way that between the lesser hours where people are out and about, maybe between, I don't know, 2 and 6 in the morning, that more lights could be off?
I believe they work on photocells now, and most lights work on the photocells, and winter months obviously run longer than they do in the summer months. To do the technical changes needed to put timers on all those lights, I think would be monumental.
Very concerned about that line as a matter of public safety, and concerned also about the cutting down of the trees. That to have that decreased is alarming.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Hay?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. As a follow-up to Councillor Clark's thing, in those discussions regarding the streetlights, are we involving the police department so as to not be creating areas in high-crime neighborhoods or in areas where drug transactions can go and that type of thing, whether we want to, and this is up to them, whether they want to move those at certain times, leave one off for a while, and then put another one off and do something like that?
We haven't had those discussions yet, but I would certainly take that as a good suggestion, I think.
Thank you.
Councillor Di Natale?
Thank you. In general, for the DPW, I consider your budget to be the most amount of need in terms of capital improvements, especially with vehicles and equipment. I used to work at the cemetery department in the summertime as part-time help, and it was amazing how some of those pieces of equipment didn't work every single day, but I don't know if that's the case now, but I understand that we have 4 street sweepers, and last time I checked, 3 of them were down.
We have 3 street sweepers, and beginning of the street sweeping season, all of them were running. As we do street sweeping, at any given day, there may be one in for repair. They are. One in particular is probably an antique, belongs in a museum. The one is, 2 others are a little newer. Again, compliment the mechanical staff at the DPW garage for keeping them in operation, but we do make an effort to keep all 3 on the streets. Any given day, we'll have 3 or 2 or 1, depending on the maintenance needs of them, but we do try to keep all 3 on the streets.
A lot of your equipment and vehicles are archaic, there's no question about that, and I understand the mayor with the capital improvement plans that she's going to be working towards developing. I think your department should be number 1 on the list in terms of a complete overhaul, because I've seen some of those trucks, and I've talked to some of your workers, and when they tell me these things are over 25 years old,
correct.
We're going to end up having to buy new equipment anyway when these things completely die on us. So we should be proactive.
The mayor has agreed to use approximately 20% of the Chapter 90 monies, which can be used for equipment, to buy additional equipment, and we're prioritizing what piece of equipment that we can use with that.
Now, how much of that 20? What's that 20% amount to?
20% of about $800,000. So we're looking at
150,000.
Correct. And it's a slow process. You're right,
Sure,
Council.
sure. It's gradual, but what is probably the biggest need, the first piece of equipment that we need to get?
What we've prioritized right now is a piece of equipment called is basically a pulverizer for streets, so that we can maintain our own streets. We can do more maintenance of our own streets. Instead of just filling potholes, we can do a section of road and do a whole lane at a time, where we pulverize it and then repave it ourselves, as opposed to just filling potholes. We think that's a very wise investment, because it will extend the life of the streets. So it's not just a piece of equipment, but it's actually helping to maintain the infrastructure of the streets. For instance, Franklin Road this winter, early spring, was horrendous. If we had that piece of equipment, we would have pulverized the whole lane and repaved it early in the spring instead of just, putting more and more coal patch on it. So that's and it's about a $100,000 piece of equipment.
Thank you.
Commissioner, on your line for line painting,
Yes, sir.
how many miles of lines are you going to be able to do with that amount of money that has been allocated?
What we'll prioritize, Counselor, is the center lines, and we will get as many center lines put in, and that's pretty much the whole city. And the remaining money will go towards what we call fog lines or side stripes. We will probably have to not do as much of the sidelines as we would like to do. We'll probably get 80% of the city done. And, the center lines.
Well, I'm pleased to see that the mayor has included that, because there's been a lot of comment. I've received a lot of comment from people. It's a public safety issue that we do not have center lines anywhere.
It was a difficult decision last year, and it was a matter of personnel or the center lines, and it was a decision that we made for 1 year to not do it. So.
Any further questions on 46 or 47? Councilor Starr?
As far as some of the arrows and whatnot in the road, would that be through traffic division, or would that be?
Where they get placed, Counselor? Or?
Yes, I'm just thinking the bridge coming across, basically it's the old Depot Square down here, going from Laurel and Water Street to Main Street. And there's arrows in the road, and I think they were just recently repainted. The cars, that bridge gets backed up constantly because the people traveling on it don't realize that the right lane is strictly for Day Street or to take a right on to Main. And the left lane is designed to go up Main Street. And that's the main reason that bridge constantly gets backed up. Would that, you wouldn't be responsible for any maybe signage that could be placed there, or is it strictly the arrows that were just, I know they were recently repainted in the road, and I don't think people realize that.
If anyone wants to change the signage or the arrows or the traffic patterns, probably through the petition process and go to public safety, because then we do consult with the traffic division of PD and also with Mass Highway as to what is legal and what is, there are, on any given road, there are more than one way to do it. And there is discussions about sometimes making improvements to traffic patterns and to signage within the laws of the traffic.
Okay. But you would be responsible to...
We're basically responsible for painting the signs and then consulting with PD. And so it's a combination of things, but more it's on the traffic division of where the arrows go and how they go.
Okay, because what was just recently repainted was,
was there.
Fixing what was already there. And hopefully we can get some signage in there too, so people are a little more aware. It's a big problem, especially during rush hour. Thank you.
Councilor Boisvert.
Thank you. Dennis, I understand there are about 5,000 storm drains in the city. And it's also been brought to my attention that there are some 160 of them that have to be rebuilt because they're caving in. What are the plans on that? Is there a timeline on any of this work?
Every summer we do dedicate a crew or two crews to rebuilding catch basins. And we will do that again this summer. We'll probably complete in any given construction season 25 or 30 a year. The mayor has asked us to look at putting a specification together to contract that out so that those could be done on a more timely basis. We are looking at that to see if that's cost efficient, and that was the request, to see if we can get them done, get more done in a timely manner.
Yeah, as I'm traveling around the city, I see some that have gone beyond the life expectancy.
I agree, Councilor.
Thank you.
Councilor Tran.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dennis, some of my colleagues touched on the tree removal line item. year after year, we spend a whole lot of money moving trees, and it's because poor planning in the past. We allow developers and people to plant trees inches away from the streets. I can name several developments in the past 15 years that planted trees inches away from the streets. Now we see damages to the sidewalks, streets, and now we have to cut down the trees. Last year we passed an ordinance, and your department and the planning department did some investigating and found that it's healthy for the trees, and it's good for the city not to allow planting of trees 5 feet from the road. Are we enforcing that ordinance?
I believe through the planning board, yes, it is. It's part of the planning. We did pass the ordinance, and it was through the planning board for new development that be enforced. I haven't checked specifically on developers or developments that have gone before the planning board in the past year to make sure that that was enforced, but I believe it has been enforced.
Just make sure that we do enforce that ordinance, and you know, if we do, 10 years, 15 years from now, we'll see that we'll reduce this line item further.
I was in support of your petition last year, and I think it's a good idea.
Thank you.
Moving on to page 48. Public Works Highway. Questions? Councilor Di Natale.
Mr. Marinier, on any given day, how many guys do you have out on the street for highway?
We have, as this outlined in the budget, we had lost 4 positions, either through resignation or retirement over the last year. We are budgeting to put those positions back in, which will bring us to 24 personnel on the street. That includes mechanics in the garage, but I consider them as being available for DPW work. It would be 24. Due to vacations, personal time, age of our personnel, we probably average 12 to 15 a day.
So we averaged a minimum of 12 people to cover 250 miles of road.
That's correct, sir.
And
as a sidelight, I looked back 10 years ago, and there were 34 personnel on DPW.
I mean, I've stated in the past my opposition to adding people right now, but I mean, 12 guys sometimes for 250 miles. I don't know how you guys do it. So you were at 34 a few years ago?
10 years ago, we were 34 personnel.
10 years ago, 34, and
Down to
now we're down to
24.
15, give or take. We always talk about police and fire, but can't overlook that. That's
Certainly, you know, as has been noted many times in this chamber, DPW sometimes probably takes a backseat to those 2 departments. And not that they're not important, but we certainly will concur with your statement that we feel it's as important for public safety and for the life of the city as any other department.
I think for a lot of residents that I talk to, it's the most important for them because of the road conditions and the tree removal, and that's the most calls that I get is potholes, snow removal, and, you know.
Certainly the most visible.
Yes. Okay, thank you.
Councilor Joseph.
Is it? Up on the top, it says that you have $20,000 in there for an assistant animal control officer, but down below, it's in the red line, which means that it's not a funded position. Is there a assistant animal control officer in this budget?
There is not. We are trying to do that work in-house. I mean, I think we know that 12 to 15 individuals have a lot of work to do, but we have tasked the DPW nonetheless to take over the DPW functions. So the calls do go to the dispatch, for example, and I know that they're Don Anderson and crew tries to take care of these whenever possible.
I just kind of, I have a serious problem with the animal control officer going from the Board of Health to the police department to the DPW. Okay, now to me, the DPW means that we're going to pick up dead animals, not even control animals that are a problem. And I just think that it is a health and safety issue. I think it is an enforcement issue, that the police, I feel that this is putting the position in a spot where basically all we're going to do is pick up roadkill. And it's just, in the city with this many people and the pet population that we have, with the stray cats, with the dogs that are dangerous type dogs, the things that the police department have dealt with snakes and all of the other issues that we've had to deal with, the SARS issues, all of the things that go along with animal control, that we've gone to putting this into the Public Works Department, and maybe we'll fund it if we get more money. And in a city this size, it's just horrible. It's kind of like not filling potholes and things like that. This is a safety issue that's gone beyond $20,000 that needs to be put into the budget somewhere, and not just, I think we need to do it. I think it has to be done.
And to respond to that, I absolutely agree. Coming in January with no money allocated toward this position and nobody really in charge, what I could do in that 6 months with no money was to say, at the very least, we need somebody to be picking up dead animals. And the only department who, frankly, was cooperative and had the ability to was the DPW. And I want to thank Dennis for taking on that additional task, because we had calls that were bouncing around. So we did find a home for this temporarily to be reactive. We weren't even being reactive. There's being reactive and proactive. We weren't even doing anything. So the first step is to react to the problem. And I would love to be proactive, and I'd love to find monies in a way to permanently address these issues.
Thank you.
Councilor Tran.
Thank you, Mr. President. Councilor Joseph covered most of my comments. Just want to add something to that, is that we do need an animal control officer in this city. And if we can find the funding for that, that would be great. If it's not this year, then maybe next year. Even looking into regionalizing this position with other cities. But we do need one. Thank you.
Councilor Di Natale.
Thank you. Piggybacking off that, I believe that we can fund this position this year, given the cuts that we would like to make or that are on the horizon. I still find it hard to believe that, you know, this is a position where we have nobody doing this, and we have over 1,300 licensed dogs in the city alone, and $40,000 for a full-time person, or even 50 out of 98 million. You know, we have on this list here $181,000 in suggested cuts that we haven't voted on yet, but we can get one this year if we really wanted to. If the mayor wanted an animal control officer next year, she could fund an animal control officer. And I disagree with tying it to the trash fee, because that red line means that if that doesn't pass, we don't get one. It's not necessary. I think that we can find the $40,000-$50,000 to fund that position, given the exorbitant amount of animals we have in the city, and we have no one tracking it or enforcing it. So if the city wants an animal control officer here, they can get one. Thank you.
Councilor Starr.
Thank you, Mr. President. Marcus brought up a great point. $20,000 for an assistant animal control officer is not enough. We need a full-time animal control officer. We need enforcement. You mentioned, I think, Mr. President, that we have, or maybe it was Councilor Di Natale, 1,300 licensed dogs. There are a lot more dogs than that in this city. Councilor Boisvert had a petition that's going to continue to probably sit in legislative affairs until we have an animal control officer, and we need enforceability. In order to get a dog license, you need proof of immunization, you need proof of whether or not the dog's been fixed, spayed or neutered, and then you receive your little tag. I would guess that there's at least 3 times that amount of dogs in the city. And just in my neighborhood alone, dogs have been running rampant all the time. I truly believe there's no such thing as a bad animal, just bad pet owners. So I really, really hope that we can fund not an assistant animal control officer, but a full-time animal control officer, because we need enforceability and we need these pet owners to be accountable for their animals. We have aggressive animals that are going around, making young children nervous, all over the place. And again, I see this as a public safety issue, and it should definitely not fall on the DPW. Thank you.
Just let me add to that, Councilor Starr. I think this closer, and I had talked to the clerk about this even last year when we were talking about budgets, just closer to 1,500 dogs that are registered. But as you look at the no dog officer, how many are not registered? And how much revenue is the city losing because we're not doing any enforcing?
I believe, I'm sorry, I believe it's about $15 a year, something along those lines, what we pay to register your dog. I would just like to see, imagine in an instance like a parade, which is one of the things that we talked about, where animals would be banned, if we had a dog officer out there and able to actually look and see how many of these dogs have up-to-date tags on. I would guess not very many.
How long?
I just want to let people know that I have to leave early, and I want to thank you for all the hard work that you've done. I know this is the last day of the budget hearings, and just today, so far alone, you said that $120,000 in additional personal expenses are priorities. Public facilities, assistant to the auditor, and just as $20,000 for animal control. If we were to fully fund animal control, we'd be looking at about $150,000. Therefore, that $180,000 that's been cut so far goes away very quickly, and then we're not even talking about fire, police, and other entities. So what I look forward to doing is you know, we've made a lot of hard decisions, we've had a lot of very difficult discussions, is that I'm not sure what time you're going to spend today on it, and I'll certainly come back with recommendations for a supplemental budget, but we still have a lot of tough decisions ahead of us, and I want to thank you for the hard work that you've done. And I will be available to answer any questions you have. I know that you have my cell phone number, and I will be coming back fairly shortly if you're still here through the early meeting.
Thank you. Dennis, I have a question. We were talking about head motor equipment repairman, you have 3. How much work do we farm out for repairs in the DPW?
Mr. President, we're very fortunate, and I think justifiably proud of the mechanics that we have in the DPW. They are an excellent group. We do probably, I would say, 90% of all of our own work. We have been told, not only this year, but through the last 4 or 5 years, that we are one of the, this is from vendors and from repair people and from people that sell supplies, that we're one of the few DPWs of our size that do the amount of repair work that we do in-house. Most of the other DPWs have long ago farmed everything out. And I think we do a tremendous job. We do farm out certain jobs, major jobs, rebuilding tractors or you know, transmissions and that sort of thing that need to go out. We do. So I would say most of our repair work is done in-house, 85 to 90% of it. And again, I thank the council and thank the city for allowing us to continue to do that, because I think it is an efficient use of funds.
We don't want to put any unfair burden on your mechanics there, but, you know, we do have a mechanic in the police department. We have one in the fire department. Maybe when we take a look at further reorganization, we ought to consolidate that whole area.
It was one of my suggestions a year ago that, we do look at, consolidating fleet maintenance. Many communities have a fleet maintenance division. And don't know the numbers if that makes sense economically, but I certainly think it's worth looking at.
Council DiMartino.
Well, first of all, Dennis, I think that your department is the most, it's the most undercut in the whole city. And I remember last year I made a statement that I felt that the DPW was also public safety, but I was called up by somebody and told me that they didn't like the fact that I put DPW in with their organization. So I took a little heat for that. But I'm going to say it again this time anyway, so. And I'll probably take heat again. You do more. I've asked every department to do more with less. You're already doing more with less. The people that work for you are just, I don't know how they're doing it. And, we talk about contracts. When was the last time that they had a contract?
That contract, again, was expired in, I believe, June '07.
That was June '06.
June '06, you're right,
Okay.
Councilor, June '06.
Yeah. And you've lost, some men in between and some people. I think that your department is just absolutely wonderful, the people that work for you.
Thank you, Councilor.
And I also want to know, do you know where the new doggy, we bought that lovely doggy car, or animal control car, very fancy one. Do you know where that's housed right now?
It is housed at the DPW yard. We are making use of it.
You are making use of
Yes, we
it?
are.
Well, I'm glad that you got it, because you got something. I'm against the cuts in the trees. I'm against, I definitely believe we need a full animal control officer. And
Would
so
agree.
most of them, we've said the same thing. Thank you very much.
Councilor Clark.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dennis, while we have a red line through the Assistant Animal Control Officer, on the next page, we have animal control expenses, and that looks like it's newly funded. It hasn't been funded in the past, and it's funded now for $15,000. What exactly do we get for animal control expenses?
Basically housing the dogs, live dogs. We are doing more than picking up roadkill.
Yeah.
We are currently picking up live dogs, stray dogs, and they have to be housed. We do not have a city-owned facility for strays and for dogs that are unlicensed, and we have an individual that has stepped in, and he is a DPW employee. He's been doing 90% of the work. We have a couple other individuals that have helped, and as the mayor said, I guess we were the only ones that were willing to take on the task. And we have a particular individual that is very good at it, and he enjoys it, and he has been shouldering that responsibility. And we've picked up a lot of strays in the last month, and those have to be housed somewhere. We've used 2 commercial facilities, one in Ashby and one in Lunenburg, and those have to be paid for.
I was unaware of that, and I would bet you that 90% of the public is unaware of that, so I'm glad that you brought it to light. Thank you.
Councilor Boisvert.
Thank you. Several of us have taken the time to tour the Public Works facilities. Needless to say, 85% of the equipment should not be on the road. The garage that houses all our trucks that are used in the wintertime and hauling sand and what have you, they are in such tough shape that they wouldn't even, I don't think they would pass a state inspection. They've been welded together, held together with chains, and it is unbelievable for this city to ask these hard-working individuals to put their lives on the line with such faulty equipment. I believe that it is our duty as councilors to keep the pressure on the administration to get new equipment. This is not a laughing matter. This is not just to ride down the road in good equipment. This is a public safety issue. If one of these trucks loses a front tire or the frame snaps in half when they're doing plowing or what have you, it could go off and probably hit a citizen. or some school children, or what have you. This is very important, and I think maybe for those of you who have not visited the DPW yard, do so and form your own opinion. But it is of my opinion that we have got to keep the pressure on to get some new equipment in this DPW yard. As far as the doggy truck, it is used every day. It is used every single day. But perhaps as our council president maybe write a letter to the Massachusetts, the MSPCA, to see if we can get some sort of cooperation through them as far as finances or whatever to maintain the level of animals in our city. Even if we have to go to a regional unit somewhere that they would maintain, like many other cities and towns throughout the country that do this. Thank you.
Councilor Di Natale.
In the cemetery department, am I skipping ahead? I'm sorry.
Well, we're still...
Okay, I'll
unless-
hold off.
Anyone have any further questions on 48 or 49? Seeing none, let's move to page 50 and 51. Cemetery, Parks Division. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, I just wanted to point out to everybody, because I just noticed this, that the principal clerk makes more than the 3 equipment operators in the department. Find that to be a disparity that I don't agree with, but, because I know a lot of these men that work there, they've been there for many, many years. I don't agree with that pay disparity. My other comment with this is that there's only 3 men working in that department, and there are 7 or 8 cemeteries that they have to maintain.
8 cemeteries.
And the summer help has been cut. Do we ever use our parks employees to assist the cemetery people with?
We do.
So we do.
And vice versa. We use cemetery to
Okay.
assist in parks. Not on a regular basis, but on a Memorial Day, special occasion, or need arises, we're sure to help. We do use personnel in both departments to assist.
Now, now the Forest Hill Cemetery is the one that I focus on the most, because I think it's the most active one that we use, but how are we doing for space? Because do we own the land across the street from Electric Ave?
Yes, we do.
Now, do we have plans in that cemetery? Because I'm being told that we're running out of space over there. Are we going to expand across the street, or?
We are looking forward to that, as a master plan. I think the Cemetery Board of Trustees, the current one, the people on that board right now are doing a wonderful job. They have a tremendous interest in our city cemeteries, and they are big advocates for the cemeteries and have done a great job of planning ahead and starting to plan ahead as a master plan. And while we don't have a formal plan yet, we are looking at that land to expand the cemetery in the future.
Are we pushing more cremations, or?
We don't have to push it, it's happening.
Okay.
Because of the cost of burial, and you'll see in this year's budget, as it was in last year's budget, we purchased a $15,000 columbarium, which is basically a standalone facility for accepting crematory remains. It's a large trend, and we're trying to provide that service for the citizens of Fitchburg, and we're asking for a second one this year, which is basically, it will pay for itself.
So can you go further into columbarium? I understand that we're making money off of these that we put in
It
there.
will pay for itself when it's sold, and then we'll continue to make money as we sell the remaining niches, they're called. Basically a drawer for cremains.
So this is a very good capital investment from a revenue
I
standpoint?
believe so.
Right. Thank you.
If I could just comment on one thing you said, Counselor, on the disparity in salaries, and it's nothing to take nothing away from the gentlemen that we have in the 3 positions. They do a fine job and they work hard. But I would like to comment on the individual that staffs the clerical position there. She does a tremendous job. She has taken on a lot of responsibilities that as far as greeting people coming in under a very stressful situation of doing whatever needs to be done in that department, and certainly worth every penny.
I don't disagree.
And
I don't
probably
disagree
more.
with that. I used to
Probably
work.
more,
I used to
and-
work there when I was working there. She was there, and she was wonderful. I don't disagree with what she makes. That's the first time I've ever seen a department where the foot soldiers are getting less than the clerical, because all the other departments, the guys, the department employees that aren't clerical, they're for the most part making a little more. But it's just
Again, I
a thing
just
I
wanted to
noticed.
point that out, that, that individual in that position has a lot of responsibilities and a lot of record keeping, a lot of historical research for people, and does a wonderful job, and probably the position should be upgraded.
Yeah, I'm not disputing what she's getting or the work she does. I just, just wanted to point that out. I didn't even realize that the guys on the ground are making less, but
Thank you, Council.
thanks.
Is that clerical position, that's a union?
Yes, it is.
No, so she's under contract. Any other questions on 50 with the cemetery? Councilor DiMartino?
Getting back to the summer help, Dennis, this year it was cut. Are you able to get some of the good people that you had last year come back this year?
We have. Again, at the cemetery is funded this year. If you remember, last year we had $10,000. And this year I asked for 30 and got 15 in the cemetery and 10 in parks. It's not enough. It's not enough.
No.
We're trying to promote the city, trying to put our best foot forward, put our best face forward as far as the attractiveness of the city. Our parks and cemetery are vital to that mission, I believe. And being in New England, we have that one season where we need to do landscaping. And I think to put our best foot forward and our face forward, that summer help is a very small investment to make, and will pay off dividends of the quality of the parks and the quality of the cemetery. And we've seen it over the years. You've all seen it. 5, 6, 7 years ago, 8 years ago, our parks, I remember one in West Fitchburg where the grass was knee-high and the residents were cutting it. That doesn't happen anymore. The people we have are amazing. They do cut every park, and they do the absolute best they can to keep them in tip-top shape. Can we do more? Absolutely, but that will require the summer help. And $10.50 an hour, I think it's a cheap investment for those summer. But I also understand the priorities that we're faced with.
So you could use a little increase in that line item.
Absolutely. Based on the funding we have 2 people in each department for July and August,
Yeah.
and then in the springtime for May and June. That's it.
That's it. That's not acceptable. Thank you very much.
Page 51, the Parks Department. Councilor Clark?
Actually, Mr. President, one quick question on page 50, if I could, Dennis.
Yes.
Emergency internment, that has gone up from 1,100 to 2,500. Is there a reason why?
I believe what we spent is indicated there. We do put money in the budget every year that in case of an emergency, wintertime, and that our equipment was broken or we didn't have personnel, that we could hire a contractor, and we only use it as an as-needed, but we do have the money in place that if we needed an emergency internment, we could get a contractor to do that work for us.
Okay, so it's for services to the cemetery.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Moving to 51 again on the Parks section. Anyone have any question on the parks, which I have to agree with you, Commissioner, they do look pretty well this year. Good job. Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Now we'll move to the Water Enterprise Division, page 76 and 78. Man of many hats.
Allow me a moment to switch gears.
Yes, sir. Council, as well, Dennis is getting his paperwork ready. We tentatively plan for a final review of the budget following the Finance Committee, if that's okay with Councilor Hay, on June 24th. Next week would be a little out of the question, as there are 3 meetings, 3 successive nights, committee meetings, special meetings, and regular meetings. So we would do it on June 24th following the Finance Committee. We'll have a final review of the budget, followed by a special meeting on the budget, June 24th. If anyone has any problems with that, we can discuss it. Thank you.
Council is speaking to the Water Department. We believe the mission of the Water Department and Division of Water Supply is to deliver quality potable water to our customers that meets or exceeds the federal and state drinking water regulations. We are committed to diligently maintaining the treatment and distribution systems, protecting the watershed land surrounding our water resources, and timely response to customer needs and concerns. The department functions is responsible for the day-to-day operation and maintenance of 2 state-of-the-art water treatment facilities, multiple storage and pumping facilities, 180 miles of water main, 1,800 fire hydrants, 6 active reservoirs, and thousands of acres of watershed land in order to supply drinking water to the residents of Fitchburg and Westminster. The drinking water is tested daily, weekly, monthly, quarterly, and/or yearly according to our required sampling schedule, and must comply with all state and federal standards. On an annual basis, over 1 billion gallons of water is treated, utilizing chemical precipitation, filtration, clarification, pH adjustment, disinfection, and fluoridation. Distribution system personnel are responsible for maintaining all water mains and service piping, leak detection, 24-hour emergency response, construction management, cross-connection inspection and enforcement, meter reading, and daily customer service. Engineering provides record-keeping, plan updates, project planning, design, inspections, and management. The office staff is responsible for water and sewer billing up to 11,000 customers, record-keeping, payroll, accounts payable and receivable, and handling over 7,000 customer service calls per year. In FY08, accomplishments for the department were included hiring a water quality manager and combination water quality manager lab director, hired a chief treatment plant operator, established a written preventive maintenance program at both treatment plants, successfully completed proficiency testing for laboratory certification, began addressing operational issues at both treatment facilities, created monitoring plans for 2 new EPA testing protocols that began in April 2008, demonstrated the effectiveness of our emergency response plan during a water main break at the Lovell Dam, replaced a 16-inch pressure reducing valve and a 10-inch pressure reducing valve at the Narrows Road pumping station, repaired piping and level dam, replaced 15-year-old faulty fire hydrants with new models, rebuilt 32 out of order hydrants, downsized 22 large meters to achieve maximum efficiency and registration of water used, converted all of the water main plans, 955 plans, from linen and mylar to electronic files, converted all the water surface plans, 11,000 or over, from paper to electronic files. For FY09, the department hopes to have a deputy water commissioner, replace the existing Roberts clarification system at regional wastewater water treatment plant with a buoyant media system, upgrade the residuals lagoon for better performance. It's at the regional plant in Westminster. Submit a water rate increase to cover cost of capital improvement plans, clean the water storage tanks, rehabilitate 5,000 linear feet of water mains as described in the master plan. Replace leaking iron water service piping with polyethylene or copper tubing. Councilors, what I handed out, and if you want to go over the line items first in the budget, I did hand out a projection for water revenues and water expenses. And I think what is obviously dramatic is that the water department has been blessed over the last few years, has been spoken about many times in this chamber about the retained earnings and the stabilization fund that the water department has enjoyed. Just as a little bit of history, the retained earnings in the water department were close to $6 million at one point. That was a result of, I guess, good timing on the city's part. We were asked or required to build water filtration plants for surface water supplies. The city undertook the construction of 2 brand new plants. Water rates were raised to fund those plants back when they were envisioned. Some of the construction took a little longer than what was first thought, so that there was some surplus built up. We knew then, and as has transpired, we were going to use that stabilization fund to start paying the debt service for those new plants as they were completed and put online, and that's what's happened. In addition, like everything else, water expenses, whether it's utility costs, labor, health insurance, and chemical costs for water treatment have gone up dramatically over the last 5 or 6 years. So you see our retained earnings starting to come down. Good accounting and good management certainly leads us to maintaining a certain amount of retained earnings at all times for emergencies, for unforeseen incidents, and I guess I couldn't have timed it any better. This morning is a perfect example. We had a major water main break back in December. We had a break of a line coming through the Level Dam, which is our main reservoir on Ringe Road. It is a $270,000 repair. That was completed because we had retained earnings. Last year, we had to use a significant amount of retained earnings. This year, while it's less, we still have to use a significant amount of retained earnings to balance this budget. You'll note in my handout on the second page, we are looking at the need to increase rates. Nobody wants to hear that. We do not have a formal proposal for you this morning for rate increases. We will be back in the fall or late summer with a more formal evaluation of all the possibilities of raising revenue in the water department, including selling water, being more efficient, but I really at this point do not see any way around some type of rate increase for next fiscal year. What that means is a rate increase by January of 2009. The projections you have before you, again, are one example of what I see right now, and it would mean approximately 60-cent increase for January 1st, 2009, and 10-cent increases in the subsequent years, 10, 11, and 12. This, again, is by no means a final evaluation. But I did want to put before you, and I debated this, and we talked about this a lot in the last week of how to present this. But I think it would be, would not be genuine to come here and say we don't know what rate increases we'll need or we won't need any for the future. I think we will need some. The front page of your projections incorporates, starting in 2010, a rate increase. And you can see on the bottom line that what I've tried to do is maintain the retained earnings at about $1 million. Again, the further we go out in this projection, it's more of a crystal ball. We don't know what kind of issues we'll run up against, whether it's EPA or regulations or major repairs, but this is a first cut at it.
Councilor Joseph.
Well, first off, I've advocated that the money that's in the retained earnings is the owners of the people that use the system. So the money that's there is really ours as ratepayers. So I'm glad to see that we're using that to offset the deficit this year and not going to the rate increases when there is additional money in the retained earnings, because that is my money, and I'm glad that we're using it. But I'm also a little bit disappointed that at this point, June 14th, that we're finding that we have a $582,000 deficit in the water account. And is that a shortness of revenues versus projected revenues, or is that an overspending versus amount budgeted to spend?
Councilor, and again, I know we were soundly criticized by yourself last year at this time for not informing the council. The amount of retained earnings that we're using this year to fund this budget was voted on by the council. The 600, if you see the second, the $643,000 box, that amount was voted on by council at the $371,000 of that was voted on at this time last year as part of the FY08 budget, and that we would be using that $371 to help offset revenues that were needed to maintain the department. And then an additional $272,000 that is included in that 643 number was appropriated by the council for the dam repair. And
okay, so that was the dam repair.
Right. So that the 643 you see there is a combination of what was appropriated last year at this time for this budget, and also the $272,000 that was appropriated in December or January for the dam repair. Of that 643, my projection at June 14th is that we will use 582,000 of it in the red number above. So that did require a little explanation. So we are not going to use everything that was appropriated. Close to it, but not quite. So that's.
Thanks for refreshing my memory. I just don't remember spending the appropriated earnings in this current budget to balance the budget. And I remember that we did the dam repair, and I didn't know that that was part of it, but I didn't know that we had appropriated money last year to cover the budget.
Yes.
And this $387,000 that is appearing to be a deficit for next year, is that?
It's similar to the 371 that we appropriated last year. I'm asking for 387 to offset some of what I know will not be enough revenue to cover all expenses.
Is that with an anticipated rate increase?
If we have a rate increase put in place by January of 09, we will only see 1 month of revenue for FY09 in that rate increase. So there's very little rate increase calculated in, or almost no rate increase calculated in for FY09 revenues. It starts in FY10.
Thank you.
Further questions? Councilor Di Natale.
Is the need for a rate increase due to the same issue that the wastewater department faced in terms of planning for inflationary purposes over the years and to cover unexpected items? I mean, I want to draw a distinction between doing a rate increase because of inflationary expenses and because we haven't had one in a long time, as opposed to we didn't plan accordingly, so we have to increase substantially in one year, and then we go to very minimal ones every year after that, which is kind of how it should be done. But the 60 cent that's preliminary in these projections, is that, what is the reason for that increase? Is it because we're trying to catch up and we didn't gradually plan these increases, or?
I think, Counselor, it's a combination of both. You know, ideally, we probably should have been a little bit more proactive and been in front of the council probably last year with a smaller increase. And so this is somewhat of a catch-up, but it's also, again, a combination of planning ahead, knowing that, you know, factoring in some inflation for personal services and expenses as everything keeps going up, looking ahead and trying to project, as the mayor has asked us to do, ahead so that we will stay ahead of the curve and, again, as I said, maintain a stabilization fund in this department and not get into the position that the wastewater is in, where we were running a deficit and had nowhere to go.
Well, encourage, we're projecting that we won't touch that account for practically 4 years after '09, the retained earnings account. I don't think, in my own opinion, is I don't think people are necessarily opposed to a rate increase as much as they are the reason for the rate increase and the major, the jump, if you will, from one year to the next. Because if we do 10 cents per year, that's an inflationary increase, and I think that would be understandable. But I think when you hear uproar in the public, it's 1 year, it's no increase, the next year it's astronomical. It's a huge hit. And I like seeing this, as we did see in the wastewater department, the mayor and the department is now planning for very small increases that are reasonable to cover inflation, and not a year where we're raising the rate over $1.
Right, and I think we've all come to that realization that, you know, it's better to do a little bit as for inflationary purposes and to stay ahead of, as Councilor Joseph has pointed out many times, to make sure we continue to do capital improvements and maintain the infrastructure that's so important to us. Again, you know, as we talked about DPW, the water is absolutely essential. We are blessed with a tremendous amount of water in Fitchburg, and it's a tremendous asset to the city. And we certainly want to continue to maintain it in the manner that we should. Some
other questions about this department, because I don't know much about it in terms of the bacteriologist is being let go, and we're adding a water quality manager. Is that offsetting that, or?
What happened last year, Counselor, is that the individual that was the bacteriologist, lab person, was put in the position of water quality manager, and what she is doing what we had gone to as a part-time lab person. What we did is put a full-time person back on, and she is doing the laboratory work and also fulfilling the role of a water quality manager. So it's basically, we didn't need that half-time position anymore, and it's the same person, but now it's a full-time position instead of a half-time position. And that's already in place, actually, for this year.
And how many miles of piping do we have in the city?
There are about, I just read it, 180 miles of...
180 miles of piping. And I recall last year, the previous deputy commissioner indicated that half of the piping needs to be cleared out or replaced.
Yeah, we're constantly, you know, we're trying to, what's probably more efficient than replacing. Some pipe has to be replaced. It's of an age and in a condition that absolutely has to be replaced. But also, over the last few years, we've utilized what's called clean in line, where you scour out the pipes and then line it with a cement type lining that's very permanent and also provides structural integrity. So that's a more efficient way, but we try to do some every year.
So by some, what are you planning on doing in FY09? How many miles?
We would like to do approximately a mile a year, and that's still, you know, it's not a lot, but it's very expensive.
And that's the piping line item for $45,000. That covers a mile of piping. So it was correct that half of it needs attention.
I would say that's a fair assessment.
And we're only replacing...
Again, we're a very old city.
Right.
Going back, some of the pipe is
guess my only-
100 years old.
I guess my only concern about that is if we're going to plan on replacing only a mile or fixing a mile a year, and 90 miles of it needs work, how
Slow
on top
process.
of it we're going to be. But, okay, thank you.
Councillor Hay, you have a question? You all set? Councillor Caddy?
Do it every year, so I'm going to do it again this year.
Might as well.
I don't think there's enough emphasis placed on marketing our water. The history of our reservoirs, we have 11 reservoirs. Is that the number?
There's, yes, there's 6 active.
And they're as a result of the paper mill industry building our reservoirs. No question, we have a surplus of water. We have a gravity feed system, so it's not expensive to operate. And we do, in fact, have 2 new filtration plants. If it's not in bottled water, which I think it should be, I do believe that this city, one of our greatest natural assets is our water. And and when talking about raising our rates, I don't think there's enough emphasis put on selling our water. And I think that really, we should couple with the planning board, the redevelopment authority, and we should really look at this. I've been saying it since I've been here. It seems to me if in business, this is the smartest business move the city could make. So I'll stop right there.
I couldn't agree more, and we are, as we've said before, we are looking at it. There are some possibilities. I absolutely cannot say it's going to happen in a year or 2 years. I think eventually it will happen. How long that will take, when you're talking about intermunicipal agreements, connections between 2 cities or 2 towns or a town in the city, you know, it's even more involved than just the technical end of connecting 2 pieces of pipe together. There are lots of negotiations that need to take place, and you know how those contracts are written. I think absolutely it will happen, and I don't disagree with you that we can market this and make sure, you know, it's already been mentioned. I don't feel uncomfortable saying that, you know, Devons, as they develop Devons, that they're already saying that they need more water. There is, it seems like far away from Fitchburg, but there is a way of allowing Fitchburg water to go through Leominster to go to Devons that benefits all parties.
But every time I go to the store and buy one of these, and I look at the amount of water that we have and what we can do with it, it doesn't make sense to me that we're not moving in this direction. And couple up with some of the very large retailers in this area, like the Moles, to provide them with bottled water. The expense is in the trucking. We're central. This is a very, very heavily populated area in this part of the state, and we're central. To open up a bottling plant in this area, to me, makes sense because you're going to save the money in transportation, because it's right here. So I'll stop. Thank you.
Councilor Solomito?
Thank you, Mr. President. Just piggybacking on what Councilor Caddy said, if we do consider selling our water, and I know you mentioned Devons and other towns, but recently the town of Clinton contemplating selling their water, but not to another municipality, namely Leominster. They were looking at selling it commercially. And if we do go down that road, I would hope that we would do it where the money is. And if it's to a private company such as Nestle, where Clinton wanted to go into, that I would do that rather than selling it to another municipality at a lower rate. I mean, Clinton, I think, had the right idea. Go where the money is. If you're going to sell your greatest asset, sell it to where the money is. That's all I really have to say.
And my understanding is that a lot of the commercial bottling companies, Dasani, Nestle, Coke, are all the big players in this field. They're looking at, one of the reasons they looked at that water supply, because they could say it was a spring fed, you know. The differentiation between that is minimal, but when they market water, it's spring fed. Doesn't mean the water's better, but it sells water that way. So that was one item that, because I was curious of why they were looking at that particular water source, why they had any interest in it. But that was what I am led to believe that's one of the factors that they consider. I know the City of London sells their water to, I think, Dasani, and that's what Dasani is, it's London drinking water, I think. So.
Is that Air, by the way?
Pardon?
Who's Air? The
Air
town
is owned by Pepsi, PepsiCo Corporation, and I don't know what brand, I forget what brand that they bottle water under, but.
This is Coke.
That's Coke. Yeah. But it's, I agree with Councilor Caddy that we don't want to be building a bottling plant. I don't agree maybe that city shouldn't get in the business of building a bottling plant. If we could get a bottling plant to buy water from us, I'm all for it.
Further questions on the handout or on page 76 or 77? Councilor Bove?
Page 77, under water expenses, Dennis. Hydrants and hydrant parts. I notice you've gone up 101% on that. Are you planning on putting in a whole lot of hydrants? Or?
Well, and I can go back to something Councilor Hay said earlier today, is that, we were ordered to stop spending, and that we tried to maintain and keep the expenses down as best as possible, but there's certainly, we can spend that and more in replacing hydrants that need replacing, because of their age mostly.
Just because of their age, they're still working?
They're still working, but, they're in need of repair because we don't want to have antique hydrants out there,
Could we do this for a little less than $50,000?
Good, it's just fewer hydrants that we replace, we could do a little bit less.
Could you suffice with 30,000? You make do.
I think we could.
Okay, I'm going to suggest that we take that line item and bring it down to 30,000. Hydrants and hydrant parts. And also, on the watershed maintenance.
By 20.
You've got an increase of 77%.
Yes. Councilor, and this is going to come up during this fiscal year, is that we are looking, and many of you probably already know about it, that we're looking at a conservation restriction, selling a conservation restriction on our watershed land, approximately 1,700 acres, to Fish and Wildlife. We have a very real possibility, and we think it's and you'll be hearing a lot more about it in the very near future, of Fish and Wildlife giving the city $1 million for a conservation restriction, which we plan to use on protecting more watershed land, or purchasing or protecting more watershed land. But along with that comes some administration and opening up some of the watershed land to passive recreational use. We feel that is going to require more maintenance on our part. So to get that $1 million, we're putting the budget in, putting a little bit more in the budget to maintain, police those watershed lands.
Who's going to be policing it?
We have personnel within the department. We have one reservoir guard, and we're going to utilize some of the other personnel to do that policing.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Tran?
I'm all set, Mr. President.
set?
Thank you.
Any further questions for,
I had a question
Yes,
on
Counselor.
page 76. I had my hand up.
Yes.
I didn't see it.
I was looking to the left, Counselor.
On the labor, am I reading this wrong on the labor on 76?
No, that's, I believe the mayor's explained that. That was a mistake, that the $362,000 that's, looks like it's not funded, will be submitted to the council. That was a mistake that should have heard his attention to fund that $362,000.
Yeah, that will be included, Counselor.
Also, summer help also is gone?
Yeah, we in the past had utilized some summer help in the water department for painting hydrants mostly. And again, in the interest of saving a little bit of money, we've cut that line item out.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Clark?
Thank you, Mr. President. Dennis, you mentioned the reservoir guard. Is that a person that physically goes and
Yes.
checks our reservoir does he go at a certain time of the day to each reservoir, or?
I don't know exactly what his schedule is, a full-time individual, and again, we have, thousands and thousands of acres of watershed land, both in northern Fitchburg and the southern region.
And that's what I'm concerned about. And when we went to the MMA convention, they had vendors there who were reservoir protection, who did reservoir protection. They certainly know about Fitchburg and would certainly like our business. Have we looked into maybe doing something in concert with a reservoir guard as far as one of these reservoir protection agencies?
Contractual type service?
Yeah.
Not to my knowledge. That's the first I've heard of that, to tell you the truth, that there are companies out there that do, I'm sure, I guess there's somebody that will give you a service if you want it, but I had not heard that. Thank you.
They certainly know about us. They love our business.
They haven't knocked on my door, which is surprising.
Further questions? Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you very much, Councilors.
We will move to the Wastewater Enterprise Division. Mr. Jordan. Thank you for patiently waiting in the wings, Mr. Jordan.
No trouble at all, Counselor.
74.
Those will be on page 74 and 75, counselors. Mr. Jordan, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Council President. Just would like to make a statement also concerning the wastewater department. The wastewater department, the primary function of the wastewater department is to treat the city's wastewater to the level that meets or exceeds stringent standards set by Mass DEP and the US EPA. And it's responsible for the operation and maintenance of 220 miles of sewer lines that make up the collection system. The department accepts flow not only from the residents and industries from Fitchburg, but also serves the needs of the neighboring communities of Lunenburg and Westminster. In addition to treating wastewater, the department also provides several other communities with sludge and septic disposal services to ensure a safe and reliable disposal method for these wastes while generating revenues which help to offset the cost to the residents of Fitchburg. The department has 31 employees, consisting of 4 management personnel, 16 operations, and 10 maintenance people. These 30 individuals are responsible for operating and maintaining 2 wastewater facilities, one of which operates 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. The other facility in West Fitchburg operates 12 hours a day, also 7 days a week. In the coming year, our main goal, the financial goal, is really, as you all know, is to comply with the requirements of DOR, which stipulates that the city be solvent by the end of fiscal 2009. We have, in addition to the rate increase, which you are all well aware went into effect, we've adjusted revenue projections so that these rate increases will accurately reflect what we will actually earn in fiscal 2009. We've also made some very hard decisions in terms of making cuts and tried to minimize the operating expenses at the plant while still maintaining the level of treatment that we need to in order to comply with the various permits. In 2008, we did have a lot going on in the department. Some of the main accomplishments were we will finish the first two phases of a 3-phase odor upgrade project down at the East Plant. That includes installing all brand new dewatering equipment, all the new pumping systems. We made improvements to the incinerator and to the odor control emissions units. All of this was required to be done by mandates. However, the equipment that we did have was well beyond its useful life. With these repairs, we really hope to have a much better operation with terms of processing sludge, and hopefully we'll make some room to bring in some additional users in the coming year. We're also in the process of conducting it's a 3-year project, which we began during fiscal '08, a citywide I&I to identify extraneous sources of flow that gets into the collection system. By identifying and removing these sources, we remove the overall flow that goes to the plant, which in turn reduces the cost of chemicals, cost of pumps, electricity, etc. We are also doing a citywide CSO monitoring, which will also help to identify areas that should be targeted for additional separation projects. As you know, in 2006, we completed the first 3 out of 15 projects, and this will be an ongoing project in the city to continue separating the remaining 17 miles of soil, which needs separation. Again, by doing this, we will not only reduce the flows at the plant, but we'll also reduce the amount of untreated waste that gets into the river during periods of high flow. This is something that the EPA and DEP has been very aggressive in making this happen, and we are doing our best to work out an agreement with them to find out what is economically the best way to approach this. And by doing this, together with upgrades at the plant, we should also improve our overall compliance at the plant. And the last major accomplishment in 2008 was we did fully design and get approval to begin construction on a new grit facility down at the plant. With the completion of this facility, we will take all the grit or sand out of the wastewater flow, which will be a very positive for the plant. Currently, the sand that we receive at the plant puts out a lot of the treatment equipment. It's overwhelmed by the amount of sand that comes in, and the equipment can't handle it. With this new grit facility, we will remove all that sand, thus keeping the equipment up and running. And it should also help reduce maintenance costs through the year. Projects that we're looking at in the next 5 years will be, again, additional permit requirements, which are, again, ever increasingly stringent. And we will be looking at doing another separations project throughout the city. And there will be either that, or we may be required to build a new process to remove phosphorus down to a much lower level than we currently do right now. And the rate increases that we did put in place will help us to, most importantly, first and foremost, comply with the DOR requirement. We will be ending the fiscal '09 in flat for the first time in a few years, and we will be able to identify and design the next project with regard to either separation or the phosphorus removal facility. And also, similar to what Commissioner Murney had passed out, just for water, I'd like to just pass out just a little projection for the next through fiscal 2013, just to demonstrate that by the end of 2009, we do expect to see, albeit a small retained earnings, there will be some retained earnings in the department, and you'll also demonstrate how through 2013 that we will be slowly building this retained earnings to address primarily any unforeseen problems that occur at the plant. We currently are experiencing one issue, which is we have 4 clarifiers, which are just big settling tanks, and one of them we may be looking at a $300,000 repair to correct that. That is instrumental in operating the plant. On the plus side, the grit facility estimates did come in a little bit lower than budget, and I believe that the funds that we save there can be used to make this improvement at the plant. I guess that's one positive note, is that we won't foresee having to find other sources to pay for these repairs. And thank you.
Questions from the councilors? Councilor Tran.
Thank you, Mr. President. How much are we spending in terms of heating the plants during the winter months, the cold months? Are we heating it with oil or natural
We
gas?
heat with natural gas, and you'll look at you'll notice for natural gas, in the coming year, we are asking for $1.2, $1.3 million. And the majority of that really goes for the incineration process and also the air compliance. We have what we call an RTO, which just burns off residual organics. The cost to actually heat the plant would be down somewhere in the $300,000 range. And also note that the expenses that you're looking at in the 2009 budget, those are the figures for both plants, not just the east plant. So the natural gas, the 1.2 of that, $1 million, no, a little bit more than 1.4. Oops, I'm looking at the wrong one. 1.2 million is for the east plant, and 85,000 is for the west plant. And the west plant really is just for heating that building, but
That's still a large amount of money spent heating the plants. Have you considered putting a plan together, find a way to circulate the air from the incinerator and to heat the plants during the cold months?
we are looking, we're not looking at ways to take the heat from the incinerator. That's something that we can't use that heat per se to heat the plant, just because it's the nature of the air coming out of there. What we are looking at is ways that maybe we can recapture the energy from that to maybe offset the cost of electricity. And we have been looking at that, but unfortunately there haven't been any reliable systems that we've identified that would work. But we are constantly looking at ways to capture energy out of the emissions.
Right. I'm not referring to the heat from the incinerator. I'm referring to the heat generated from, off the incinerator.
Again, the heat that comes off that is in the form of exhaust.
Okay.
I guess I'm not following the question.
So there's no way of using the heat that's being...
The only thing maybe we could do is to try to maybe heat hot water, but to actually heat the facility with the exhaust, I'm not sure how we would do that.
So it's all exhaust?
It's all exhaust. And naturally, the incinerator itself is very insulated because you want to keep all the heat inside, and that energy goes to use to incinerate the sludge. And then the only heat that comes off, really, per se, is in the emissions.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Jordan, what type of a contract do you have for gas? Do you have an interruptible contract?
For gas right now, we do, it's a citywide contract that is arranged through the purchasing department, and that current contract is up this year. I believe it's in October of this year, and the city purchasing agent, as I understand, is trying to negotiate a new contract for the coming years. And that, as we all know, it's a very volatile market, and I did my best to try to guesstimate where the market might be going, but until we get the contract.
Councilor Di Natale.
Thank you, Mr. President. I may have asked this question previously regarding overtime, but does the spending freeze that the mayor has put forth pertain to overtime as well? That covers overtime as well?
It may, but I think there are circumstances in places that are 24/7 that I'm sure they work out an arrangement with the mayor.
I only bring that up because for the East Wastewater Personal Services, through April, $101,000 is still left unspent. And only 56% spent with 2 months left, $100,000. And the overtime account was for $229,500, and the mayor is appropriating for overtime $225,000, so it's basically being level funded. I'd like to see that number reduced by 50,000. You're not losing any people, you're actually gaining one extra body.
I'm sorry, Counselor, the one extra body that we're gaining, are you looking at the,
Oh, I'm just looking at East Waste,
okay, we're actually losing a body for next fiscal year, not gaining.
okay, I'm sorry, you're losing a body, but we have a $100,000 underrun in an overtime right now that could probably be $70,000 by the end of the year, so there's no leeway in that account to reduce it $25,000 to be spent somewhere else in your department?
I would really caution at doing that, only because the plant, we have done a lot of upgrades at the plant, but it's a 33-year-old plant with 33-year-old equipment. A lot of this contractually, if there's any repairs that are required after 7 p.m. Monday through Friday or on the weekends, requires a call-in by the maintenance department. They have minimum call-in periods. For every call-in, they get a minimum of 4 hours overtime. And just with the age of the plant, I think we saved a little bit this year with the project that was going on. And I would just caution that if you eliminate that and we need it, now we're stuck, we don't have it.
I'm not suggesting we eliminate it. It's the same with the police that I brought up. It's $100,000. And you're not really losing a substantial amount of people. You're losing one person. And I understand the emergency argument, but $100,000. I mean,
I guess, Counsel, my only, again, the only comment is, in the event we don't use that next year, that would go to help build the retained earnings. Ultimately, with the police department, they don't spend it. That gets shifted to other areas of the general fund. With the wastewater being the enterprise, I think anything we can do to conserve money could go in to help build that retained earnings quicker and possibly help to keep any future rate increases at a minimum. It's not, I'm not sure I see the benefit of cutting that.
it's probably a moot point because it's just going to stay in
It's going to stay with the department. And again, if we have emergencies such as this clarifier, this is one of 4. They're all 33 years old. One would logically expect that if one went, the other 3 probably aren't far behind. And at $300,000 a pop, you can see that $1 million is not going to go very far. I think the quicker we can get that built up, it would have a less of an impact on any future rate increases.
Well, makes sense because here it says FY08 surplus will be $115,000 projected. So you're going to finish the year $115,000 in the black, but that's going to be wiped out by the prior year's deficit.
Correct.
Okay, so next year we're projecting a surplus of 1.4 million, give or take?
Yes, and the reason that is so high is to offset the remaining deficit, which we are required to do by DOR. Really, the number that we want to look at is the very bottom number, that 230,000, and keeping in mind that nothing goes wrong. I have a teeny contingency in here, but $230,000, it doesn't take a whole lot to go wrong to chew that up. I think that's a very conservative number, and
Are we going to get, Mr. Saracen, are we going to get any kind of report at the end, in July or August or September, that shows what the final totals were in every
We always run well, this is the auditor's report, which is summarized only on a few pages, but in addition to that, we will run a final status or budget report that will be completed at probably towards the end of July, the beginning of June, beginning of August, when we make our final adjustments, but, yeah.
Okay, so it's possible that surplus number
You
could be
can
higher.
see that. Yep.
Yeah, okay, I just,
Right, and that surplus, Counselor, it's, based on the numbers I have right now, that's where I expect it to be. And it's my best guess at this point.
thank you.
Counselor Starr?
Thank you, Mr. President. So according to this, we're going to be making some money. Or the enterprise fund is going to actually start being able to generate.
We will be solvent by the end of 2009, that's correct.
So, took a while, but
It took some very, very aggressive rate increases, which, I thank the council for passing these. And again, we're trying to correct a 20-year problem in a matter of 2 or 3 years, and it's unfortunate it had to happen that way. I think it could have been done better, but what's done is done, and the positive is, yes, we will be solvent in 2009.
good. Now, I don't know how easy a question this is to ask. How much longer is the East plant going to last? Roughly?
If we were to do nothing, probably not long, but as with any plant, it's a constant process of upgrading and improving the plant. We expect the East plant to be around for many, many years to come. Of course, the way it looks will probably be dramatically different, but the plant itself I have no reason to think that it won't be around another 20, 30 years.
Okay, I just imagine, I think I asked the question when you came, the original shelf life of that plant, when it was built back in the early 70s, wasn't that long, I believe.
Typically for a structure such as, the structure obviously is going to last forever. When they say a 25-year life of the plant, that's for the equipment. We just replaced all the dewatering equipment, we replaced a lot of the sludge handling pumps, so all that equipment, now you start the clock over at day one, and we should get, 15 good years out of that at least. We are doing the new grit facility, so again, the face of the plant's going to change. That should last, again, 20 years. We're doing the headworks upgrade, which is part of the grit. That equipment is all 30 years old. It's all going to be brand new equipment. And again, now we're starting for that portion of the plant, should give it another 20 years of life.
Okay. A number that jumps out at me here is electricity. Now, when I look at these on the top of page 75, when I look at these, I've got to take into account it's both the West Fitchburg plant and the East plant combined, right?
Yep.
Okay. How come actual expense for fiscal year '07, I did a little math here, came out to about $81,000 a month. Last fiscal year, or FY08, it came out to $127,000 a month, and now we're looking to pay $118,000 a month. Now, Councilor Tran brought up some way of, you talked about heating the building. I'm thinking about more along the lines of creating something using that incinerator that we have there. Is there any, and I asked you this before, and I'll ask again, is there any way that we can find some type of turbine or anything to make this place completely self-sufficient in regards to electricity? I mean, the rates, I don't see getting better anytime soon. Is that something that could be, is possible?
We are looking at that. A couple of the ideas out there, yes, is to recover the heat energy off the incinerator. I know we spoke with the firm a couple years ago, and they had proposed a system, and we had spoke to them previously, and the system they had originally failed miserably, and then they came back with a new and improved system. And my first thing is, I don't want to be the guinea pig. I like to see somebody else prove that this system works, but we are looking at ways to recover the heat, to convert that to electricity. The other thing we're looking at is getting to be a lot more popular, and it's getting a lot of attention lately, is the idea of putting solar panels, solar cells. We do the real estate down there, the buildings. It's all flat roofs, and we are together with the planning department looking at, is there a way we can maybe put solar cells up on the roofs to also generate electricity to help offset this cost, because I agree it's a big number, and although we have a fixed price through 2011, I don't see that going down in 2011. So we are investigating other avenues of.
I'm sure Ron Anson would be happy to share with you any of his insight with the work that he's done over at the old shoe factory. One more thing on page 74, incinerator incentive.
Yes.
What's that?
That is.
'Cause I noticed. I'm sorry. It was originally budgeted for $48,000. The revised expense was only $900. Now we're budgeting it for $30,000.
The incinerator incentive, what that is, that's a contractual item, which basically says if the operators can process X number of tons of sludge at every threshold, they will get a bonus, 50 cents, 75, $1 per hour added onto their rate. And when that was originally developed, I believe it goes back 10 years or so now, the reasoning was that if they were processing that much sludge, then we were earning a huge sum of money, and it was a nice incentive benefit to give some of that back to the guys who actually operated the plant, the incinerator. We have noticed the $48,000 is the maximum benefit that they could fund. And last year, because of all the upgrades that were going on, there was just no way they could earn it. And
So there was very little sludge being burned last year.
Well,
judging by
they need to burn up to a certain level, and for that they get no incentive. But if they exceed that level, then the incentive kicks in. So we were burning a typical year's worth of sludge, which over the last 3, 4, 5 years they didn't exceed or exceeded very minimally the level that would trigger the incentive. Last year, it was because of the work going on, they really didn't have the opportunity to earn anything. I reduced it this year, just looking back over the last several years. We obviously haven't paid a lot out, but a big part of that was all that equipment was really old, it was falling apart. We have all new presses in this year, we have all new pumps in this year, we've done extensive repairs to the incinerator, and we've done repairs to the air pollution control equipment. With all this, I didn't want to eliminate it because it's a very real possibility that they could start earning the incentive again with all these new upgrades.
So basically, the more incentive that you pay out, it's much more beneficial to the city or to the fund, because that much more is
Yes, that means we're earning that much more, and it's paid on merchant sludge that comes in. So, if they get an extra $1 an hour, that means we're making a few $100,000 extra.
Is there been any, I understand the sludge facility is unique to this area. Is there any more, I don't know, I think I heard you mention it earlier, as far as advertising it. I believe when you came before us before, you said it was tough to get people to truck it out to us for whatever reason.
The big reason is we're pretty much at capacity Monday through Friday, and the only place that we had some leeway was on the weekends. And yeah, the problem is that we deal with a lot of small facilities, and these people just do not want to staff on the weekends. It's not worth paying the overtime for them to bring the material to Fitchburg. Obviously, we have competition. The other thing is we take it in a liquid form, and what's really become even a greater obstacle for us is to truck liquid. You have to truck much more liquid versus a solid material. And with the cost of trucking, that's just makes it that much more difficult to generate new business. We are working with a couple communities, and we're trying to work a deal where we'll discount it on the weekend. The logic behind there is that right now we make nothing, but the incinerator, we can't really shut it off, because to shut it off and then the time it takes to heat it back up, it isn't logical to do it on the weekends. So whatever we can make is a benefit, and so we are negotiating, but it's a slow process.
So it's, in reality then, the weekend, it's the sludge coming in, then it goes, I've seen, like, I've been down there with Councilor Boisvert. It's just, it's not cost effective to turn it down, I guess you could say, the incinerator. Is it almost getting wasted a little bit, in a sense?
The incinerator?
No, only on the weekends.
On the weekends, during the week, we are producing what we expected to produce. And the benefit is that even at the current levels, we're still earning about $40,000 a month, which goes to offset the rate to the ratepayers. That includes the cost to burn our sludge. So if we eliminated sludge, we'd be looking at $40,000, $50,000 that we'd have to tack on to the user rate to process our sludge. So the money that we earn not only pays for outside, but it also helps to pay for Fitchburg's material.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks.
Councilor Caddy.
Out of principle, I gotta say what I have to say. If there's any new hires in wastewater, they should be hired to work weekends. And that plant should be operated by the weekend, not on overtime, but with our employees. And therefore, during the week, you can burn sludge from other cities, and it won't cost us overtime funds. And you won't be wasting the incinerator on the weekend. And I believe we went through this last year. And there's one more thing I gotta get off my chest. And it's staring me in the face with your budget. All of your workers got a 0% raise, but the deputy commissioner and the chief engineer got raises. And out of principle, I just don't like it. For whatever reason, I just don't like it. The workers have been, I'm assuming, are working without a contract. And I just don't think that's fair.
May I comment?
Sure.
The workers did all get step raises last year. The chief engineer, again, by contract, is due to get a step raise this year, as is the assistant mechanic. Just the way their increases fall for the step raises just fell on the off year. As for the deputy commissioner, obviously that's me. I haven't had a raise in 3 years myself. This is a step raise, which, again, they say that we get a step raise every 2 years. I've got nothing in 3 years. I think that everyone else is getting raises, and I think it's a very, very small increase. Everyone else got it. I think it's fair.
I reply, we have
Yes.
departments in the city that are working without contracts. Either everybody gets a raise or nobody gets a raise. That's just the way I feel. I don't like it when I see this. It just stands out. Of course, everyone's saying that you're not doing your job, but the chief engineer's not doing his job. I look at the incentive in here. I feel bad for the people working there, but the incinerator incentive is to get those workers to produce a certain amount so they can make more money. Well, they should be working to their capacity anyway. I think that we're going to pay somebody more money to work more or work like they're supposed to. This whole thing just doesn't sit well with me, and I'm just very sorry for saying it, but I don't like it.
It's contractual, counselor, and I would just hate to see a couple people be penalized just because they happen to be in the off year. The chief engineer has also been working without a contract, and if you looked at the same thing last year, everyone else got raises except for these 3 individuals, and it's not like they're getting it and no one else did. Everyone else just got it a year earlier.
guess it's just very fortunate that you're an enterprise, because there are departments in the city that aren't an enterprise.
And I think the step raises, Counselor, it is contractual, and as you're all aware, you tried to remove that last year, and it was not, we found out that that was not possible. It was part of the contract, and, you know, so the chief engineer and the assistant mechanic, it is contractual. It's,
Anything further, Counselor?
No, thanks.
Counselor Boivay?
Thank you. Joe, in your opening statements, was I mistaken when I heard you say that the estimates for the grit plant came in lower?
yes.
How much lower?
Approximately $900,000 lower. I think that's a good thing.
So that brings the grit plant down to a little over 8 million.
Yes. Well, it brought it down to, for the engineering, construction, everything, yes, it's just under 8 million. It's 7 million. It's right. Construction, we originally estimated to be right around 7 million, and then there was about $1 million in engineering costs for a total of 8. The construction came in closer to 6 million versus 7. And that it was about a $900,000 cheaper than we had originally estimated.
So we basically took out we approved a loan of $9.3 million for your grit plant.
Well, Council, that was for the grit plant, that was for some engineering studies in the future, and that was also for some ongoing projects. As the letter to the mayor clearly outlined, it wasn't just for grit.
Okay, so since the grit plant came in $900,000 lower, does this mean that the wastewater plant has a windfall of $900,000?
No, it does not. The $9.65 million that was appropriated just meant that was what we were allowed to borrow. If we didn't need to borrow it, we're not going to borrow it. So that's just sitting out there. The unexpended, unborrowed funds are just sitting there.
That's the cap.
Right. I can't borrow greater than that
Okay.
without coming back to council.
All right. And I believe Councilor Tran was when he was talking about transferring heat from your incinerator, had nothing to do with the heat from the inside of that incinerator, but it had to do with the heat in the building where the incinerator was. That is a very hot room, and he was probably speaking to moving the air out of that room into the rest of the plant. Without taking any of the contaminated air, if you would.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry, I misunderstood. And I think that because that's a process area, I'm not sure we could legally do that. It's a different classification because it's more of a hazardous environment, if you will.
But you allow some of your people to go in there.
It's not. There are odors in that area, and I don't think you'd want to, blow, although it's not hazardous to work in, we wouldn't want to transfer that air into the main administration area.
If it's not hazardous, then why not?
It isn't very pleasant to smell. We like a fireplace, Council. We also leave some of the doors open. It's just...
Would you not get the benefits of this warmer air if it was blown into the rest of the plant, not into the office area?
I guess we could do a study to see, to put the fans in, to put ductwork in, to try to remove that air. I guess I could hire an engineer to come in and do a study. I don't think we'd see that great of a benefit.
It is superheated air at the top of that building, is it not?
Well, again, the incinerator is enclosed and it's insulated, so the idea is to keep the heat in the incinerator, not let it escape. So if some does escape, it's going to be minimal.
Well, I was fortunate enough to go into that room, and I got to tell you, it was very hot in there. There was a lot of superheated air that was basically being wasted. If that air could be just moved, with a few fans, just to move it out into the rest of the plant, then it would be of a great benefit.
I could see if I could get someone to look into that, see if there is and what the cost would be to do that.
Sorry, Mr. Tran, for jumping in on your idea, but I think it needed a little clarification.
Just, Mr. President, just to add a
Yes.
comment to what Councilor Bovia just said. I brought up that issue is because it was your people who suggested the idea to me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Councilor Joseph.
Just a question on emergency sludge disposal. Was that a misprint or was it?
Oh, the $95,000? Yes.
That's a misprint?
Yes. We're actually, I don't believe we spent any this year. And the reason we put the 9,000 in, typically we budget that at 5,000, and we put 9,000 in because we thought we'd be doing more sludge hauling when we shut the presses down, or when we shut the sludge processing down, while we were doing work on the incinerator. We were able, fortunately, to hold everything, and resulted in not landfilling any of the sludge. And I believe that we did restore that back to $5,000. But yeah, the $95,000 is a misprint.
And my other comment, again, is on the electricity issue, and it's not to do with, when we had this infrastructure proposal to get a new biomass fuel plant over on Airport Road, one of the reasons that Simons is doing that is so that they can have a significant cost savings on their electrical use. The plant that's proposed is only going to take about 1/10 of their, Simon's only going to use about 1/10 of their total power output in a year's time. So when we have something like this come in, I don't understand why the city wouldn't contract to also get some cheaper energy with a new biomass fuel plant coming in to use some of that kilowatts that it's producing to also help us with our energy usage. So that's just not for you, but for the mayor, if we could get that into the documents, that we should be looking at how can we benefit from a new fuel company coming into the city. Thank you.
Councilor Di Natale.
Thank you. The $9.6 million that we appropriated, that we allowed you to borrow from, you have stated that $900,000 of that will not be used or needed to borrow because of the estimate. So you're only going to borrow $8.75 million instead of $9.65.
Well, again, Councilor, let me clarify that the 9.65 was not all meant to go for the grit facility. Some of that was, we weren't even projecting to use that for another 2 or 3 years. We were going to do a study. So of the 9.6 that we appropriated, I was only planning on using 8.6 right now. Of that 8.6, we're down closer to the 7.6, 7.7, somewhere in that range. So, we just got a loan order for $7 million. I'm sorry, that's a different issue, sorry.
Not to interrupt you, but are we going to be borrowing that 9.6, the total? Right now, it sounds like we're not going to be borrowing all that money.
No, we will eventually be borrowing all that money.
We will be.
Yes.
For other things that the council did not see when it was presented to them?
No, for other things that the council was very well aware of. We're just not doing it right now. I don't have the letter that went to the mayor, but there's $1 million of that was to do a study to figure, or a design on another separation project, or to design a new process to remove phosphorus. There was no intention to ever do that right now. That the plan to do that was in 2010 or 2011. I never intended to borrow that entire appropriation. Why we included that is we knew it was going to have to be done. And I want to come to council now that in the event we need to do this sooner versus later, because a lot of this is dependent upon ongoing negotiations with the EPA, I want to make sure that the funds were in place to borrow so that we could proceed with another design.
I guess I got confused because if the estimate was a lot lower, I would assume that there was some leeway then.
Okay, I see what you're saying. You're saying because the estimate came in lower, will we be using that? Will we not use that? As I stated, we have a $300,000 repair to a clarifier, and I would have to double check the way the appropriation was worded, but we may be coming back to council to say, I would like council's permission to include the repair of this clarifier.
Okay, that's where I was going to, was we don't, for that that underestimate, you're going to use that potentially for other things that we didn't plan on when we did the approval.
Exactly, and the clarifier had no way of knowing.
Okay, and I guess the rate increase that we approved was a substantial amount of an increase to fund these projects.
Yes.
I guess if people listen closely, if it was an underestimate, and that happens, and we may go and do something else with $300,000, do the ratepayers get a reduced increase because we're not going to use that full loan appropriation because of the underestimate?
I wanted to foresee a rate decrease, council, because again, we're going to design another project, and I'll be back for another rate increase when we actually have to do construction. I don't know what that construction will be, and at this time, I can only estimate when that construction will take place. In the event we save up some retained earnings, that could offset additional borrowing. Any retained earnings, like we saw in water, instead of going out to get a loan and pay back, I can use retained earnings and potentially minimize future rate increases.
Understood. I wanted to make sure you're going to present something to us because we raised the rates to appropriate a certain loan, and if we're not going to use
Appropriation,
loan
yes.
appropriation.
And there were very specific items in that appropriation. And all I'm saying is that the clarifier, because I believe some of the wording in there was to do major improvements at the plant. If that is not the case, rest assured I will be back to council, to include that. It's something that will need to be done.
Thank you.
Further questions for Mr. Jordan? One comment that I'd like to make in reference to my colleague, Councilor Caddy. With regard to the step increases, there really isn't much that we can do about it. We all know that. It's contractual. I do have a concern, Councilor, with this incinerator incentive. I think previous administrations gave out plenty of incentives, not just the wastewater treatment, but other departments. And basically, those, I believe, are hidden pay raises, and I would hope that the present administration, when they do their impact bargaining or when they do future bargaining, would not give out a lot of these incentives as hidden raises. And that's basically how I feel about it. Anything further, councilors? I would suggest that if any of the councilors have more cuts that they would like to recommend or have other recommendations for the mayor on the budget, that you get them to Mr. Saracen with a copy to City Clerk Farrell for our meeting on the 24th. I want to thank the councilors very much for their attentiveness to this budget, and I believe the citizens of Fitchburg should give this council a pat on the back for doing their job and doing it well. This council has worked together on this budget. We will be doing a final review and either giving thumbs up or thumbs down to the budget, but You did a great job, and thanks for all your cooperation. Councilor Joseph.
Just, if I could just take 2 seconds to clarify something that continues to come up in letters to the editors, and I don't know, I don't read blogs, but from what I understand on blogs and stuff, that this council magically keeps coming up with money to do things. There's no magic. I mean, the money was budgeted last year for certain items, and due to cost cutting and not, maybe not spending what was set out to, funds became available that would have been free cash next year, but it's available amounts this year, and that the council as a whole, maybe minus 1 or 2, voted to appropriate that money for good causes such as police cruisers. That money, didn't magically appear. That money was there all along. That money was being held until the end of the year to make sure nothing else was going to come up, and it was seen fit for the safety of the officers to go out and get new cruisers. But it's just continuously being called a politician and having this money, come out of nowhere, that it's our personal gain that we're spending this money now that we didn't spend it before. It's just starting to irk me to no end. I think that everybody that's elected to this council does so for the good of the city, not for any personal gain, that we do this job to help further the benefit or the life of the constituents that we have, that we don't do this so that we personally will gain from having new police cruisers. So it's just this perception that we manufacture money out of nowhere, or we hide the money and at the last minute we spend it. That's good business, that we do have money in the budget, that we can operate the city if necessary, but when it becomes excess, then we can also use it for things that the city desperately needs. So I'm just a little bit tired of hearing criticism that we're having some kind of a personal gain as politicians, when I feel myself to be a public servant and to do the best for my constituents and the best for my people in my ward. So I just wanted to publicly state that I'm getting tired of being berated for doing something that I feel very strongly that we are been elected to do. Thank you.
I also didn't neglect, but I want to thank City Clerk Farrell for sticking with us and doing a fine job, and also City Auditor Dick Saracen. Thank you very